What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Logical, Plausible, Probable After Show. Over here, we just got done over on Modern Day Debate, interacting with two, shall we say, interesting characters. I forgot to switch off the mic there. We just got done over Modern Day Debate, having a conversation, if you can call it that, with Team Skeptic and J.L. Warren. We got them rather triggered at different points throughout the debate and didn't really have as much intellectual dialogue back and forth as we would have liked. But, it happens when you're dealing with folks who really don't want to have any kind of interaction that might question their worldview and their position. So, Standing, I know you've got to take off here shortly. I'd love to hear what you thought and some of the high points for you from the debate before you have to go off and deal with the kids and play the father role.
Yeah, I've got to go over to my parents. We're having a barbecue. But you know what? Nothing more fun than a good debate. So that was a blast. You did a great job, brother. I got to be honest. Yeah, that was, if I'm to be objective, that was an absolute disaster for them. And what I love is they address nothing, absolutely nothing of our opening statements, right? So we just got the freedom to just show everybody the overwhelming evidence for creation, intelligent design, for example, because their only arguments, which was Team Skeptic, was ERVs, which he really knew nothing about. We know that. I don't think they really understood what we were talking about. Chromosome 2 fusion and nested hierarchies. And guess what? We destroyed all three of those lines of evidence during the debate. They couldn't answer any of the questions regarding function, orphan genes. And it's so funny because between you and I, we probably have about 60 debates out there on YouTube that people can look up. So you'd think they'd be prepared for the types of questions that are going to come at them, but it would be hard to argue for evolution. So no, it was a great debate. I think it was an easy win for us, brother.
Well, one of the things that's interesting is, and folks like who's in chat right now, Justin Johnson, he says the same crap over and over again, that we never actually address anything. All we do is argue from incredulity. And as I stated to Team Skeptic and JL tonight multiple times, it's like, are you actually listening and analyzing the words that are coming out of my mouth? Like, I'm literally making a counterpoint. And then you claim that I have not addressed anything. It's like, did what I asked you go over your head? I'm not following here. If where are we? Right. Are you not paying attention? I mean, it's ongoing. It's like ongoing same talking point, and it doesn't matter what evidence you present, what thought process you follow, whatever it is, must be from incredulity. And I mean, that's like saying, hey, because I think that the evidence that after looking at the blueprint of the Empire freaking State Building and watching videos of people like building the thing, I do not think that it is reasonable to conclude that this thing created itself. I mean, that's not incredulous. No. That's a reasonable conclusion. Well, and same logic would apply to so many other variables. Even if you didn't see the intelligent agent building it, you would still come to the exact same conclusion. So unless you're going to apply that supposed logic and say, oh, if I don't believe that X couldn't have been created without a brain, that's incredulous. I mean, really? That's your position? Go ahead, man.
Yeah, no, I agree with every single point. I think what's amazing too is because we started, so we anticipated and predicted every single one of their arguments. So in my opening, I directly addressed chromosome 2, ERVs, nested hierarchies, the so-called examples that they can even give for forward evolution. They are all degrading. For example, the fact that they brought up sickle cell anemia and tried to pass that off as like an example of new novel information, like that was a complete joke. And what's good is Team Skeptic, he's popular. So we had a big audience. I'm pretty sure even the atheists, being objective, will know who came across as victorious. Here's what I love, okay? Evolutionists have always accused creationists for years of not doing science. The gold standard of science is testable and falsifiable predictions. Guess what? We must have given a dozen testable predictions in this debate. We focused on the gold standard of science, and they were incapable of giving any testable predictions, and they did nothing but dodged our questions regarding DNA function. I don't know. Do you think they even understood the questions, John? Like, how do you feel about that?
I mean, I don't know, but I often wonder. It's kind of like when you go into deeper logic of, okay, you're claiming that these new functions came from a pre-existing gene, but you don't have a rational explanation for how the first gene came into existence in the first place to be modified from it. But I'm supposed to accept your following argument with 100% credibility when you can't even explain the foundational component of it. And I mean, that's an entirely different dynamic of what is being addressed. But I'm the one who is. It's ironic that Team Skeptic literally has the name Skeptic while he accepts 100% something that has not been proven.
Oh, exactly. And guess what? It's like so there was one portion, I think, in the first 15 minutes of the debate where they acted so flabbergasted at the DNA function, the function of these ERVs, which he said was infallible evidence for universal common ancestry, right? And I know he got all of that from conspiracy cats, because that's Katz's main lines of evidence as well. I think they're associated together. So there was probably about 10 minutes where I had on screen the maybe about 10 technical papers going over the various functions of the ERVs, all from secular publications, okay, peer-reviewed, and they had the guts and the absurdity in the Q&A later on to say that we show nothing but creationist papers. That's proof that when they look at these papers, I don't know if they know what they're looking at. And these biased evolutionists, they always think the rescue device, right? It's so funny in that some of these papers I was reading with the ALUs, the functional ALUs and the functional ERVs, at the bottom, they'll just assert in the paper, oh, these are real motors of evolution. Oh, these were co-opted with no evidence. It's because they see the function, therefore they assert that it must have been co-opted, right? Because they can't consider any other alternative. So evolutionists, they're so biased, they can't really come to an alternative conclusion. They just blindly follow the conclusions of the paper. Do you find the same thing, John?
Yeah, well, I mean, you made the point multiple times on the assumption. I mean, it's just like in the whole premise of insertion and deletion. It's like, oh, there is a difference, therefore it must have been a deletion. The other one must have existed. Oh, there's this one that's not in the other one, it must be an insertion. Like, really? That's the conclusion? Because
Right.
this one has something the other one does not. It must have been deleted from the other one. There is no other scenario in which that would be considered a rational conclusion other than 100% supposition. And like, hey, I pulled a brick out, therefore, and put it into another house. Like, are you serious? Like, that's what you're concluding here? I given my background in technology, I view that in the premise of like, oh, this website, this WordPress site has this plugin. This other one does not. But because they're both on WordPress, therefore, one must have come from the other. Like, are you kidding me? Nobody would ever reach that conclusion in any other perspective, except in the one which supposedly explains our very existence, which relies completely upon hypothetical assumption and inference without even questioning the foundational logic.
Well, and that's the thing. They won't question their basic premise and their basic assumptions, because I tried to drill it through them. We both did. I even started off the conversation. I said, here's the question, guys, and this is what we need to discuss. Are these retrotransposons, are they really the result of ancient viral infections? Because they even say it's ancient because it's an assumption that they were inserted millions of years ago. Or are they created units of DNA function? And I pointed out at some point that in the debate that retroviruses could have hypothetically originated from within the host genome instead of actually invading it from outside, because that's what they assume, right? And realistically, that had to be the case anyways, because viruses are dependent upon host cells. But regardless, the testable prediction that me and you put forth was, okay, if these are the alternative created units of DNA function, we should expect function upon function upon function. And who provided the sources? Who provided the science? Who asked the question 5 times maybe? Provide us a paper. We gave them plenty of time. Provide us any paper, any source, any evidence of a non-functional retrotransposon, becoming functional, not just asserting co-option. And they couldn't provide any. I think at one point, Team Skeptic answered the question by giving us a science lesson from evolutionberkeley.com well, you got sexual selection, and then like not even answering the question. So that was a blast.
Well, and the part of what really entertains me, this is why I say talk about the assumptions. It's like, yeah, they keep coming up with, they can't even explain the actual, other than pure hypothetical. Uh, each one so far, to my knowledge, has been debunked, but they can't even explain how the sexual reproduction occurred in the first place, like how the transition actually happened. It's like, okay, so you can't explain this, but then you're arguing that all of your other assumptions, which are founded upon it, or as a huge component, without which your entire model fails. That logic has zero reason for insertion. Okay, because no matter the theories they come up with, it's like they still can't explain male and female.
Right.
I mean, I mean, nobody has that explanation. There is no. I mean, there's hypotheticals, but there's nobody that's proven how that is actually a viable piece. And now, with more and more what they're discovering with the imprinting variables that separate the male and female DNA prior to recombination, or impacted in terms of recombination, it's like, do you guys not recognize there's more and more barriers coming into this equation?
Right.
I mean,
right. And that's why I made the point that at this point, any rational person has to conclude that evolution is dead. Dan Grahr is the one who said, if ENCODE is right, evolution is wrong. And the NIH scientists and Brother Sal points this out all the time. They don't even listen to these hardcore skeptics trying to claim that the majority of the genome is junk and non-functional. They just want to hold on so hard to their basic premise of fish to fisherman evolution. But what I find funny, and I'm sure you gathered this too, when we had to sit there through Team Skeptic's script, he came swinging. He thought he was going to just throw ERVs, chromosome 2 fusion at us and just boom, KO punch. And right off the bat, we're like, you know what? We love to discuss these lines of evidence, because guess what? Their so-called best lines of evidence, John, they're in our court. They belong to us. They're evidence for our position, which is fascinating.
Yeah, well, that's why I was talking about the state of denial and faith in their foundational assumptions. That if you question either one, it is heresy in their mind. Like, why would you even consider questioning this? It's kind of why towards at the end I made the joke that Team Skeptic was becoming a modern version of the original flat earthers. And right. It's like, okay, bro, yeah, the general acceptance of the supposedly the scientific consensus was that the earth was flat. Now, it's obviously at various times throughout history, people weren't actually dumb enough to think the earth was flat, but there were also times when they were, and it was the accepted premise, and people challenged that whole thing. Same thing with heliocentric versus geocentric, all that kind of stuff. Right. And it's like, so you're arguing that the general consensus should not be questioned. I'm pretty sure that is exactly what you guys make fun of on a regular basis regarding like heliocentrism versus geocentrism. Like, you not see how entertaining this is to not even recognize you're fulfilling your own prophecy, if you will.
Okay, this is going to be mean, but at this point, I think refuting evolutionism and beating evolutionists in a debate is easier than beating a flat earth in a debate. Like, these evolutionists want to like make fun of flat earth when they're the ones that believe that billions of years ago, out of some pond scum, a single-celled organism, evolved in all the life we see today. And yet the changes we see, the best change they could point to is what? Sickle cell anemia, a broken gene, a broken protein, and a broken cell. This is the best example you can provide us of forward evolution. Yeah. It's honestly easier to refute evolution than flat earth. Like, flat earth and evolutionism are on the same level, in my opinion.
It's funny, SFT Creation Myths is now asking if you've ever debated a evolutionary biologist.
Yes.
The answer to that is yes, and I think you guys are scheduled to do one, so it's not like you're afraid to step up on that one. I'm not really following that point.
Oh yeah, like we're supposed to debate like the origin of species probably this month. I mean, how many debates have I done in the last month, right? I've only got so much time in the day. But Dr. Stefan Frello, PhD, I think botanist and biologist, he's heavily invested in this debate. He's debated Hovind, I believe, 5 times. He's had an extensive written debate with Dr. Nathaniel Jensen. Dr. Frello has actually read Replacing Darwin. I saw in a video where Creation Skeptic or Dan, he admitted he didn't even read Replacing Darwin. I'm thinking, you want to argue against that which you haven't even studied? Because Dr. Jensen hides a lot of his, I guess, rebuttals and answers to critics' objections in the endnotes and in the supplemental material, and for example. So when he goes up against people like Frello and Herman Mays, he destroys these guys because he anticipates their arguments that they don't even think through. So yeah, Dr. Frello, most qualified biologist to debate on that topiip. I debated him for 2 hours on Modern Day Debate, and this was over a year ago. I've learned even
so Dan is saying he's just finished Replacing Darwin. It's not good, to put it lightly.
Oh, well, we'll look forward to his. Why doesn't he submit? So you go into the AIG journals and read the extensive written debate between Dr. Frello and Dr. Jensen. It's got to be over 100 pages long. So if Dr. Dan wants to, and he seems like a nice guy, I'm going to debate him. I'm just saying, like, he likes to call Jensen a liar and whatnot. I don't appreciate that. He's not a liar. He's a hard worker, and he's putting out some great material and predictions. Jensen has said, I will do a written debate with anybody as long as you publish it in our peer-reviewed journal, so there's some accountability. And Dr. Frello, he's done just that. And Dr. Jensen just wiped the floor with him. And I'd recommend going to watch my debate with Dr. Frello as well. So,
well,
speak of the devil.
I know you have to hang on a second, guys. I know you got to take off here in a minute. So
yeah,
we've got Dan. We've let him in, and Ontangelo, and actually, the two of them are going to have a little interaction before we go into like formal open mic.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, Ontangelo.
Oh,
Dan, thanks for coming in.
And Dr. Dan,
Yeah.
I wanted to point out, actually, he's on mute, Dr. Dan. I wanted to point out that I appreciate Dan's approach. He kind of reminds me of Erica. He's a respectful, easygoing person to debate and discuss with. So
there we go.
I'm interested in.
There we go. There we go. Light.
Sorry, I wanted to point out that I appreciate your approach, respectful approach.
Yeah, looking forward to chatting. That'll be fun. I'm excited.
I would stick around and chat here, but my wife's literally to my right side, and the debate was supposed to end around 6. We're going for a barbecue, but I'm going to plug in Dr. Dan's debate with Ken Hovind this month on July 23rd. So I think that's going to break the internet. So looking forward to that one. So you guys have fun. I got to get out of here.
We will.
Where did Ontangelo go? Hang on.
Have a good one.
My
My sound coming through okay?
Yeah, it sounds coming through. Hang on one sec.
Great.
We just had Ontangelo. Okay, he's back. He's back. Let's see. All right, there we go. All right. Ontangelo, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you just fine.
Okay.
Can you hear him, Dan?
Hey, yep.
Yes,
I
hear both of you.
Okay, awesome. So I know the two of you guys wanted to have a little back and forth.
Well, before we get to that, John, can I just ask you a question, if you don't mind? Just not debating anything from I don't want to rehash the debate, but just a question about your approach, if that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I've been up since 5 o'clock in the morning, so don't do any gotcha questions and that kind of crap. I'm
it's
too
not
tired to deal with this.
it's I swear it's a simple question. My question is, are you trying to convince people that aren't already on your side, or are you trying to reassure people that are already inclined to agree with you? Like, what's your goal?
Am I trying to? Okay, sorry. Repeat that one more time.
Are you trying to convince new people to your side, or are you trying to reassure people who already are inclined to agree with you?
It depends on the context and who I'm interacting with.
So like tonight.
Now, to directly answer your question, obviously there's both. Doesn't have to be a one or the other. Obviously, because I doubt that anybody, yourself included, would actually operate from I can only do one or the other. That'd be a rather myopic,
right,
pretty stupid position to take.
Right.
But in the context of like tonight's debate with Team Skeptic, part of the reason I was more aggressive than I normally am in terms of countering him is that that's his standard MO. He comes in, starts dog cussing everybody, being a prick, not letting people actually counterpoint, and then he wonders why, when he gets called out about it, that somehow the other person's just flipping out. And it's like, yeah, dude, I literally just listened to you dog cuss me for the last 3 minutes, and now you're shocked. Like, what are you, little sissy boy, soy boy? I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
So follow up. For the convince side of the equation, for the audience that doesn't already agree with you, are your and this is this is not a gotcha question. This is a genuine question because I'm listening to you tonight and listening to Standing tonight, and I'm like genuinely curious. Are you trying to convince like non-scientific people that this is your model is a plausible thing, or are you trying to make arguments that could overturn scientific consensus ultimately?
Oh, I mean, I would say that's doesn't have to be one or the other. I mean, you can have multiple objectives. I mean, for me, one of the foundational pieces is, in terms of like what I'm more interested in, is I find the entire premise of Darwinian evolution, and don't go down the whole, are you talking about neo-Darwinism, normal Darwin? You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the current consensus. I find it to be completely. I would
love to ask you what that is in a minute, but that would.
I'm not here to interview you, buddy. But we can discuss that in our debate. Okay.
We sure can.
I think that the foundational premises of evolutionary theory are not valid in actual realistic expectation of the outcome. Now, I think that you can come up with. It's not that difficult to come up with hypotheticals and then apply algorithms and such to them to fit your model. That's not that hard. I mean, it takes some brain power, but it's not that difficult of a way to supposedly find evidence for your position. Well, if you are assuming, hang on, if you are assuming that the foundation that you're operating from happened without any external force being required. And I just don't think that it is a remotely plausible position to be taking when you actually look at the variable requirements. It's not a remotely logical, plausible, or probable conclusion to reach that it could happen without external agents. And obviously, as I'm sure you know, I'm not the only one that thinks that.
Well aware. So here's why I'm asking, because I'm an evolutionary biologist. And if your goal is to be convincing, you need to use better arguments, because things like, for example, Jensen's 6,000-year mitochondrial Eve is. Did
you hear those words come out of my mouth?
No. I think Stanley.
You can talk to SFT about that one. Yeah, you didn't hear those words come out of my mouth.
So do you agree with those then, or not? Because that just seems like
I don't necessarily disagree with them.
It flies around in the creation sphere,
but it's not.
I'll give you.
It may be true. It may be false. I mean, I've read secular papers that agree in aspects of that whole deal. Not necessarily on the 6,500 years, but I've seen them ranging from 10,000 to 200,000
to 200,000. 60,000 to 200,000. But that's beyond the point. Let me give you an example.
Hang on, buddy. I'm not here to have a conversation with you. So if you want to have a little dialogue, cool, and then you're going to talk to on tangent. Okay. This is why I said I was going to talk to you tonight, because
I'm trying to
save this. We can save this for debate because I'm tired. Okay? The point I'm making is that you're coming in here and looking at it from you're saying have to make better arguments, when the point that I've been making is not about whether or not mitochondrial Eve, Adam, DNA, molecular clocks are true or false. I'm arguing that the entire premise that the required data sets that have to be in play for biology to work, coming here through chance occurrence without the initial set, is not a remotely plausible conclusion. And especially the more that we learn about what is required, the more and more it is less likely this stuff could just happen through evolutionary pressures when you're having to account for temporal variables and all these other different things that have, they're chemical reactions that are happening in completely separate physical locales, and
Can I give you an
then
example
are
of what I mean
coming
from you?
into the same place for gene expression, for example. I mean, that
Can I
kind of
give you an
stuff. It's like,
example of what I
really,
mean from
give me
you?
an example of any other context in which
Okay,
that would
so
be considered
you like to talk
remotely
about-
plausible.
So we're going to talk about abiogenesis at some point in the future, and I'm really looking forward to it. One of the things you like to talk about is that you can't get, I don't know if you use the word information or not, but the idea is you can't get a whole protein through random processes, through random polymerization, essentially. Is that a fair, I feel like I've heard you say something like that before, if not those words, but I don't want to straw man you. Is that like fair?
Do you actually think that something like
Well,
helicase
is that a fair representation
No,
of
I'm
your
asking a direct
position?
question. In terms of the replication factors that are recognized, do you actually think that those could come into existence just through chance?
I'm going to assume your answer is no, that you think we can't do that. And I'll point you to the paper, Nimi et al. 2017, random sequences are an abundant source of bioactive RNAs and peptides. We've done these experiments.
Are they functional proteins?
Yeah, they're
really
bioreactive peptides.
How long are they? How long are they?
I don't know.
How long are they? How many amino acids?
Top of my head. Let me search and find out. Let's see.
So how many for functional proteins? What do we usually see?
It depends on the function. Some of them can be fewer than 300 amino acids. My point is, you're making very absolute
but really none of less than, say, like 150, right?
This is pushing it. Depends on the function.
Yeah, 100, 150, and usually those are a subset component of a larger protein.
Often, but not always. It depends on the function.
Pretty much every time, right?
No.
As I said, maybe one or two variations, but pretty much all of them do, right? But are you actually going to go down the rabbit hole that you think?
Well, wait a minute, I don't look. I'm not here to debate you.
Hang on,
because I'm trying to help.
My channel, bro. Let me respond. Are you actually arguing that, let's say it's 100 amino acids?
Mm-hmm.
Are you actually arguing that you think that is reasonable to form minus ribosome and other enzyme controls to make that happen?
Well, ribozymes probably would be involved, but yeah, the answer is yes.
Okay, so
are you familiar with ribozymes?
You think that you're talking about functional proteins that
are you familiar with ribozymes?
I am.
Okay, so you don't need to be proteins to get functions then.
For the replication processes that we observe, yeah.
No,
really?
You don't. Have you ever heard of the hammerhead ribozyme?
Okay. Yes, let's have our abiogenesis debate, and we'll save
save
all this for that, dude. Okay. I told you I wasn't going to have this conversation tonight. Sure. If you want to have an abiogenesis debate, we can, and we can go all day long on this, and we'll see which one of us wins on which one's more plausible. Which one's more plausible? Okay, Antangelo, are you still there with us, buddy?
Yes, I can hear you guys. So
all right. Dan, the big talker, I'm going to let you guys interact for a minute and debate on some of these subjects while I get some water.
Oh, can we talk about want to talk about mitochondrial Eve?
No, I am not familiar right now.
Oh, that's subject. Jensen's argument, and that's the one Standing brings up all the time. It's basically Jensen uses the wrong mutation. He uses a mutation rate, which is all the mutations in a person and not just the germline. So he overestimates the rate by about 10 times, and that's how he gets the short time span. So that's why Jensen's wrong. But what do you want to talk about?
Well, last year I was in Seattle at the Discovery, and there I participated at the 1 or 2 weeks. They made some speeches there about evolution. And what I always see is creationists trying to disprove evolution. And when I say evolution, then I mean evolution that produces biological diversity, organismal architecture, and common descent. I think the quest about microevolution or adaptation, there is no big deal to talk about. Many creationists, they agree that a speciation of second degree occurs, but the dispute and the debate is about how do complex organisms emerge. That is the crux of the issue. And what creationists usually try to do is to disprove that evolution or natural selection and mutations, gene shifts, so on, that this doesn't work. And I agree with that view that it doesn't work. But what is rarely tried to be elucidated is what actually replaces evolution or the gene-centric view. And we see that in the late 2000s, with the extended evolutionary synthesis, they came up with some of...
Hang on, if I could just jump in for a second. With the gene-centric, you're talking about Dawkins' selfish gene and extended phenotype ideas?
Yes, it is proposed that just the change of genetic sequence is the main factor that drives change and organismal differentiation.
That's not really the selfish gene idea. It has to do with where selection operates, not what the actual medium is, really. It's not that it's necessarily the sequence, it's that it's the gene. And Dawkins has kind of a weird definition for gene. It's a little more loosey-goosey than just a promoter and then a coding sequence. But this idea of the genetic unit being the thing that is selected rather than the organism. And like multicellularity is really interesting in that context, because you can look at, like, for everyone watching, basically the idea is that it's the genes, or more specifically alleles, so variants of genes, rather than like an individual. So like a person is really a population of single cells, and those cells are cooperating because if they all work well together, they all share the same genes, so they can pass on their alleles very effectively. And the alleles that promote that become more common over time. It's not jargon. This is like evolutionary biology 101. And if Jensen wants to come on and talk, that would be awesome.
I don't understand what you said at all.
I apologize. Let me try again. So
no, I heard what you said. I comprehended it. It just made no sense to me. That cells, pass on. Humans are a collection of cells that are cooperative, and therefore that's why they pass on their genes.
I mean, that's almost definitionally has to be the case. Your muscles, your blood vessels, they're all cooperating, and if they don't, you don't successfully have kids.
It's the allusion to they're cooperating, and that's why they're passing on the genes.
Cooperating is in quotes. I don't mean to personify them. It's an expression. It's not literally describing the situation.
The cells are where they are because genetic information orders them during fetal development. They're not just a collection of cells that happen to cooperate. They're ordered to be where they are for a functional reason.
Yeah, they work a very specific way. Yeah, absolutely.
And I think this is a very critical issue, that first you have to define what actually are the mechanisms that build a complex organism. And then you can ask what has to be changed. First, you need to know, these things, they build the organism. And secondly, then when the same things change, then you change the organism. And what builds organisms is not only genes, but in special, and I would say mainly, epigenetic information.
I mean, epigenetics definitely plays a part in it, in particular, like male versus female competition during development. That's 100% the case, and that's how you get disorders like Prader-Willi syndrome and Angelman syndrome, where the male versus the female allele gets deleted, and the other one runs the show, and they're having a tug of war, and if they're both there, it's in balance, and you're good. But if only one is there, then it gets messed up. That's absolutely the case. But in terms of things like body structures, like arms or something, or segmentation, that's not really epigenetic. There are specific coding sequences that do that, largely Hox genes, and those code for like transcription factors that regulate other genes. And most of those are really general in terms of what they do. They don't say like build an eye or build an arm. They say extend or fold inwards. And it's the temporal and spatial pattern that leads to the different structures. It's relatively few specific signals, but you're applying them in a very kind of specific pattern across the body, and that's how you get complex structures.
No, I
but the
disagree with
toolkit
that.
is fairly consistent. And those genes, for example, control limb development in flies, and it's the exact same genes that do it in mammals.
Dan, those talking points you're spewing, I'm not suggesting that the Hox genes are not major factors in this, but there's also papers. I was just reading one recently about how the different things they're discovering about the regulatory factors that are dramatically reducing the relevance of the Hox gene similarities, and that the regulatory factors are what is actually controlling the outcomes in
what
dramatically different ways.
And I'm not asking as like a gotcha. I'm like, what regulatory factors are we talking about? Different transcription factors?
Well, I mean,
what are we talking about?
For one of the papers I was reading, I was in regards to miRNAs and siRNAs. But
absolutely.
So the point I'm making is that but those are separate from the.
Those are separate, absolutely, and they're also.
So the point I'm making is that you're suggesting you were making the point that what's resulting in this highly structured outcome is not that directly dictated, but we're finding more and more that shows that yes, it is being directly dictated. I mean, because I'm not really sure how you can logically conclude that the ratios, for example, on your fingers that remain the same all the way through development, not the size, but the ratio. Remains if there isn't a structure that is keeping that in place.
It seems to me, Dan, that
the ratio is
greatly
wait, if I may just clarify for a second, Neff, can I just clarify a second now, because I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, John. Is it you mean like the ratios of the lengths of the fingers stay the same during development to each other or to the rest of the limb? Well,
all of the above.
That got an eyebrow raise.
Not the size. I'm talking about the. Okay, so in terms of the ratio. Okay. Hang on. Does the ratio does the length between your index finger and the bones in your hand, does that remain the same or pretty damn close all the way through birth through adulthood?
Oh, birth through adulthood. Yeah, I think they stay approximately. Most of the body does. The head obviously is really out of whack when you're tiny, but the rest of it I think does.
Heads count for brain power.
Eyes get weird. Yeah.
But the point I'm making is that
I thought we were talking about development.
You don't think there's? Are you just restricting your development logic to only to embryo? Are you talking? You can't restrict every aspect of gene expression to embryo development.
No, but
in terms of, I mean, come on, man, let's get real. You're not actually suggesting that, are you? In terms of development, aren't there aspects of humans, for example, that are developed? Hang on, are we not? That's my point. So why are you limiting development?
Well, I thought we were talking about embryonic development because
I never used the word embryo.
Different embryonically. I mean, at the beginning, there's no fingers.
Well, obviously, but I mean, I would assume. But my point I'm making is that as a evolutionary biologist, I thought that you would be able to extrapolate out the point I was making, and not limit your own mind to embryo development, given the fact that I never used the word embryo development. So that was
my observation, Dan, is that you greatly you greatly simplified the human development process, and I find evolutionists do this a lot. They attempt to simplify things a lot because they think simplifying things makes it seem more plausible that natural undirected processes can bring something into.
Can you see the link?
Let me finish.
Can I see the link?
That makes it more plausible that natural processes are able to produce it. But what we seem to know now is it's not just Hox genes that order cell types and organize them during fetal development.
Yeah, of course not.
It's a whole massive amount
of it. It's never one thing.
In the DNA. So what you said was really a considerable oversimplification.
Well, so I specifically brought up Hox genes for limbs, for example, because we've got the experiments for that where you can just change the expression of the Hox genes.
I understand, but the way you worded it was an
and it changes the
oversimplification.
limbs. So in that case, it is specifically a Hox gene, and it's hilariously
in that case, but the way you worded what you said made it sound as though it was largely Hox genes, and that was for anybody who's uninformed about any of this, that would have been a ridiculous oversimplification.
In many cases, it is specifically the Hox genes.
Let me finish the sentence, sir. That could mislead somebody to believe that, a little DNA plus a little Hox gene and boom, you get a human. That's what it sounds like to a uninformed layperson, and I don't think that's
well. I wouldn't want to give the impression that it's only Hox genes, but there are situations like limb development, for example, where you have specifically Hox genes that promote extension away from the midline and suppress that. So, for example, you could look at a gene called sonic hedgehog in mammals. And that gene is it's not solely responsible, but if you delete that gene, you grow mice that are completely normal, except they don't grow legs. And you can look at genes that suppress limb development in snakes, and it goes throughout the whole body. And that same gene is only expressed in between the limbs in organisms that have forelegs and hind legs.
I understand, but you do acknowledge
that
there's a massive
there are other things. Absolutely.
Yeah, right. There's a lot more genetic information involved in the development of a human being fetally.
I would say there are more
than just Hox
mechanisms
genes,
because we don't have a good definition for information in a genetic context, but there are definitely more mechanisms involved.
Well, considering that 87% at least of the DNA is transcribed into RNA.
That's blatantly false. And SF said that a bunch of times during the debate, and Code said 80% biochemical activity, not transcription.
Dan, that's published in the secular mainstream journals.
I know, I'm telling you what it says because
it says they say 87% or so of DNA
is 80% biochemical activity. Most of that is just protein.
Dan, is this going to be just you talking over me endlessly?
Just don't say things that are wrong, though.
Look, okay, Dan, do I have to pull up the paper and show you?
Yes, please.
The secular mainstream journals publish
80-something%
of DNA is transcribed into RNA.
Hold up.
Okay, let's do that. More atheist denial of science. God bless.
Can you try again to open the link?
Because, let me try again here. This one looks like it'll work better. Yeah, it's a little bit different. Let me see if this one works. Yeah, and look, that ENCODE paper you're looking for, it's 80% biochemical activity. Most of that is not transcription. It's some of it is transcribed, mostly things like ERVs and pseudogenes and transposons. But most of that is biochemical activity, and that could be anything like protein binding, transcription, methylation targets. It's a whole bunch of stuff, and it's about 80% of the genome. That's the original ENCODE estimate for activity. It's not functionality, strictly speaking. It's biochemical activity.
And ENCODE from the
I'll find that for you.
Integrated Encyclopedia of DNA Elements, published in Nature. The vast majority, they state 80.4% of the human genome participates in at least one biochemical RNA, and or chromatin associated to that.
Right. Exactly.
Right. So they're related to, they express RNAs.
No, or they have protein associations. Read the whole sentence.
80% of it either codes directly for an RNA or creates transcription factors that regulate RNAs.
Or binds to proteins, or is a methylation target, or whatever. You have to read past the abstract.
My point is that because of this, it's an oversimplification to just point to Hox genes and give them the football when we know.
I've agreed with that already.
Dan, please, let's have a conversation. Let's not talk over me every time I open my mouth, okay? All right. We can have an adult conversation. Okay, so my point is, I know you don't like anything a creationist says. I understand that. But my point is, just like the junk DNA paradigm, evolutionists love to assume no function, no use, no nothing, unless it's been observed and tested and proven that something is doing a thing. But what we know is that more than 80% of the DNA is related to RNA transcription or transcription regulation of genes. All right. So now here's the thing. It's illogical to say that all that RNA is doing something besides building pieces like building blocks like protein codes do, protein genes. It's doing something, okay? And because a human organism is so incredibly complex, it's logical that a considerable percentage of that DNA is responsible
Can I respond? Because this gets at what I actually wanted to
possesses
talk about
information that
in
is
here with John
related.
and SFT.
Possesses information that is related to the design of the organism itself.
So here's the thing with that, and this actually, thank you for bringing that up, because, and it's a really good point, because this gets at what I wanted to talk to John and SFT about, which was that y'all need to make better arguments, okay? Because what you're saying is that 80% of the genome is transcribed, and then it turns out that's not true, and then it's involved in transcription regulation, and a lot of that's not the case either. A lot of it
actually, those words never came out of my mouth again. So you need to actually pay attention to the arguments that I make.
Just said.
You actually need to pay attention to the arguments that I make.
Said.
Am I Neff?
I was having a conversation with Neff.
You just said that John and SFT who are making these arguments when I never made that argument. So you need to I'm happy to have a conversation with you, but don't be assigning things to me that I have not said.
Look, John, this is your show, so you can do whatever you want, but I was in the middle of responding to Neff, so if I may, is that all right?
Why did you use my name then?
What I should have, you're right, I should have said SFT because he's the one that specifically said that, and you're right, and I apologize.
Go ahead.
Because I don't want to straw man you, you're absolutely correct. So Neff, what we were saying was that it's about 80% of the genome has some biochemical activity. Now, the thing is, we know it's not like it's a black box and we don't know what's going on there. It's absolutely the case that things like regulation are more complicated than just proteins or just Hox genes or whatever. 100%. Nobody disagrees with that. Where the disagreement is between biologists and creationists is that you have...
That's a false equivocation.
The disagreement,
biologists and creationists.
The disagreement between scientists and creationists is that you have.
Equivocation too.
Okay, the disagreement is in how much of that stuff is ultimately functional, and I assure you, I'm very familiar with the literature on this.
Right, that is the point.
And what? Right, I agree.
That is right. And we know the history of the
junk
junk DNA paradigm that failed.
And Neff, if I may, the point I was making, I didn't come in here to debate about encoder and debate about mitochondrial leave. What I came in here to say, and I appreciate John giving the opportunity to say it, and I appreciate you providing an example, is that if creationists want to be taken seriously by scientists, you need to make arguments that accurately represent the state of the field.
They already are
misrepresenting the ENCODE project, which is horrifically outdated at this point, but even for its original incarnation, misrepresenting it to say it was 87% transcribed rather than 80% biochemical activity, it makes you come across as unserious in these.
Hang on. I understand where you're coming from, Dan. It was 84% versus 87%. Okay, fair enough.
80.4.
Hang on. That's nitpicking, as you know. But the point you made about ENCODE, I mean, what is the 40 nucleome project but a extension of that of ENCODE? I mean, so you have to.
I mean, honestly, is it an extension? I actually don't know.
You can't just. It's like the second round of it. I mean, it's been talked about in that context. So the point I'm making is that whether or not you agree with the conclusions made by the original ENCODE project, it's being expanded into the 40 nucleome project. And so, I mean, obviously there's some people who don't think it is invalid. Is the point I'm making. So to completely dismiss it,
is it possible to do a screen share? Because
not right this second. My laptop, I can't. Normally I would. My laptop blew up. My laptop blew up, and I'm having to do this from my phone.
All good.
I'm running this whole. I actually, for everybody who ever runs into an issue where your laptop blows up, you can actually, with StreamYard, if you go and acquire a Ethernet to USB-C adapter and a USB-C splitter, you can actually plug in Yeti microphones and connect your Ethernet and your power cable all into your phone and still do a live stream. Now, you can't do screen share control, which sucks, but I'm pretty happy with being able to pull this off all from my Note 10. I think it's kind of nuts, modern technology.
I just want to second the Yeti microphone thing. They work great. Just a follow-up there is my point. Again, I'm not here to argue about the 4D nucleosome and what that shows and whether it's valid or not. My point is just that if you're going to make that argument, you should make the realistic form of that argument and cite the updated versions that take into account things like conservation and take into account coding versus non-coding and degrees of biochemical activity, where they distinguish between things like making long non-coding RNAs versus just spurious protein binding, because all that stuff is wrapped up in that original 80% estimate. And I understand that 80% estimate is a better argument for creationists. Just the number is better because you want more of the genome to be functional. But you say that number to biologists and it comes off as silly and uninformed because we've moved past that. That's what I'm saying. I'm not arguing about the validity. I'm just making the point that you should strive to make the best version of your arguments, which is not in my brief YouTube creation versus evolution thing, which is like 3 weeks old. I'm not seeing the best versions of the arguments, and it's disappointing.
The point of it is this, that historically, evolutionists have denied that the vast majority of DNA had function, and we continuously discover increasing function.
Yeah, and that's how science works.
And now we know 80.4% of it, at least, is in some way is functional.
Same thing I just said not to do.
Is functional, and what the evolutionists then they do what you're doing. They shake their head and say no, even after it's been published, that it's functional. It's biochemical. It interacts. It's regulatory.
Can you tell me what they do?
It's regulatory. It's regulatory. Well, Dan, here's the point. So if we show that it's acting in it's interacting with RNAs in a regulatory fashion, or we get the inference that it is, then we have only inference that it's doing something functional. But here's the crazy idea of the evolutionist. You continue to deny that it's functional just because we see it biochemically interacting, and claim that doesn't give us an inference. Hold on, let me, Dan, finish. That doesn't give us an inference that it's functional. But it clearly does. It clearly does.
I don't think it does.
Well, I know, because
some things that have activity are trying to kill you.
Because you're in denial of science. But here's the important thing.
Viruses.
But Dan, here's the important thing. To believe that a cell, that 80 something percent of it is doing something biochemically related to RNAs, which we know are the workhorses of the cell, and regulate gene expression and all these other things that they do. And to know that, and then to say, we don't really have reason to believe that it's functional, to me is ridiculous. And on top of that, if not, then what you're positing, Dan, what you're positing is that the cell is transcribing all this information into RNAs, and they're going off into the cell, and they're interacting with other RNAs and with proteins and with DNAs. And basically, hold on, Dan, let me finish, please. Let me finish, because this is really, really, really important. Okay, what you're positing in a nutshell is that 80% of the DNA is garbage that's interacting in our cells, and yet it's also incredibly functional. Are you really trying to get us to believe that a garbage can full of crap is regulating something?
So, two things. First, I have an answer, and I would ask that I have a couple minutes to answer, and then second, we should get to Otangelo because we're not letting him talk.
You're not doing that, are you?
So first, I mean, if you want to respond, by all means, but I think Otangelo, I don't know where he is on people's screens, but if he should get a turn.
Would that much junk kill the cell?
The answer to your question.
I didn't want to interrupt you guys, but
may I just answer that question real fast?
Hang on, guys. Guys, hang on a second. So I'm going to let Dan make a response, and then Otangelo, you're up next after Dan responds. 2 minutes.
I just got one question, Dan. I just got one question for Dan.
Tony, hang on. Antangelo's been waiting for a while. Dan, go ahead and respond.
Okay, 2 minutes. Go.
2 minutes. Go.
So here's the thing. Most of the genome is derived from things called retrotranspose. I shouldn't say most. A plurality, about 45%, is things called retrotransposons. These are invasive genetic elements. They're like viruses, but they're not quite viruses. Another 8% is actually viral genetic information. It's endogenous retroviruses that we talked about at length earlier during the debate. So those things are going to have activity because they have been selected to replicate themselves using your genome and your replication machinery as how it does it, right? They're genomic parasites. So of course they're going to have activity, and we, as trying to prevent them from doing that, are going to regulate them. So they're going to have protein binding sites. They're going to be methylation targets. And there's going to be a tug of war there, an evolutionary arms race between us trying to shut them down and them trying to, and I'm personifying it, but it's a selection it's an arms race. It's coevolution. And between us trying to shut them down and them trying to do stuff. So the result of this is lots of interactions between those things, but those things don't contribute to our cells physiologically. They're just genomic parasites. That's why you get a large percentage of the genome having biochemical activity, but very little, anywhere from maybe 8, 10, probably up to about 15, maybe even 20%, having an actual selected biological function that contributes to our physiology. That's the answer to your question, and now I'm going to shut up for a while. Thanks for letting me answer.
All right, Antangelo, you're up, buddy.
Yes, Dan, can you open the link which I did post on the chat section? Are you able to see my library there?
Just a second. I saw that you had a link. It didn't work.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, the StreamYard chat doesn't let you do hyperlinks. You got to just copy and insert.
I was copying and pasting. It still gave me an error. Okay, I see it. The second one, evolution. Where do complex organisms come from? That one. Yeah.
Yes, I am listing there 17 different mechanisms. Okay.
Yep, I see a bunch of them. This is a lot for people.
Yes,
But it's,
I
it's
know,
communication,
but
it's regulation, it's signaling, it's methylation. Hox genes are in there. Ion channel. Oh yeah, the electromagnetic field. That's a good one. That's during development. That sets the polarity. Yeah. There's a lot of factors that go into determining development.
I am also listing 23 different epigenetic codes. Okay. It's of course it's not the format to bring all these mechanisms up, but my point is that the explanation by evolution is far too simple. To make complex organisms is far more complex. And I want to give you just an example. For example, if you want to define one single cell in a multicellular organism, you have 12 different things that have to be determined. And I can list them. There is cell phenotype, cell size, it's the specific function of each cell, the position it plays in the body. This is crucial. Limbs like legs, fins, eyes must all be placed at the right place. Then how is each cell interconnected with the other cells? Then what communication is required to communicate with each other cell, and the setup of the communication channels. Then we have what specific sensory and stimuli functions are required, and does it have to acquire in regards to its environment and surroundings? What specific new regulatory functions it acquires? When will the development program of the organism express the genes to grow the new cells during development? Precisely how many new cell types must be produced for each tissue and organ? Specification of cell-cell adhesion, and which ones will be used in each cell to adhere to the neighbor cells. There are 4 classes. Programming of time period the cell keeps alive in the body, and when it's time for self-destruct and be replaced by newly produced cells of the same kind. Setup of specific nutrition demands. I list now 12 different things that you need to specify. So just simply say, just mutate in the genome nucleotide or so. That doesn't specify all these kind of different things to develop a complex organism.
I think that's right. It's not just genes. There's you have a whole list there. If you want to put that link, can we put hyperlinks in the live chat so people could see that? Because it's mostly a good list. There's a few things like calling non-coding DNA junk DNA that I disagree with, but it is it's a good list. All that stuff, and it's not just about genes, but that doesn't mean it can't evolve. And I'll give you an example, because you just brought up at the end there, apoptosis, programmed cell death. So this is the thing where in a multicellular organism, during development, cells will form, and then those cells will die. And it continues into adulthood. Some certain parts of your cell body, they still do it. But it's a lot during development. And it's a really good question of how that kind of thing would evolve. And you mentioned earlier on tonight the selfish gene concept, and that actually does a really good job explaining that kind of thing, because why would a thing be selected for if it was programmed to die? That's completely counterintuitive. But if it's doing so in the service of propagating its closely related cells that are genetic clones of it, i.e. all the rest of the cells in your body. If dying actually facilitates the propagation of those alleles, then those alleles will on net increase in frequency. So
let's apply that idea to your bizarre belief that the majority of DNA is not really functional, even though it's biochemically interacting with RNAs.
Do we want to get to Tony's question?
Yeah, I had a quick question.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I would like to propose a mechanism which, in an overall explanation, replaces Darwinian evolution. Okay, and I will post it here also in the chat link, and I will read it so everyone can follow it.
Cool. Hey, John, thanks for having me.
Based on evidence seen in biochemistry on a molecular level, we can now say affirmatively and conclusively that Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection in regards of primary speciation and macroevolutionary level has been falsified. The real mechanism that explains biodiversity and complex organismal architecture is pre-programmed instructional complex information encoded in various genetic and epigenetic languages and communication by various signaling codes through various signaling networks. And that brings us to the origin by an intelligent designer.
Yeah, it's even stronger for abiogenesis. How you doing, Dan?
Oh, I'm great. I literally do this for a living, so I could literally talk about this all night. Presumably, none of us want to do that, but I could do that if we wanted to.
I believe you. Now, I got a quick statement. You've heard of James Tour at all? You really should talk to him. He's really, getting into all the abiogenesis problems. If you wanted to talk to an expert, I'm sure you would disagree, but he's got a lot of good stuff, a lot of valid points.
I mean, we can talk about them if you want. John, I'll say out loud, but just so you
you don't believe
I just want to make sure I'm not intruding on your show. I don't want to hijack it.
I'm not going to stay on too long. I just wanted to get into the quick RNA.
Tony, you guys are welcome to talk. As I said, I'm doing the after show because I couldn't resist, but I've been up since 5 o'clock. I've been up since 5 o'clock this morning. You guys are welcome to interact with each other.
No, I don't want to.
The only point I was making, Dan, the only point I was making in terms of like our conversation tonight is I'm mentally tired. So I was like, I'm not going to have I don't mind having you on. You guys will have an interaction, having fun. That's part of the whole point of an after show, right? Let's all have a good time and talk trash to each other. But I'm not going to engage. So if you guys want to talk some trash, I'm good, man. Have a good time. Listen, you guys have been conscripted to provide entertainment for the audience. Okay, that's what you guys
appreciate it.
Dan, the RNA world.
Dan, I wanted to make a
hold on, Neff. Can I ask him a quick question?
Yes.
Yeah, Tony, get in here.
The RNA world problems, you're aware of all them and how they're manipulating?
Yeah, but we don't really go with RNA. Again, this goes back to my point of make the best argument you have, because you say the RNA world is invalid. Well, fine, nobody thinks it's the right answer.
I would say everything. Any biochemical system you're going to try to engineer in the lab requires intelligent agents, highly manipulated, controlled, rigged conditions, $1 million designed equipment, and none of it would work under prebiotic chemistry. None of it.
I mean, I would disagree because we're doing it in the lab. I mean, there's the experiments where we're building hydrothermal vents in the lab and isolating cool stuff.
That's false. No, we're not.
I'll show you pictures. I'll show you pictures. Hang on.
No, Dan, I want to make a point. You pointed out that you talk about natural selection preserved cell death because it has a function, because it's functional. And I want to point out the contradiction between that statement and that believing in that way, and your idea that even though we observe that the majority of DNA molecule is operating in a regulatory fashion with either coding for or RNAs themselves or regulatory function, and then to believe that natural selection would preserve all that if it's just garbage in the cell, mucking up the cell, if it's dirty water in the cell, is an absurd belief. I think so. This is a contradiction between what you just said. Natural selection. Let me make my point. So it's not rational to believe that natural selection would preserve the vast majority of DNA if it were junk. Natural selection should get rid of it. I mean, if natural selection has the godlike powers that evolutionists claim it does, that it actually selects for duplicate genes and hangs on to them in the hopes that random mutations are going to transform them into information that's functional later, then it's
Well,
ridiculous
that's two
to
questions.
say
Now that's two separate questions.
it's ridiculous to say that believe that natural selection is going to preserve the majority of DNA if it's not of critical function in the cell. So what you're telling me is that you believe, despite the fact that scientists have observed that the vast majority of DNA seems to be doing something functional in the cell,
something.
right? Something functional, relating to stuff that's critically functional, interacting with all the stuff that RNAs are critically functional, DNA is critically functional. So interacting with them, and then to believe that it's actually, hold on, Dan, you gotta let me finish. So, and then to believe that despite this observation, natural selection preserved it, even though it's just junk mucking up the cell, is an absurd thing to believe after we observe. So science demonstrates that things either have known function or appear to be functioning, interacting biochemically with critical components of the cell. And the inference we automatically get from that is it's functioning. It's functional. It's important in some way. And the evolutionist shakes their head and says,
"Yeah, of course, because they have to. They have to. They also don't have an answer for the origin of life. Zero."
Let me finish, and then I'll be quiet for 3 minutes. Let me finish.
I only get 3 minutes. All right, I'll do it in 3 minutes.
Well, I understand you're under pressure here. Okay, Dan. So, but this is the historical denial of science that evolutionists have. They deny that something has function, then function is discovered for it. Then something else is discovered has function, evolutionists deny that it has function. I think it's nonsensical to believe that even though they've observed that if it's chemically interacting with RNAs and DNAs, Dan, that implies function. For you to shake your head and say no, I think it demonstrates an absurd level of science denialism.
So you made 2 points there, and they're separate points. May I respond to them? May I respond to both points? Because they're 2 separate points you touched on there.
I wish you could do so logically.
First is preserving all this non-functional DNA, and that's a very good point. So in order for a bunch of non-functional DNA to be conserved, and this, by the way, isn't just humans. Onions have 10 times the DNA we do. The largest genome is a single-celled amoeba. It's 500 billion base pairs.
And ferns have 400 chromosomes. Right. Okay.
Well, chromosome number is different from number of nucleotides.
Well, I
that doesn't
understand.
matter. That's very plastic.
It's a similar.
But that's a different thing. That doesn't matter. But so that's a great question in evolutionary biology. Why keep all this stuff? And the answer we're arriving at is that because we are made to. Because this stuff is parasitic. It's not that we are keeping it. It's that it is propagating itself, and it's being selected to resist its host's efforts to get rid of it. So when we say it has a function, its function is propagating itself, and that is in conflict with what the human genome wants to do.
How do you get RNA to begin with? How do you get RNA to begin with?
No, don't discount me. That is a separate question.
I know, whatever. How do you get
1 out of 2 here?
Dan, I see that as an absurd thing.
And then we can get to RNA because there's a good answer for that too.
You don't have a chemical pathway to get to RNA.
So what?
Dan, you know what kills that
idea? The
idea?
goalposts are like down the street at this point,
you know
guys.
what kills that idea?
If you are so right, then you don't have to interrupt me while I'm answering because you'll be able to refute me as soon as I'm done. So
well, Dan, you know what?
Finish my answer.
Okay. Yeah, let him finish his answer, and then I want to respond to it.
So the first question is, why do we have all this stuff? It's because it put itself there, and it actively resists getting rid of. They have mechanisms to do this. And this isn't just for DNA in our genome. This is like plasmids and bacteria do the same thing. They're really devious little buggers that once they get in, you can't get rid of them. So that's the answer to the first question. The second question you brought up is de novo genes from this junk, this DNA that has activity, but it's not functional for humans, right? It has a function, but it's not functional for our physiology.
No, not de novo. No, I didn't say de novo. I said duplicates.
New genes. You're right.
No, I didn't say new genes.
Well, sure, duplication is how you get new genes.
That's your belief. I don't believe that. There's no science that supports that. I said duplicates. I didn't say de novo. Don't. Okay.
So the answer to how this is, well, if you want to talk about gene duplication, we could do that too, because that's really easy.
I didn't say de novo. I said duplicates, which evolutionists believe will be acted upon by subsequent mutations and turned into
duplicates from non-coding RNA or duplicates from existing protein-coding genes.
I did not say de novo. I said duplicates.
I'm not saying de novo. I'm saying duplication.
It's your belief that
non-coding RNA or duplication of existing protein-coding genes. Which one are you talking about?
I just said duplicates.
Oh,
I
of
said,
what? I'm asking of what?
well, of any genetic.
Okay,
outcome
let's start with
information,
protein coding
okay?
genes, and then we can get to non-coding.
Okay,
How's that sound?
no, let's stick to the
Those are
topic.
two separate things.
The point that I was making is, it's absurdity to know that the majority of DNA is biochemically
I
interactive
just explained
with
that.
critically functional,
You
and
don't
then
have to
for you to
accept the
say,
answer, but
I
I gave you the
understand your
answer.
belief is, Dan, that it preserved itself somehow. But here's something that refutes that idea. DNA is a structural, a three-dimensional, four-dimensional package of information, and we know that the supercoiling of DNA into chromatin, the compact molecule
What
that it
governs
is.
those structures? What property of DNA governs those structures?
Dan, let me finish. Okay, the packaging of DNA into the compact molecule that
That's
it
the
is
sequence.
produces information. DNA has information that's available to the cell when it's supercoiled. It's not available when it's uncoiled, and vice versa. So this is an information package in its four dimension, in its shape. For you to believe that the majority, Dan, for you to believe that the majority of DNA was preserved itself because it's non-functional, and yet we know it's part of the structural design of DNA, which possesses information itself, I think it's just absurdity.
Okay, but that's a different argument. Do you want to talk about gene
No, that's not.
duplication, or do you want to move on to the next thing?
Yeah, let's move to the next thing. Let's move to Renee.
That's directly related to my.
Neff, let's go on to the next thing. Let's get into the deep sea vents.
Oh, you didn't let me answer the first thing. Like he
Okay.
threw out 3-4 things right there, and he.
All right,
really
Dan, go ahead, man.
No, that was just a rebuttal to your idea that it preserved
Well,
itself.
the goalpost move is what it was, because the
No,
structural argument
it's
is
part of the
independent
overall
origin
design of DNA.
Those are two separate arguments.
It's part of the overall
And I'm
design
happy to
of
talk
DNA.
about it, but it's a separate argument.
And
So
possesses information.
Do you
It's not a
agree or
separate
disagree
argument.
with the notion that 45% of the genome is from retrotransposons or not?
Do you disagree? Do you disagree that DNA
Simple question.
possesses information because of its structural form when it's fully chromatic?
It depends on the definition of information. Now it's your turn to answer the
You're going to
question.
deny that too.
Now
right?
I didn't deny it. I said it depends on the definition of information.
It
So now it's your turn
possesses
to answer the question
information
I asked you.
In its simplest form, it possesses information because it's been coiled in this.
Okay, your turn. Answer the question.
Right.
Is 45% of the genome from retrotransposons?
So the idea that it preserved itself is not plausible because it's a part of the overall structural design of DNA.
That was not an answer to the question about retrotransposons, but
No,
thank you anyway.
All right, let's go on to the next thing, guys. Let's go on to the next topic.
And can I ask you something about
Please.
abiogenesis?
Absolutely.
that disaster.
Although I will tell you all that I'm not a biochemist. I'm not an abiogenicist. Like, that's not my specialty.
Okay,
But
So
you'll
I'm going to be
defend it,
less
though.
able to answer this than the evolution stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, but you'll still defend it.
Oh,
You'll still
absolutely.
defend it, though. Of course, you'll defend it even when you don't have the evidence. Of course, you're
I
going to
mean,
always
I've got a lot
defend
of
about.
evidence. Give me like 5 seconds, and I'll have a lot of evidence for you. Just let me pull up my
really?
documents.
Okay.
Yeah, give me a second, all right? So ask your question. I'll do all while we're going.
You were talking about the deep sea vents and some of the whatever they're engineering in the lab is very similar to prebiotic conditions, which you're completely wrong.
Okay. I
But go
defer
ahead.
to the people who do it for a living to tell me what the conditions were like, because again,
And they
I'm
have
not a
no
biochemist,
clue.
I'm not a geologist.
Yeah, I know, and they have no clue. The Lee Cronins of the world have no clue. They just debated James Tour, and James Tour demolished him. Did you watch?
Are
Did
you
you watch the
debating
video?
against? Are you debating against him or me right now? Because I know I haven't, so I can't.
All right.
I mean, sure,
Listen,
go ahead,
dude.
tell me about it.
All
But
right.
like, I can't answer it because I wasn't there. I didn't see it.
Okay.
Then I
A lot of dancing around here. It's a lot of dancing around, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That's what it
when
is.
you, the person trying to go back 5 minutes to answer the last 4 questions ago is the one moving the goalpost. Yeah, thanks.
Then I
we
like to
weren't-
talk about abiogenesis because it is a far more clear picture than evolution. Because in abiogenesis, you have basically just 2 mechanisms. It is chance or lucky accidents and design. And what abiogenesis research basically tries to find out even today is how the basic building blocks came to be prebiotically. And that question is quite different than how they are synthesized in the cell. And the gap between these 2 scenarios is huge. And when you don't have to be a biochemist to understand that, for example, in regards of amino acids, there were supposedly more than 500 different kinds of amino acids extant on the early Earth. And in life, there is only 20 or 22 amino acids used.
Yeah.
there was
chirality
more-
problem.
There
The
was
chirality
more-
problem.
Oh, well, I got an answer for chirality. You want to talk about that? That one I actually know
No,
really
no,
well.
no, it's not about chirality.
Yeah, because there's
It's
like
just-
4 answers for it. The problem is we
No,
don't know
there's
which
no
one is
answer for
right.
that. There's no
I
answer.
can
If
give
there was
you
an
at
answer,
least 3 off. I give you 3 off the
Can
top
I-
of my head.
can I
Homochiral
finish
crystal
my-
formation,
Which doesn't work.
polarizing radiation, and
which doesn't work. Yeah,
and
you're
what's the other one is autocatalysis with an original
Yeah.
bias towards one side.
Then I
right,
would
and
like
none,
to
and
finish
none
my
have been
question.
yielded a 100% all left-handed mixture. None of those actually work.
None of them yield a 100% mixture, but then selection takes over.
No,
Because
what
then you take
selection?
selection
Oh,
for
no. You don't have
stability.
selection. No. You're
You
jump
don't need
no.
cells for selection. All you need is differential stability, man. That's it.
You have no mechanism to go to that step.
All
So you're
you
just
need
making
for
that up.
selection is variation. You don't need life. You don't need cells. All you need is a pool of molecules that are different from each other.
You
If they
should have a
different
Nobel Prize in
stability-
chemistry. You
if
should have a
different
Nobel Prize in
stabilities,
chemistry.
You're going to select for this.
Yeah,
most
you're way
stable-
off, dude. You are
That's
way
the answer.
off.
Dan, they have better comic books at Walmart than that.
Yeah, they really do. Oh,
There
hey,
I mean,
Smokey.
okay, you can tell me it's wrong, but that's
Mechanism.
the answer. Once you have,
That's
you can-
the
I mean,
answer? Then
you
why-
can watch this happen in the lab. We can select from molecules. Have you ever heard of in vitro evolution?
Yeah,
I love how we're
we
laughing
can
about
watch.
something that like
We cannot
Dan-
watch
Dan-
any mechanism
hang on,
that's
hang on,
separating
guys.
all that.
Hang on, Dan. I know you say you're not. I know you say you're not a biochemist. Don't go down that rabbit hole with
No,
that
I mean, in
assertion,
vitro
because there
evolution
are
is a
so
thing.
many. There are so many gigantic errors in that logic
I
in terms
hear
of compare.
people
Hang on.
But I don't hear
In
people
comparison to
articulating
no,
them.
hang on, bro. What can be accomplished in the lab versus doing a direct comparison to what is framed as prebiotic environment. It's a totally different dynamic.
Well,
And there are, hey, listen, man, there are plenty of papers that literally go into like, here is exactly why the result that the experiment that ended in X is not even a remotely plausible experiment in terms of
There's
actual
so many. I agree.
abiogenesis.
That's how
that
science
it's like,
works.
okay,
That's-
yeah,
and none have
so you're
worked.
saying, hey, we baked this solution at 100 degrees Celsius for 15 hours. Then we took it out, we ground it together for 8. Then we put it back into a 35 degrees Celsius environment, and
They
then
changed
we
the
inserted this.
pH.
Oh, and by the way, what we were using were all left-handed XYZs that we purchased from so and so to bring it. Like, really? Come on, man. It's not even close to being
and
a
modified.
realistic premise.
And
Come on, man.
modified the polarity of the amino acids too. They had to change their electrical bonds so they'd stick
What I'm
together.
hearing from you is it can't be done. And what I'm telling you
No,
It
what we're
hasn't
saying
been
is
done.
it
I gave you
requires
3
intelligent
mechanisms.
agency. You have chemists that have to
Something could
select.
happen. I gave you a paper in the chat with the deep sea vents. Look, you're denying
And
a basic
Dan,
fact,
deep sea vents,
which is
there was
that
literally a
selection
paper
can
on
operate
debunking.
abiotic population.
Dan,
Do you disagree
there
with
was a
that statement?
paper that was
Selection
published like
can
2
operate
months
on
ago.
molecules. Does
There was a
anybody disagree with that?
there was a paper published 2 months ago
Any
that
papers?
completely eviscerated the alkali vents theory. Completely destroyed it. Like 2 months ago.
Dan, it's not true that any scientist has elucidated a chemical pathway towards
agree.
molecules
Well,
of
towards
life.
yes, the full pathway.
It hasn't been done. In
Do
the
any of you
laboratory. I'm
deny
sorry.
the fact
It hasn't
that
been
a
done.
pool of
And on
molecules
top of
can
that,
experience
Okay, hang on.
selection?
Time out,
Yeah,
guys. Time out. Both of you, time
something
out.
you need
Time
to
out.
understand.
Everybody,
Simple
hang
question.
on. We're talking over each other. Hang on. Time out. Okay. Neff, I'm going to start a timer. Neff, you get
There we go.
120 seconds. You get 2 minutes, and then we'll go with the response. And Smokey, before I start that, do you have anything you want to say, or are you just jumping in for insertion later?
I had jumped in, but because a couple things were kind of being said that were a little bit seemingly disingenuous, but I'm not going to bring it in now because now it's kind of like dragging up old news. So I'm just going to let it continue. If I have something to contribute, I certainly won't hesitate this time.
Okay. All right. So I'm setting the clock. All right, Neff, you have 2 minutes starting now.
Great, thanks, John. Okay, so scientists have not elucidated any chemical pathway towards life. Not even close. Not even close to being close to being close to being close. Okay, so when people like yourself say we can see this happen in a lab, I'm going to just have to call it for what it is, Dan. You might be a great guy, you might be a good driver, you might be a good dad to your kids, but that's dishonest. That's scientifically disingenuous. No scientist has observed any such thing. They have to modify things over and over and over, experiment, throw that out because it didn't work and start again. And they get something that's like something that life needs, and it's not the same. And so a statement like yours that's scientifically disingenuous to say such a thing. Secondly, Secondly, the idea that I'm just going to tell you outright, evolution science, evolution theory is a 19th century myth that was disproved by 20th century science. We know for a fact, scientifically today, evolution didn't happen. It can't have happened. And here's one of the disprovers for it. There is no argument that can be levied against what I'm about to tell you. DNA is a four-dimensional package of information which is overlapping, nested, strand hopping, forward and backward reading, interactive spanning the entire genome. Some portion of DNA is critically important to other DNA that's way down the molecule, way over there. It's all interactive, okay? And it's organized. It's information which is organized linguistically, possessing linguistics, more grammar, more complex than any spoken human language, and it operates algorithmically. Now, here's the killer for evolution. Information, linguistics, like semiotics, applying symbol meanings to matter, and algorithms require intelligence. They cannot be produced by material causes. Therefore, all life was a product of design.
Does anybody here disagree that a pool of molecules can experience selection? Anybody disagree with that?
Yeah, I totally. Because a pool of chemicals are not going to do anything unless they're in purified form. James Tour goes into great detail about this. He's a chemist. Well, they're not going to react and do anything. A pool of chemicals. Hold on, let me finish. A pool of chemicals isn't going to do anything. Things are going to disperse and break down. You're never going to get functional proteins. You admitted you're not a biochemist, but yet you really defend abiogenesis poorly.
I mean, I teach, so for just so well you know, the thing that I teach in college is general biology. So I teach everything from cell bio and biochem, abiogenesis, genetics, evolution, ecology, anatomy, and physiology.
Dan's got the floor. He's got another 90 seconds.
Well, wait a minute. So the answer you gave to the question is no. Pools of molecules cannot experience selection. If you have a pool of molecules, I'm not talking about purified molecules. I'm talking about a pool of molecules that are all different, just random stuff. They're going to be selected for the most stable. Over time, that pool is only going to contain stable molecules because the ones that are unstable are going to break down over time. I don't think anybody disagrees with the fact that less stable things break down faster than more stable things.
Everything's
going to be selecting for stability. I'm talking about relative rates.
Dan's got the floor right now. Tangela, you're going to be up next, then you, Tony. Okay.
So that's the we're going back to an early Earth. The hurdle to clear. There are two hurdles that we need to clear. One is getting the monomers, and two is getting the polymers. Once you get the polymers, selection takes over because the more stable things are going to persist. And that's it. Then you're a snowball rolling down a hill. Those are the two steps that are really hard. That's it. And
you're not going anywhere with that.
That's not controversial. That's
really
controversial. And this goes back. If I have any time left, this goes back to the point I was making earlier, which is
25 seconds.
Make bad arguments. Don't make arguments that biologists are going to hear and say that's silly, and then they're going to walk away. Make better arguments, creationists. Okay, that's what I'm saying here. Don't come at me with things like pools of molecules can experience selection. That is not controversial. You shouldn't dispute things that are not controversial. It makes you look unserious. That's the whole reason I'm here tonight, is to make that point over and over again.
And abiogenesis is a complete and total disaster. So go ahead.
Okay. It's on Tangelo. Do you have any response you want to make to that?
Yes, I would like to read my answer in regards to what Dan said. Just give me a second to open up here my website, and then I think I will be able to very clearly refute these claims that Dan wrote up. Just a second, please.
All right. Just when you start, I'll start the clock. You'll have 2 minutes.
Okay. In order to have functional protein, you need to have amino acids. In order to have the amino acids used in life, you have to select the right ones amongst over 500 that occur naturally on Earth. To get functional ones, you need to sort them out between left-handed and right-handed ones, the homochirality problem. Only left-handed amino acids are used in cells. There is no selection process known besides the one used in cells by sophisticated enzymes, which produce only left-handed amino acids. Amino acids used for life have amino groups and carboxyl groups. To form a chain, it is necessary to have the reaction of bifunctional monomers, that is, molecules with two functional groups, so they combine with two others. If a unifunctional monomer with only one functional group reacts with the end of the chain cannot grow no further at this end. If only a small fraction of unifunctional molecules were present, long polymers could not form. But all prebiotic simulation experiments produce at least 3 times more unifunctional molecules than bifunctional molecules. The useful amino acids would have to be joined and brought together at the same assembly site in enough quantity. There are 4 different ways to bond them together by the side chains. If bonded in the wrong side chain, no deal. The formation of amide bonds without the assistance of enzymes poses a major challenge for theories of the origin of life. Instructional specified complex information is required to get the right amino acid sequence, which is essential to get functionality in a vast sequence space amongst trillions of possible sequences. Rare are the ones that provide function. Before amino acids would join into a sequence provide function. Yes.
Angelo, I'm sorry, man. We had to we got to pause there. We got to give everybody the same amount of time. Sorry about that. Okay.
I only need 30 seconds.
Tony, hang on, Tony. Let me get the clock ready here, just in case.
Yeah, 30 seconds. That's all I need. Then you guys can go at it. I appreciate Dan taking us all on. Thanks, man.
I could do this all night. This is super fun for me. So, John,
right,
thank you for letting me be in here. This is great.
Yeah, okay, sure. All right, Dan, I'm not one of your brainwashed students, so I'm not going to just go along with what you're saying about abiogenesis. Yeah, you can laugh at that. I know you like that one. I know. Okay. Well, you haven't proven anything for abiogenesis. You said a pool of chemicals are good. Yeah, a pool of chemicals are going to break down and disperse. James Torr, PhD chemist, has a whole video on this. It's not going to select anything. You're not going to get all left-handed amino acids, just like Antangelo said. So that's a massive problem. There is no mechanism that is solving that anywhere. You're never going to get functional proteins. Now, from there, yeah, you got a lot of designed equipment that chemists are using. And this has no relevance to the early Earth whatsoever. So, is that my 30 seconds?
Yep. There we go. Perfect timing. Good job.
Perfect.
All right. Okay. So, let's see. Where were we at? Antangelo went. I think Dan will be up next. Or Dan, do you want? Let Neff go next, and then you can respond. What's your? What would you?
Well,
prefer?
let's. Can I respond to just? It'll take 15 seconds. There's a quick thing in the chat. There was someone, I forget who, because it went really fast. But
all right, 30 seconds.
I contradicted myself by saying that the apoptosis genes persist because they're selected for, and then the junk DNA persists because it is also under selection to persist. That's actually not a contradiction. The point is that they're both being optimized to propagate themselves. It's just the context is very different. So that's not a contradiction. It's just 2 different things happening. Anyway, that's it. That's it. Over to Neff.
All right, hang on. Neff, let me reset the clock here. Okay, so let's get 2 minutes. All right, Neff, whenever you start talking, we'll start the clock.
Okay. Yeah, no, it is a clear contradiction, Dan. It's a big, smelly pile of fail. For you to say natural selection preserves programmed cell death because it's functional, and then we find that the vast majority of DNA is biochemically interactive with things that are critical to the cell, like proteins, RNAs, and DNA, and it produces regulatory function and whatnot. And then to say natural selection preserves that even though it's junk, that's a ridiculous example of a mistake.
Not my argument.
And no, but that's what you did. That's what you did. It's your time to listen and mine to talk. Okay, so that is a contradiction. What it amounts to is evolutionists want to believe that natural selection preserves only what they think evolution would need it to do, and not apply it to real world examples. And that's one way in which evolutionists don't do science. Okay, they do bad science. Okay, now I've already explained to you how evolution, we know for a fact evolution is false, is because DNA is information ordered linguistically, operates with semiotics, which is the application of meaning to symbols and interpretation of meaning from a symbol, which is a non-physical mental process, not a material chemical one, and operates algorithms which require forward thinking and choice making. Okay, these require intelligence. Information, algorithms, and linguistics require intelligence. Chemistry has no potential to create them. They're in the non-physical domain. They don't exist in the physical domain. They have no mass or dimension. They come only from a mind. So we know for a fact now, life was designed by a mind. To believe in evolution today is to be anti-scientific because you have a 19th century myth you hold to, because you don't want to believe in a designer, because you don't want to believe you have a moral authority over you. That's all there is to that.
Man, that was some perfect timing there, Neff.
Would you- I
Exactly
actually-
2 minutes. Congratulations.
would
Hang
actually-
on. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so I gotta reset the clock. Hang on. All right, so we will go Dan and then on Tangelo. So let me get the clock going. All right, when you start talking, Dan, we will start the clock.
I would like to give Neff another 2 minutes to make an anti-evolution argument instead of describing how complex biochemistry is.
I would love to do that.
Like, yes, stuff is complex. That's not an anti-evolution argument. So if
But
you
that
want
wasn't
to,
my
actually-
argument. That wasn't my argument, Dan. The complexity is a killer of evolution for sure, but that wasn't my argument. My argument is that DNA is a four-dimensional package of information that operates linguistically and possesses semiotics. Those things require intelligence. Therefore, an intelligence is behind the design of every living organism. And it's empirical evidence, you see, because it's a scientific fact, you understand, that information linguistics and algorithms are in the non-physical domain. They don't physically exist at all. At all. They don't physically exist. They come only from intelligence only, okay? Because they require forward thinking and choice making, for one thing, and applying a symbol, a non-physical representation to matter. Matter can't apply a meaning to itself. It's illogical to apply meaning, to say that matter applies meaning to itself. It's irrational. See, evolutionism is irrational. So we know for a scientific fact in the 20th century that life is a product of design, because it's information, semiotics, and algorithms which come only from intelligence. See, nature can't do them. Abiogenesis can't do them. Chemistry can't do them. Nature cannot produce information, semiotics, or algorithms ever, 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 ever. So it's a fact. Evolution is dead. The game is over, Dan. It's over.
So now can I go? Because I was hoping for something new, but that was the same, which is fine.
But can you tell me how chemistry can produce
wait,
information?
Neff, I got a question for you. Neff, I got a question.
Tell me
because
how.
you're using the word information, and I don't know how you're defining it. So, like, I'll give you rather than just give an amorphous thing, I'll give you a concrete example. If a
clock's running.
If a protein can grab onto DNA, just give me a yes or no because I'm on the clock. If a protein can grab onto DNA, does that protein have information?
The protein is an encoded sample of information, like a sentence printed.
I'm on the clock. I got to keep going. So if that protein can grab onto two different specific DNA sequences, does it have more information or less information? There would be more information.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. Okay, so information is not dependent on biochemical function.
No.
I want to be very clear here.
Information is knowledge conveyed from a sender to a receiver, employing a language agreed upon by both parties.
So the protein that can bind to two things, that has more information than the thing that can bind to one thing. I'm just trying to establish a standard because I got a paper right here that is all about this kind of stuff. It's all about, hang on, where'd it go? I got a lot of, here it is. This is 2017 random sequences are an abundant source of bioactive RNAs and peptides. And if activity, grabbing onto something, grabbing onto more than one thing, cutting something, whatever that activity is, if that is information, then, I mean, there's just a lab experiment.
What is information?
Polymerization. and you get
the cutting
this
or the
information.
or the RNA. Which do you
It's
refer
the
to?
sequence that has the activity would have the information, whether it's an RNA, a ribozyme, or a polypeptide, an enzyme.
It represents information. The information
Yeah, okay, great.
prescribes.
So we agree then that it can be
prescribes.
generated spontaneously because that's
No,
random
no.
polymerization. It's not direct.
No, I didn't
It's
say
just-
that constitutes an increase of information. If you
Well, if I go
cut
from
two,
all monomers
no,
to a
if you cut two
polymer that does
sentences,
something, is that an
no,
increase?
Dan, you're making. Here's the mistake you're making. If you cut two sentences out of a book with the scissors and you put the two of them
No, I'm not
together,
referring
you
to
don't
the
have
effect. I'm
you
referring
don't
to the
have more
function.
information. You have two samples of information that are
The
now put
scissors
together.
are the information in this
Okay.
example.
So no,
If I have a
Dan,
knife versus scissors,
no,
that's
no, Dan, you're
more information.
All
misunderstanding.
right. Okay. Time's up, guys. Time's
Both
up.
examples already exist, Dan. They already
All right.
I
exist.
gave you a reference for a
both of
lab
you.
example.
So
Take it
They
away.
already exist.
All right, everybody stop. Okay, so on Tangelo, you are up next, sir.
Hey, John, can I just point of order clock
I want-
time, like
I want
timing
just
wise?
to-
How
to
late are we
continue.
going? Just out of curiosity.
No idea.
Okay, just curious.
Yeah.
I can't
Since
say
I'm
for-
not having to run my mouth the whole time, my energy level is acceptable to keep going. So,
By the way, after on Tangelo, if anyone wants to come at me with the mitochondrial Eve thing that came up a bunch in the debate, because that's like textbook bad argument. You all shouldn't use anymore. But anyway, go ahead.
okay, on Tangelo, you are ready to go, sir. Whenever
Yes.
you start talking.
I would like to continue where I was ending last time. But even if that would be not the case, most proteins become only functional if they are joined into hollow enzymes where various amino acid chains come together like lock and key. If that would occur, the tertiary and quaternary structure in most cases would bear no function without the insertion of cofactors inside the pocket, like retinol and opsine pocket to form rhodopsine. But even if there would emerge a functional protein on the early Earth by itself, it would be like a piston outside the engine block of an automobile. Many proteins bear only function once they are integrated and in an assembly line producing sophisticated molecular products used in life. But even if we had an assembly line of enzymes producing a functional product, what good would there be for that product if the cell would not know where that product is required in the cell? For example, chlorophyll requires the complex biosynthesis process of 17 enzymes, lined up in the right order, each producing the substrate used by the next enzyme, but chlorophyll has no function unless inserted in the light harvesting antenna complex used in photosynthesis to capture light and funnel it to the reaction center. But even if that complex chlorophyll and light harvesting complex would be fully set up, they have no function without all over 30 protein complexes forming photosynthesis, used to make hydrocarbons essential for all advanced life forms. Now, let's suppose all this would assemble by a freaky random accident on early Earth. I'm finishing. There would still be no mechanism of transition from a prebiotic assembly to cell factory synthesis.
Yeah, none at all.
So there are so many problems here, and that's not solvable by random unguided events.
That is an irreducible complexity argument, and it assumes that the earliest forms of extant structures would be as complex, have as many components, and be as interdependent as extant structures. And because we have lots of forms of photosynthesis in the world, not just the chloroplasts that exist in green plants and green algae, we know that that's not true. There are much simpler forms of photosynthesis that operate with fewer of those components. For example, you have some forms that actually technically aren't photosynthesis, it's photoheterotrophy, where you use a proton pump that's driven directly by photons rather than an electron that's energized in a reaction center chlorophyll. So you have you have the reduced systems, the reduced versions of these purportedly irreducible systems that exist in the modern world. And the really fun part of this is we can see sequence homology between these things. And for anyone that's going to jump on me and say homology isn't Valid reason to conclude common ancestry. I want to direct you to a paper by Hillis et al. 1992, testing various phylogenetic methods on an experimental population of phages that verified that phylogenetics does accurately reconstruct evolutionary relationships, not just indicate similarity.
Can I?
Okay, so hang on. Angela, I want to make a quick response, and I'll let you go back. I haven't said anything in a minute. So, you just referenced a 1992 paper. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Okay,
yeah,
so there's several.
I forget the whole title.
There's several that have been published within the last 3 years about the incongruence of phylogenetic methods and the data. Number one, so that's one aspect to it.
Yeah,
but,
things like
hey, who's talking?
Just providing context for the audience, they might not know.
However, the point I was actually making was in context of the pumps, the proton powered pumps. Mm-hmm. Okay, so to argue that because there is a different complex that is able to engage in a similar outcome is not valid to say that one came from the other. Number one, you're talking about a proton pump. That I mean, I'm sure we're both very familiar with those complexes. They're not exactly simple.
You may be.
They're not exactly simple they're not exactly simple on them on their own face, right? So to say that we have something that can have a similar outcome is the predecessor to a different one that's more complex, based solely on power on the absorption of energy from from photons is not. I didn't say you said that. But you talked about morphology, right? Or homology. Sorry.
You're arguing against an argument I did not make. I just want to make that clear.
It pretty much sounded like you were. You were talking. You said irreducible complexity, right? You said because there's a different mechanism that can contain. Hey, let me finish. You said that because there's a other function that can also capture proton energy, photon energy.
Has fewer parts.
That has fewer parts. You're saying that because that one can do it, it is not just as complex from is it reasonable that it could happen by itself?
Again,
just because you're comparing it to one that's more complicated doesn't mean that the other one isn't also complicated.
Oh, I agree.
Is the point that's being made? Like, a motorcycle is less complicated than a Denali, but that doesn't mean that they're both not, and one has 4 wheels, one has 2. That doesn't mean that it's not. Nobody would ever argue that the motorcycle is the SUV.
I agree with you.
But it has very cool functions.
You are absolutely right. But the argument that was presented was an irreducible complexity argument specifically for extant photosystems. And
you're saying that the proton pump is not also complicated.
No, well, let me finish. I was getting there. You could break those down into simpler components, showing that very large system with photosystem 2 and photosystem 1 and the different electron, the electron transport chains, that's really complicated. You can break it down into simpler pieces and still use light to make energy. Therefore, that larger system is not irreducible.
We can create nanocars that are proton powered.
Let me get to the thing you're going to agree with. If you let me finish, you get to the part you like. That does not mean that smaller system itself, you could just do a reductio ad infinitum for irreducible complexity, and you know where you end up with? Back at abiogenesis that we were talking about half an hour ago. So, there's no settlement to that argument.
So I was just
responding to that very small piece that we have a claim that this particular system is irreducible, and that claim was not true based on what exists in the world today.
Dan, you have no good explanation. Dan, you have no good explanation for abiogenesis. You haven't answered the chirality problem. You've been dancing around it for 20 minutes now.
I gave you 3 answers to that problem, but you didn't like any.
There is no answer.
Hang on. I ran my mouth. It's on Tangelo's turn and then Tony's. Go ahead. Let me reset the clock.
By the way, I'm going to get out of here around 9, I think. But
you said you could do this all night.
Whatever.
All right. On Tangelo, you're up, and then Tony. Go ahead.
I agree with you, Dan. There is photosynthesis which doesn't use. Which is not oxygenic photosynthesis, but to have oxygenic photosynthesis, you need the oxygen-Elvin complex. And to have that complex, you need 4 proteins, and each of these proteins is irreducible. If you take one of these proteins out, you do not have a functional oxygen evolving complex. And these 4 proteins, they are only used in that mechanism. So you have no transition from non-oxygen photosynthesis to oxygenic photosynthesis because the oxygen evolving complex is irreducibly complex. I can send you after this chat the papers, and they have made knockout experiments, and they have proven that if you take out one of those, each of those 4 proteins, if you knock them out, the mechanism ceases to work, and there is no transition from non-oxygenic photosynthesis to oxygenic photosynthesis, and that mechanism is extremely complex, and they have not even figured out how exactly that the mechanism works.
I'm sorry, I just want to be clear. They haven't figured out how oxygenic photosynthesis works? Or the transition from non-oxygenic to oxygenic?
They did not figure out exactly how the mechanism of the oxygen evolving complex works. It is a 5-step process, but in detail how that works and how water is split, they still have no full understanding how that works.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to let you respond, Dan. So here's what we're going to do. In this context,
That's cool. I mean, it's
I'm going to give Dan a 30-second response, and then Tony will go to you. So go ahead, Dan.
So, I mean, that is an irreducible complexity argument, and that fails because depending on how you interpret it, you go with the original Behe version, it excludes most mechanisms of evolution, so it's not even relevant to the question of whether a thing can evolve. The second version is an absolutist version where there's literally nothing can evolve that has irreducible complexity. That fails because lots of things that we've observed evolving have irreducible complexity, such as tether N antagonism, which is a new function of HIV1 group M VPU protein. And then the third version is the moving the goalpost version of, well, this can't evolve, well, this can't evolve, well, this can't evolve. And that's just an argument from ignorance. So no matter how you interpret irreducible complexity, it's invalid.
All right, Tony.
We can do a whole 2 hours.
Tony,
on that.
you're up next, buddy.
Yeah, 2 hours on. Okay, 2 hours on dancing around the problem. We're always moving the goalpost because you don't have an answer. That's what you're going to say, especially for the chirality problem. You said deep sea vents have solved it or coming close. No,
I just gave you
wrong.
an example of an experiment. I didn't say they solved it.
Okay, that's a little more honest now. I appreciate
That's
it.
what I said before.
Okay, no, I didn't hear you. But yeah, that's not the only problem. I mean, there's a long list. So if you're going to have, this debate, but there's nothing leading.
This is a hard problem. We're not disagreeing.
Yeah, I mean, I hope you figure it out, and all it's going to prove is intelligent design.
Right, but lightning was a hard problem too, and so was genetics, and we figured that stuff out. So
haven't really figured out genetics.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, if you want to talk about cosmology, that's a whole nother topic. Then we're going to get into matter, right? Where did the first particle come from?
Did I mention cosmology?
Well, lightning, and then the planets, and where did everything come from, right? That's a whole nother video. As far as life, it's not. Nothing is leading towards life. All these manipulated experiments are only showing design.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Great. Sure.
All right, Neff, do you have any response you want to make?
Yeah, I do.
Let me reset the clock. Hang on. All right, when we start talking.
Yeah, it's been reported numerous times in the journals that genetic information is algorithmic and linguistic, and it possesses algorithmic functions and information search processes, for example, information copy, paste, insert, delete processes, error correction processes that are algorithmic, and the ribosome operates with algorithms and choice making. The problem for the evolutionists, the thing about algorithms that kill evolution once and for all, is that algorithms are products of mind and require forward thinking. It's irrational to believe that matter has forward thinking, that matter can think about what it needs to accomplish in the future and set up a system designed to accomplish that. That's irrational. Nobody in their right mind believes that matter is forward thinking. We all know that minds are, but not matter. So because algorithms are at the basis of the core functions of genetics, and algorithms require intelligence, and they require forward thinking and choice making, we know that an intelligence is involved in the formation of every algorithm. And yet algorithms are one of the rule makers for everything that happens in DNA. And so for this reason alone, we can know that life was intelligently designed. Dan, can you explain to us why it's plausible to believe an immaterial abstract construct of mind which doesn't exist in the physical realm but only in the non-physical domain, and which requires choice making and forward thinking, knowing about the future, considering the future, which chemicals can't do because all chemical reactions take place only in the present. Think about that, Dan. No chemical reactions taking place in the future, and none are taking place in the past. They only take place right now. So how can chemical interactions happening in the present have anything to do with aboutness relating to what chemical interactions ought to take place in the future? So to summarize, can you explain to us why it's logical to believe that natural chemistry could produce algorithms in DNA, please?
Dan, before you start, was that you in chat? I'm on my phone. It's not showing me the names. Was that you saying you wanted to make a response and then you got to bounce?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay.
So I had another thing earlier that I'm
Yeah, I got you.
So
all right, I'm putting you on for 2.5 minutes. And
so just it's two quick things. It's two quick things. So if you don't mind holding off on the clock for just a second, because this is, I don't have anything to add to what I said before in terms of like complexity with all that stuff. I don't have anything to add. Sorry. But the thing that came up in the chat was people redefine as saying ask about Jensen's predictions in replacing Darwin. And basically what Jensen makes a number of predictions, and the ones that I like are the genetics ones because they're directly testable. So for example, he butchers the heck out of coalescence analysis by saying predicting the number of differences that should exist between people, but he includes in his math that somatic mutations. And he admits in his 2015 paper on AIG about the whole mitochondrial genome confirming the D-loop rates that the data he uses can't distinguish between somatic and germline mutations. What that means is that we get a ton of mutations in our body. All of our cells, they mutate, skin, brain, muscles, everything. But only the ones that occur in our germline, our testes and our ovaries, are going to potentially be passed on to our offspring. So when you're calculating backwards in time to figure out how long it was to get to a common ancestor for humans, hey Sal, you have to use what's called the substitution rate, which is how they accumulate in the lineage. Jensen uses a mutation rate to make his predictions, which is a laughably amateurish error that he acknowledges in that 2015 paper his data can't see around. And to my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, he hasn't done the 3-generation study that he proposed in that specific paper to get around that problem. So that's the main thing with Jensen in replacing Darwin. That's the problem. When he's doing his coalescence analysis, he just overestimates the rate of mutation accumulation by an order of magnitude by including the wrong thing. And I'd be happy to talk about this more at length, but I do have to go in like 2 minutes.
And I just wanted to say thanks. I look forward to Wednesday, and I appreciate we do have a common goal we care very much about people learning biology, and I just wanted to express my respect when I heard you teach 1,000 biology students.
It's almost 500 at a time. It's 2 sections.
Well, I don't want people to be. I want people to be interested in the field, and maybe that's about the one thing we can agree on. And I hope we can make the discussion interesting for people to study it enough. So I just wanted to say thank you. And by the way, I didn't get your last name correct. I thought it was Cardinal.
So many people.
There was no offense intended, and I'll try to call you Professor Stern Cardinal or Professor
it's fine.
Dan or just Dan. So
it's all good.
Hey, in fairness, Sal, it looks like 2 separate words. You think it's a middle name. Let's get real here.
I made it confusing in retrospect.
So Dan, did you consider
I didn't come here to
anything
gang up
about
on you. I have really strange sleep hours, and I just woke up myself. I saw part of the debate, and I just had to check out. So I just wanted to say thank you, and just wanted to say
thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Looking forward to Wednesday, Sal.
Yeah, take care.
Dan, did you consider anything I said about genetic algorithms and their origin?
I mean, Yeah, but it's not. I mean, there's
Can you
genetic
explain
algorithms.
why
I
we should
wrote
believe
genetic
in natural
algorithms in
chemistry?
grad school. It's something I've thought
Right,
about
you're an
before.
intelligent agent. Can you do you have any reason for believing that natural chemistry is able to produce what we
Yes,
know
but like I
an
said, I do need
algorithm?
to leave, and I see people are still asking about
You
Jensen.
do?
The specific predictions have to do with like speciation rates, but
I'm
Jensen
going to hold
assumes
tight
they're
to that.
constant and ignores extinction. He assumes constant mutation rates and he ignores selection. There's so many just like basic errors in Jensen's work, and I would love to spend an hour talking about it, but I do have to go. So, John, I really want to thank you for letting me come on. I really appreciate it. Thank
problem,
the
man.
rest of you for engaging with me. I had a good time. Have a good night, everybody.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
All right,
Well, it
so
seems to me
Smokey,
when somebody brings up algorithms, he wants to leave.
so Smokey, you've been being all quiet all night. So since you've been on here, do you have anything you would want to interject? I think that maybe at this point you should give us a analysis of what you've observed for the last hour. What do you think?
You know, I really struggle sometimes to understand the just sheer grotesque desperation to try to cling to the absolute bare edge of probability, varying on the absolute precipice of impossibility, simply so that you can deny and come to a conclusion of a non-theistic reality.
It's a good observation, Smokey.
What
Very good
happens
observation.
is, thank you. What happens is I just notice what tends to be ongoing hot wind and meaningless pontification about what it could be when we are arguing the vast high improbability that that is even likely. And for some reason, the naturalists just want to avoid any discussion of the disgusting mathematical improbability of their stances and vice versa, meaning the fact that they are actually transposing an unrealistic, unsubstantiated level of blind faith into these conclusions that they can't even possibly explain. And to see Dan sit here and talk about how, well, I'm not an expert, but I'm going to sit here and defend it because I believe in it, is just about the most ridiculous, shameful, embarrassing stance I think a human being could take. So I didn't want to jump in at the wrong time because it would have looked like I was being opportunistic with 3v1, but now I guess I got to share my perspective a little bit.
That's a very good observation, Smokey, and you're exactly right. We all recognize that, especially us who do apologetics. That is exactly what the evolutionists do. They cling to the idea that, well, you could go into the casino with $1 and you could come out with 20 million. It could happen. I believe. You know, that kind of faith in the absolutely improbable, what mathematics demonstrates is so improbable, we might as well consider it impossible times impossible times impossible. And so your observation is exactly right. That is what they do. And when you point out the evolutionists have outrageous faith, they say, oh, I don't have any faith. It's science. That's not science. No, I'm sorry. It's not science.
No, if it at the very best, it's junk philosophy. That on its best day.
Yes.
Well, anyway, that was only my that was really kind of my 2 cents in generality. I mean, the rest of it was mainly just a bunch of, maybe noise. That's all I heard.
I want to point out something.
Oh man. Okay, hang on. So hang on one second, guys. So, Smokey, one of your favorites is about to come in here.
Sure. Who would that be? I got a lot of. Oh my God! We've already established that this is an ideological dumpster fire of contradiction. What could you possibly contribute to the conversation, Brenda?
Plenty. Your prejudice against me is just unwarranted.
Prejudice. No, I'm going off of what you've demonstrated, which is both mental illness, creepiness, and idiocy. So if you would like to make a case to the opposite, I'm waiting.
No, sure.
You came in here and asked probing questions. You came in here and asked probing questions about my friend over here and co-host. Came in here talking about what we should and shouldn't talk about on our stream because you're worried about what? Our monetization? No. You're a joke. What do you want?
So what was wrong with asking John Maddox what his educational level is.
If you do not have the mental capacity to realize how grotesquely creepy that is, I can't.
How is that creepy? Because he was identified on modern day debates as how is that creepy?
Human being.
How? Explain it.
It is basic logic. If you are trying to, why don't you show your face, Brenda? Then why don't you show us who you are? Why don't you show us who you are?
Explain to me how it's creepy.
No, shut up. Let me probe about you. Who are you? Where do you come from? Can you
my name is
your gender to us? Can you demonstrate your gender to us?
I don't have to demonstrate anything.
Then I don't have to demonstrate anything to you either. What do you want?
Just to be part of the panel. That's all. And to not be relentlessly attacked, not to be relentlessly attacked, and not to be subjected to your bigotry. I don't like your bigotry. I object to it. And asking John Maddox for his educational level is not creepy. John was identified by James on Modern Day Debates.
He was
identified as John Maddox.
Liar.
That's not creepy.
Not what you asked him about his name. You asked him about who he was, whether or not that was him. You came in here and talked about what we needed to talk about. You know what? It's none of your business.
You mean John Maddox, who is just? You mean John?
My name is. Who are you?
You mean John Maddox, who just was on Modern Day Debates as John Maddox?
Yeah, exactly.
How is that creepy?
Then how is that creepy? Because you come in and ask when you already know. How are you this stupid?
I just want to know.
How are you this stupid? You know what?
I just want to know his level, educational level.
Degenerate,
it's a valid question.
Moron like you.
It's a valid question to ask. It's a valid question to ask his educational level.
You Miss Thing.
You're just a bigot. You're just a bigot.
Great. John, I would like to ask you the same question because I'm impressed with your knowledge on biochemistry. And I think today it is no shame to say when someone has no formal education. I have no formal education whatsoever, and I am not ashamed at all to confess it to anyone that asks me about my education. And I think today we have the internet, we have books, we have so many ways to educate ourselves about these things. And there can be people without formal education knowing more than people that have a degree in biochemistry or whatever.
Well, the point you're making, like, did I go to college? Yes. Do I have a degree? Yes. I spent my 20s building a successful software company. I mean, that's the, but I spent the last, let's see, nine years reading plethora of books, papers on a variety of subjects, quantum mechanics, biology, geology, genetics. I mean, just an ongoing list of different topics, because after I faced death, I decided I wanted to leverage the intellect that I still had and go and learn more about existence and to really contemplate things, not just from a purely religious perspective, but to go and search for the evidence that supported whichever position I might find. And so I took the time to do so and to continue to expand my knowledge base and understanding of different elements of these topics. And the more and more that I discovered, the more and more my interest grew. And the more and more I realized that the level of structure, logic, programming, and engineering that enables life to exist is on such a high level that, is on an almost daily basis, we're discovering some new thing that we didn't think was possible. It seemed too far beyond a reasonable conclusion that this could actually be the way it, inserts whatever biological function works. And then yet we find another component that blows everybody's mind. And then we listen to a ongoing tangent from all of the atheist activists and supposed scientists who come up with these very convoluted mental gymnastics explanations for their existence. And while simultaneously telling us that it's nothing but God of the gaps to think that an intelligent agent would be required. And to me, to your point, in terms of formal education, I honestly find I as a former employer of many people, I used to crack up at the incompetence that was coming out of universities. People with supposedly fantastic degrees from very high level institutions would come and try and get a job from me, and they were a joke. And I ended up finding the best people I could hire were folks that were self-taught and were taking advantage of the incredible amount of information that's available to those who have the ambition and the wherewithal to go out and search for answers for themselves, rather than only regurgitate what they are told to believe and to accept without actually doing analysis for themselves. And so in the context of what we're discussing tonight, do I doubt for 1 second that there's things that Dan and other PhDs know that I don't know about sub-functions? Of course not. Of course there's things that they know. But that has nothing to do with whether or not the fundamentals enable those things to exist based on their assumptions. And to me, that is the arguments that have to be addressed. And I find it interesting that they're willing to defend the minutia, but don't want to actually address the overarching components that run through all of the different facets that have to be addressed. Anyway, that's my ramble. Who's up next? Who's got something to say?
Well, I would like to answer
the debate.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, guys. I'm sorry. I was going to respond real quick. There was someone talking trash, something in chat, talking about how I wanted Brenda to show my face, but I don't show mine. Brenda's the idiot degenerate that came in here and was asking the probing questions, not me. I don't have to prove anything. If she's going to come in or talk about, I know who John is, and then start going on to creepy, weird questioning about who John is when she, whatever she is, claims to also already know, that's even worse. That's now extra creepy. I haven't made any claims against trying to see someone's face or get someone's identity. It has. Okay, so you're a moron. Your point is ridiculous. I yield.
Antangelo, did you wanted to respond to something, weren't you?
Yes. With me, it is similar. I mean, I'm an evangelical Christian for 34 years, and my focus has always been evangelism. And from over 10 years, I debate atheists on various forums, now mainly on Facebook. And they brought always up all these questions about evolution and so on. And that brought me to investigate these things. And I am doing it for several years now too. I have that library where I write and post all this stuff and my conclusions. And basically, I see it like this. Science papers today, they find out about all these amazing biochemical and molecular stuff inside the cell, but since they work on a naturalistic framework, they have always at the end press it into evolutionary explanations, even when it's very obvious that the right philosophical answer is design. And that's what I am doing at my library. And I think abiogenesis is just such a huge universe of evidence that we find where intelligence is the only rational explanation, and it's really overwhelming, and it's exciting to understand all this stuff and to bring it to light. So I congratulate you, John. I've not met many people like you on the internet with that understanding. And I think the majority of these channels, of these atheist channels, I have yet to see one atheist which has actually a deep understanding on molecular biology, and based on that can make a robust case for materialism. I have not met anyone.
What I found to me, I agree with you on that. What I found to be the most absurd thing that we heard from Dan was his argument that the majority of DNA being junk, which he didn't say outright, but of course we understood he was alluding it, was preserved itself. And even though it's functionless, the natural selection would do this, while at the same time claiming that natural selection preserved programmed cell death because it's functional, and then to not acknowledge that the majority of DNA is preserved because it's functional. I found that contradiction to be most laughable. It's quite absurd. So this is the thinking of the evolutionist. Even though we observe that it is chemically interactive with DNA and RNA, the majority of the DNA, with RNAs. It transcribes for RNA. It's interacting with other RNAs. It's interacting with proteins, interacting with DNA. It's doing things in the cell. Even though we don't know specifically the majority of what most of that stuff is doing, we see that it's being transcribed and that it's interactive biochemically with all the stuff going on in the cell. To believe that that doesn't imply that it's functional, but to believe that it's still functionless is quite absurd. The truth is, if it were not functional, it would simply be garbage, junk, like throwing BBs into a giant machine and expecting the machine to continue to function right. Natural selection, logically, would remove it if it wasn't functional. So it's just another example, an ongoing example of how evolutionists have to deny discoveries in science, like that the majority of DNA is interactive with the cell in some way, and then to go about believing it's non-functional. That's just holding to their paradigm that it's not complex, it's not functional, it's not designed. No. This absurd level of denial, and it's very anti-scientific. And when you point out that evolutionists are anti-scientific, and then they do things like this, they simply make the case for the creationists. Of course they're anti-scientific. We just heard Dan deny modern scientific discoveries, and you know how they love to harp on about the genome projects that have been completed. They'll argue against them because they provide evidence for design, and they were secular scientists doing this. So they have to say they did bad work, or they throw them under the bus in one way or another. I just find that all so absurd. It's so telling, you know.
Yeah, Antangelo, that was great on the chirality problem. He didn't really address that. He was a pretty good tap dancer tonight, that guy Dan.
Well, actually, I was not even talking about homochirality. I was talking about the fact that there was no selection mechanism to sort out the functional amino acids on a prebiotic Earth.
What did you say? 500? It was 500, and you need 20.
There are science papers out there that say that it's supposed to be around 500 different amino acids on prebiotic Earth. But another interesting thing is that amongst the ones that were produced in a lab, also in the Miller experiment, so on.
Yeah, racemic always.
Yeah, but there are 8 amino acids which have never been synthesized in a lab.
Wow.
And the biochemical pathway, the metabolic pathway to make tryptophan, for example, by cells is extremely complex.
What about deep sea vents? He was offering that as maybe a solution, the deep sea vent.
No, that doesn't work either. That doesn't work. I have a whole bunch of investigation on that. I can bring that up, but deep sea vents don't work either.
But by the way,
and there is also the concentration problems. In water, you have to unite the materials together at one construction site. How do you do that? You have all the molecules diluted there.
Yeah.
And the water's moving.
I just wanted to say hi to O.T. Angelo. We've never met. So thank you for all your work.
Hey, Sal. How you doing, brother? It's Tony, man.
Hey. So O.T. Angelo, nice to see you finally. We've never met before, so thank you. Nice to see you, Tony.
Nice to meet you. I just want to add something to the apoptosis. There is also another very interesting aspect, which is that multicellular organisms, they have cell counters, and there have to be very specific numbers of cell replications. And in humans, it's about 40 cell replications. And if there is 41 cell replications, then you have a body which is totally corrupted, it doesn't work. So the question is, where does that information come from, that the exact number of cell replications take place? So my conclusion is always, everything boils down to instructional complex information.
Well, it's interesting. As you guys are talking about this, one of the things that
I'm a mechanic. And when I see, can you hear?
Go ahead, Jungle.
I'm a mechanic, and I whenever I see an uneven gradient, like positive ions and stuff being pumped over to one side, and then I see it turning a spinning electric motor, powering the production of ATP, the energy molecules for us to live, all by a pre-existing written set of instructions. I wouldn't even dare try to say that made itself, because as a mechanic, that doesn't work that way.
Yeah, this whole
parts can't make themselves, and here we got in biology, you have individual atoms. Am I delayed, or are you delayed? Maybe I have to refresh.
It's probably me. I'm having to run all this stuff on my phone right now. The point you're making in context of the, it's one of the phrases I use all the time is, in any other context, this would not be considered anything but design, right? In any other context, you would never conclude X,
right?
And the point you were making there, Jungle, of, as a mechanic, when you see pumps and rotors and gears and all those different pieces, it's an intuitive deduction of, oh, well, obviously that was designed. You never even question whether or not at some point someone had to have designed that. And given the fact that basically every, a huge percentage of things that we view as technology are systems that we've copied from biology, I get very entertained by the attempt that, oh, you can't compare man-made stuff to biology. And it's like, wait a minute. It's literally the reverse.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you guys not comprehend this? It's the reverse. But I think so much of it comes from the lack of understanding. It's just like in my arguments about cybernetics, and it correlates with the information problem. I'm like, Turing, von Neumann, and Wiener all publicly stated that their inspiration for what we now view as cybernetics and computer science was directly derived from observations of linear systems in biology. Wow. Like this was delineated in some of their writings and their public discourse. Wow, and I'm like, okay, so the conclusion that can be reached from this is that if they had not been inspired by this, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation right now, because all this technology that's built from it is literally inspired by biological systems. And to me, when all we hear from the atheists is the reverse of that argument. And again, it just speaks to the level of ignorance. Go ahead, guys. I gotta refresh. I'll be back in a second. Go ahead and talk, guys.
Well, I have had an easy time to understand how biochemistry and biology works, because I am a machine designer, and as a designer, I have to first figure out what is the goal, what kind of machine or factory do I want to make, and then I have to put it on the drawing table, design the machine or the factory, the single parts, then the complete machine, then the production lines, how these machines are lined up together to produce something, and then that project goes to the factory and is there produced.
Yeah.
And we see the same thing in biology, where the genetics is the hard disk, the information stored in the genes is the blueprint, is the instructional information, and then the transit, translation, and transcription is like sending the blueprint to the factory, and there the blueprint is read, and then the machines are built, which is done in the ribosome, and then we have the machine or the protein, and then it's tagged, and in the factory there is put the address, and then it is sent to the place where the machine is working. And in the cell happens the same thing. The protein receives a tag, and then on microtubules it is sent to the place where the protein is installed and starts to operate. So we have a direct comparison or analogy, what happens in a factory, or what happens with machines, or what happens with blueprints, and what happens in biology.
Well, he said we weren't given a good argument for any design. We weren't making a strong case, but I think everything we discussed was valid. I don't think he had answers, and that's why he was jumping around and saying we were just constantly moving the goalposts.
I got a question for Otangelo. You're kind of like a machinist, right?
Yes, I'm a machine designer.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a machine part make itself?
Never.
Yes, but I have developed an argument which is called the factory factory argument. That means that when you see a blueprint and then you see a factory or a machine built upon the precise instructions of that blueprint, and you have no idea where it came from, then it is very obvious that both the blueprint and the machines or the factory, they came from intelligence. You see nothing like that coming by unguided random events, and that is the status quo today.
It's a great point on Tangelo. The
17 elements.
Let me play you. Let me play. Speaking of what you just said on Tangelo.
And Neff, hang on just one second.
We got 17 elements in biology.
Guys. 1 second, everybody. We've all been talking. Sal, I would love to get your opinion because you also have an engineering background. What is your thoughts in relation to what Jungle and then Tangelo have been talking about in terms of the engineering side from your own experience? Because I know you've invented a few products yourself, right?
Well, first of all, I wanted to say hi, Jungle Jargon, Jaguar. So I just woke up, so I'm a little bit, I'm not at my best. I was, let's see, yes, I was an engineer for 20 years, and I built flight simulators. They're more properly called part task trainers that were put on board aircraft carriers to train A6E air crews, and then I also built some for the Kuwait Air Force for their F-18s. I forgot some of the other stuff. I worked on various, a lot of it was software, but there was some stuff I worked on for satellites. And it's funny how I got involved in biology, but I nearly left the Christian faith 20 years ago. And I think the reason I do kind of identify with atheists is there are a lot of bad things going down in this world, and we say prayers, and it's like if God's there, it feels like a lot of days he's not listening. So, but the one thing that I hung on to as far as the engineering, I said, what if I'm wrong? What if I say there's no God? And here, the origin of life always sort of like, I can't really run away from this. But at the time, and this is why I'm really grateful for about the intelligent design movement, were all these engineers saying that, life is designed. And I'm just like, well, I don't know anything about biology. It just looks like a blob of protoplasm. And, but it was always people like Michael Behe and Thaxton, Bradley, and Olson, who would start to talk about it in terms of machines. But I'll say it took a good 10 years before I began to see the machine analogy really strong. It took a lot of study. And now I see it even more in how it's changed, especially the last few years, is that now that I'm doing structural biology studies and getting involved in a little bit in synthetic biology, just a little bit, I'm finding out that the way God made things is beyond the way we can engineer it. They keep saying biology is poorly designed, and that's changing because when we try to do kind of the same thing at the nano level, we have great difficulty. And I know that especially because I happen to work for one of the greatest genetic engineers of the 1980s, and that's John Sanford. And I think I could speak for him that when he was doing genetic engineering, all they were doing is transplanting parts from one creature to another and just seeing, they had some idea. They did a little bit of manipulation of the DNA, but not very much. And when we try to do anything like that today to build something like a new machine, we can't. And I've asked biochemists, I've shown them stuff like an ATP synthase or a helicase or a topoisomerase. And I said, these are interesting machines. I said, do you think there's any biochemist in the world that could build this de novo? And he said, no. I said, it's only 1,000 characters, only 1,000. Most paragraphs are longer. You get 5 comments in the chat. That's longer than a topoisomerase, all the characters in a topoisomerase. I said, that's not very easy, is it? He said, no, I don't know of any engineer that could build that, even with all our computers, because we'd have to solve the protein folding problem. So God has left things in the cell that are way beyond our understanding to do, because we can't.
Well, and quick interjection on your point you're making there, Sal, too, is the understanding the protein folding is one element of it. But that's after you even consider, are you going to be able to get the peptide bonds to occur if you don't have all the necessary external reactants that you need to be able to make that happen? And that's the part that really blows my mind in a lot of these arguments over and debates in the context of abiogenesis of you guys are saying, oh, well, we can totally do that. We can totally synthesize this. It's like, really? Take away the enzymes, take away all the enzymes, take away the ribosome, and just have the amino acids. Now, go. Can you do it? And what do they say? And you're alluding to this, Sal. The answer is, oh, wait, you mean I don't have all this stuff? Well, then no, I couldn't do it. It's we're not creating an entirely new dynamic here then? Yeah. So you're actually not as confident as you claim to be in the context of abiogenesis when, to your point, you can't even do 1,000 peptide bonds without it going completely haywire.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to say this. I'm probably a lot more cautious, and it takes a lot longer for me to be persuaded. Not because I don't want to be, but it's just in my nature to be very skeptical and cautious. So it really took a long time before I began to embrace certain ideas. But I just kind of hung on by a thread, and I said, I think creation is right, but let me investigate it. And it took several years in just hearing the other arguments. But the thing that really sparked my interest and my determination to see design win was that my opponents were just being such low-life jerks.
Yeah. Hey, Sal, what's the smallest protein?
Motivated. They were destroying careers of people. They were calling me all sorts of names. And so it really was almost an emotional thing that got me on the creationist team. The evidence later. So I'm sorry, Tony, you had a question?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, man. Yeah. What is the smallest protein? Because I think Dan was bringing that up. What is the least amount? The least
is 100 peptides. It's histone 3.
Okay.
There may be slightly small. There's some fragments that are like 50, and
there's one that's 44. Yeah.
Do you know the biggest one?
There you go.
Do you know the biggest one is tintin in the muscle in the sarcomere is 33,000.
34,500 actually. Yes. Let me play for you a very, very brief audio snippet, very, very brief, of Ken Dill. This is only a few seconds long. Ken Dill is an evolutionist, of course, but nonetheless, let me give you his credentials before I let you hear this, because it's telling. This Kendall is director of the Laufer Center for Physical and Quantitative Biology, a professor there of physics and chemistry at Stony Brook University. Now, he's an evolutionist, or at least he says he is, but this is what he has to say about proteins being machines. Listen carefully.
Let me know when you're ready to share, because I have to add it here.
Now I want to switch from talking about the folding problem per se to talking about mechanisms and functions. And the case I want to make for you is that proteins are machines. You have 20,000 odd different types of machines in your body, and then other kinds of living organisms have other kinds of protein machines. There's tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of different machines. And the first case I want to make for you is that these are real machines. That's not a metaphor. They use energy, they spin around, they pump, they act to cause force and motion. And a critical that I want to make about that.
I have actually to correct him, because we have 20,000 genes and they encode 20,000 proteins, but these 20,000 genes, they are spliced in the spliceosome, and they make in the total about 6 million different protein species. Just to give you an idea.
Right, because the genetic information is overlapping and nested. It's highly compressed information. So that's right. A sequence of DNA-based nucleotides from the left to the right might be, let's say, 5,000 long, but it might code for 5,000 different proteins. Exactly. Because the information it depends on where you start and stop reading. And this is a great problem for the evolutionist belief that random genetic mutations are designers, because since the information is overlapping and compressed, if you have a base pair that is swapped out with the wrong one because of a substitution mutation, it not only damages one sequence of information, but very possibly damages several other sequences of information at the same time. That's compound damage.
And nobody knows where this information to splice at the right place is stored. We don't know that.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, Angelo. And I think about that on a regular basis, and that just the whole premise, not just of the fact that you can have multiple outcomes due to splicing, but the fact that the splicing can happen at all. I mean, when you think about that from what delineates what an intron is? Like, cool, we're going to cut it out, and then
I asked him, what emerged first, the spliceosome or the information used to splice the gene at the right place? Of course, they have no answer to this.
It was Diet Coke. You know that.
Hey, listen, guys, I've got to go. I've enjoyed it. Thanks for having me in, John.
Thanks,
you guys.
Appreciate it. Thanks, man. You had
great having you on. See you again, Sal. All you guys.
Bye. Thank you.
Have a blessed evening. Good night. Thanks.
Have a great night, Neff. Appreciate you.
John.
What's up, Gavin?
Gavin.
Hi.
Hi, Gavin.
I just wanted to quickly. I just wanted to say, John, you must be the new and improved T4 Terminator from 1984. You just keep going.
Well, got to. This is too much fun. I've actually been enjoying this quite a bit. This is actually this tonight has been the most fun I've had on a live stream so far. I thought this one was great.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, I was pretty tired during the debate with Team Skeptic and JL Warren, whatever his name is, until the end, when those two got triggered beyond reasonable expectations and just started cracking me up when they started flipping out. And I find it very intriguing when you start calling somebody out for their actions when they immediately start accusing you of the action that they just performed. It's a rather ironic position to take, if you ask me, but just saying.
That's a way of defense.
The evolutionists have got a great emotional investment in their belief, and this is part of the reason they get so triggered. But before I forget, I just wanted to say to Kubayan Sao, magandang hapon from New Zealand, Kubayan, kumusta ka?
Mabuti. Mabuti means I'm
great.
well.
That's great. If you want to know how come I know Tagalog, there's always a woman involved.
Oh.
Hey, Sal.
Go ahead, Tony. No, go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, Sal. What I mean, we always get into abiogenesis, of course. What any points that you were hearing there that just weren't adding up with Dan?
I didn't. I totally missed Dan, and we'll have a chance to go after each other on Wednesday. So,
yeah.
But I've thrown out a few things by my lectures just to let him know.
Yeah.
See, I'm a blackjack player. I'm not a poker player, and so all the hands are open, and you just play them. And so it's been actually good for me. I also wanted to get some videos put together that I can reference in my debate and say if you want to learn more, because just like the Mueller's limit was like an hour 15-minute presentation, and then the one on Fisher's theorem was like 2 hours, and so people were asking me what are you talking about, and just like, well, here are all the citations you could read. You could see this is not trivial, and then I'm not bluffing when I say this is problematic for evolution.
No, they'll just say you're moving the goalposts. You're moving the goalposts, Sal.
Yeah, because what I did was, so Speed of Sound has been kind of trying to go through all my stuff. He said, "Oh man, Sal just whenever I ask him for references, he sends me like 30 of them. Then I have to go through all of them." Just like, yeah, I'm not bluffing when I say I really mean business. I mean nothing personal to Dan. We've had a kind of a bad history, but we kind of kissed and made up for whatever reason, and we're just trying to talk. And I'd like to maintain a cordial relationship with him. I told him personally. I said, Dan, like he teaches his biology students, and he tries to teach from textbooks that are available on the open market. I mean, these are open source textbooks, so that the students don't have to pay. And I said, that shows he cares a lot about the students. I said, that's maybe the one thing we could agree on. And I wanted to say, I want people to have a love of biology, no matter how they feel about what he or I say on Wednesday. I would want them to study. And also, because I've studied under evolutionary biologists, actually one of my professors at the NIH was a staff member for one of the top evolutionary biologists on the planet, Eugene Koonin. So yeah. I want Christian creationists to not close their minds, even if they have to study under atheists and evolutionists, because most of the people that taught me were atheists and evolutionists, and God sent them my way to be my teachers. And so as far as Dan said, anything that he just disagrees, and you'll see how I come out with it. But did you see my video on the Mueller limit? Because he was interacting with me there. Did you see that one? Because you could see his interaction. He goes under by creation myths.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was very aggressively trying to say there was no difference between it and Mueller's ratchet, even though you stated at the beginning
it's not the same.
It was two different things.
Yeah, and he was telling Walking Fish that it's haploid, which is only just like kind of asexual. And I said, I didn't at the time. He was just putting stuff in the comment section, which I didn't read because I was making my presentation. When I went back, I was like, no, that's not accurate. The math I gave is for diploid organisms. So what would be interesting is, God willing, if the debate does happen, there'll probably be a lot of videos made in the wake of that where I may just have to call out stuff and say, I only talked about this for a minute, but here's an hour discussion on why I think I'm right. So I think it should be a lot of fun. I'll give you one thing, Tony.
Yeah.
In this debate, there was an argument over ERVs, and I know he's going to put that on the table, but I'll tell you what I have in my back pocket. It's actually publicly available if anyone's willing to Google. There are papers on ERVs that were published in the last month. And can I read to you one?
Yeah, sure.
All right, I'm going to try to decode this for you guys because it's really thick. Transcriptionally active HERVH retrotransposons. Okay, so an HERVH is a human endogenous retrovirus in the subfamily H. So these are ERVs. So transcriptionally active HERVH retrotransposons demarcate topologically associating domains in human pluripotent stem cells. So let me try to decode this a little bit. These ERVs, they may be repetitive, but anyone who's in mechanics, it's like, why do you have repetitive shapes? What does that do? If you have lug nuts on your tire, oh, good, we have two mechanics here, right? Is Jungle Jargon a mechanic too? Or some sort of anyone involved in engines? Why do you have
General's a mechanic, and Nontangelo's he is a machine engineer.
Okay, this is excellent. Why do you have standardized parts that are safe, right? There's reasons we have that, and it's very desirable. Right. So what they have interpreted as accidental copies, because ERVs do, copy themselves. But the reason that they're identical is it helps parts of the DNA identify each other and organize themselves. So the HERVs help line things up, and they orient it. So you create all these little transcription factories that are called topologically associating domains. They're very important for creating roadmaps and highways. That's why there's a similarity in policy, and plus you can have hierarchical control. So if you have a whole bunch of identical things, the reason you have them around certain genes is you can control them with one command. So all this is coming out, and when I was seeing the debate there, they were just repeating all these tired talking points between, and logical probable. John Maddox and Standing for Truth were in their debate with not FTFE.
Team Skeptic and J.O. Warren, yeah.
Yeah, Team Skeptic. I'm just like, guys, you're repeating talking points that are like 30 years old.
Well, and the irony of that, Sal.
You guys not even read modern literature. I mean, this is only like, you guys are just sorry. That's when I get exercise. It's like this is
the irony of the point you're making, Sal, is we actually called them out on the point that you're making. Like I wasn't aware of the paper you just referenced, but I've read other ones within the last year and a half that directly state the point you're making. And they're finding more and more and more of them, and to me, it's and I talked about it with Dan a little bit tonight too, and it's like, man, at some point, you have to. Like, which one of us is not doing research? He was telling us we needed to go have more substantive arguments and to do more research because we were making, debunked, behind the times arguments, while simultaneously responding and saying the ERVs are proof of evolution. And it's like, it's literally the direct opposite of the argument that you're making.
Yeah,
what you're saying we're doing. I see that. What you're saying we're doing is literally the opposite. I mean, it's crazy.
Just put the
wait, Sal. Actually, I'll make you a mod so you can, if you republish that, and it should come through with the link.
Oh, okay. Because I had to go to my other computer to put that. I'll tell you something. I
just made you a mod there. Sorry about that.
Thanks. Oh, thank you. So I can type directly in the live comments?
Yeah, you can post links now.
How do I? Oh, okay. Thank you. I don't know how to. I'll have to figure out how to do that. I'm sorry.
No worries.
I can't seem to type into the live comments.
You won't be able, you won't be able to do it inside of StreamYard. You have to. You could post it on YouTube, and it would come through with the link.
Oh, okay. So I have to. All right, I gotcha. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you something. You see, these guys, I've dealt with them, and I try to have enough of a cordial relationship so we could at least dialogue, because it's good that we talk. But I'll tell you that was something that was very instructive for me personally, and this involved a guy that was on the infamous Dover trial, 2005, the intelligent design trial, 2005.
The one that all the atheists love to rely on.
Yeah. Okay. So there was a biologist on in that group by the name of Nick Matsky, and he was an advisor to the legal team. And hang on, I'm going to try to get the on my other computer. I tried to get this going. I'm going to shut off this. Yeah, he was. So let me shut this off. I'm sorry. I'm trying to do a. There. Okay. Now I can type. Thanks. He was an advisor to their legal team, and he gave them a lot of stuff that the prosecutors were attacking Michael Behe and the ID crew with. And I had an internet. I was always sparring with him on the internet. His name's Nick Matsky, Professor Nick Matsky. He worked for the National Center for Selling Evolution. NCSE, National Center for Science Education. Sorry, we always knew it as Selling Evolution. But I said, anytime I put out basic stuff, they always disagree with me. I said, no matter how reasonable. I said, okay, I think these guys are they're just going to fight us tooth and nail on every little thing. So I said, I put out this thing because I was interested in gambling. I said, because I'm a professional gambler too. I put out this thing on the law of large numbers. So in the law of large numbers, one of the consequences is if you take a coin and flip it 500 times, it's a fair coin. It's very unlikely that it's ever going to be all heads. It's very simple. And then I said, hey, Nick. So I said, let's put this question to Nick Matsky, evolutionary biologist, and let's see how he handles it. I said, let's take, what if you came across a table and it had all these fair coins on it and they're all heads? Would you say that's the product of chance? Just a simple question. And he's supposed to be a professor eventually of evolutionary biology. I just asked him that simple question. And you could see it. It's on the internet, and I'll put it on here. He couldn't answer it. I said, "Why are you so threatened by this? This is." He knew where I was going with this. It's the homochirality argument, homolinkage. But I said, "Okay, now I know what these guys are about. They're not about the truth. They're just going to fight you tooth and nail." And the funniest thing was, he and his cohorts for a whole year were arguing about whether, Sal says that's improbable. It's not that improbable. A whole year. Dozens of them were just pouncing on me. I said, okay, this isn't about truth. We can't even agree on basic probability. Some of these guys are professors at universities. They ought to be ashamed of themselves because they would never say that in class. But in front of a creationist they're trying to take down, they'll say it. And I said, yeah, this is not about the truth anymore.
No, I would agree with you on that completely. I mean, it really is fascinating how, and the debate earlier with Team Skeptic, he was literally using the improbability of ERV location in human versus in chimp genomes, and the fact that it was 1 in 50 million for one in a billion, or what it was for two of them to be there. And I'm like, okay, but then when I called out on, even brought up the improbabilities of abiogenesis, that was not a rational argument. I'm like, you literally use something that has a greater probability of occurring by accident, of being proof against our position, but you're completely debunking and dismissing the polar opposite. It's like, how ironic is this? but I think it really exemplifies the point you were making of just the refusal to even consider if their arguments are rational or if they're just sheer, reactionary responses instead of basic logic. Alan Tangela, I know you had a debate with Leo Polois or something a couple weeks ago about design, and I think you guys focused a lot on the cosmology side. But it was the same thing. It was interesting. You kept outlining things, and then he would respond with like, "Yes, but," and you're like, and you kept answering it. Tell us your experiences with that too.
Well, I called several times into the atheist experience, and one call was very funny. I said to Matt that something cannot come from nothing, and then he said, "Well, you have to prove that." And I said, no. And then he just hung up. And I see it so many times that atheists, they ask me to prove, literally, that from nothing can emerge. Or something cannot come from nothing. And they ask me to prove this. And that's so basic, that's logical. But they ask me to prove it. And I see that in many people which are highly educated, and I cannot understand how they know so many things, but they cannot grasp very basic things. And it's an enigma to me. And I think it has really, in regards of the origins issue, it has much to do with bias.
Well, I agree with your point there, and I think we've all experienced this in our interactions with whether it be in academia or just with the online, the internet deniers, if you will. And when you look at the sheer desperation they have to accept that things that are extraordinarily improbable and are counterintuitive to the positions they're taking with them in terms of viewing them as evidence. Like, oh yeah, I agree that it looks like programming, but I'm going to say that happened by chance. Oh, I agree that this appears to be engineered, but there was no engineer. Yeah, you continue to extrapolate that out, whether it be from the more layman perspective or all the way up to, the Richard Dawkinses of the world, who literally state, I know it appears to be designed, but you must turn off that portion of your brain and just force yourself to believe that it occurred through random mutation. Think about that. If that is not the embodiment of shutting down of turning off your rational thought, I don't know what is. What do you guys think about that?
Well, you think about what I asked Dan today. I said you have 500 different amino acids on the early Earth, and you have no selection mechanism to select the 20 correct ones. And there is people that answer, oh, we don't know. Hey, that's not an answer. It's obvious that when you don't have a selection process, a selection mechanism, then it can't be selected, period.
Yeah, I was very interested when Dan actually brought up and he said the words, well, no, it's not reasonable for them to come together, but they have natural selection. And I'm like, what do you mean they have natural selection? No, they don't. That's one of the fundamental questions about abiogenesis is the natural selection not kicking in until you have the working system. And that's a relatively accepted premise. Go ahead, Jungle.
Jungle?
I think he must.
This is not working. This is not working for me.
We can hear you now.
I don't know why.
You're good. You're good. We hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's not working for me.
Hey, Jungle.
There's something wrong with the StreamYard. I don't know what's wrong with it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Tony.
Yeah. Yes. When he was talking about, will a pool of chemicals react or select, just like as Maddox said? No, your pool of chemicals is going to break down. Yes, the more complex ones will sit around, but not for long, and they're not going to turn into anything.
This relates to someone named Top Dog Shadik said, what people call the designer is called nature. Nature is complex. Designs are relatively simple in comparison. Why can't they understand everything is natural? So this relates to what Tony is saying. What happens natural? The reason we have, the reason tornadoes passing through a junkyard don't make machines is because we don't even need to use the word complex. It needs, let's use the word specificity, where things have to connect. You can't have a nut and a bolt just randomly shaped and they're going to connect right. That's the problem. We may use, I try to shy away from the word complexity. I do use it, but the better word is specificity and connectivity and structure. You can take two cards and make a little tent or a house of cards. A tornado will not make that. In an origin of life scenario, in an abiogenesis scenario, the materials are so fragile, just like cards, you have to put them together in a very certain specific way. And nature tends to prevent that from happening, much like a tornado passing through a junkyard does not make anything closer to a 747 the more the tornado goes through it. We have that at the molecular level for, I'll use the word colloquially, Brownian motion, where things just tend to randomize both in position and orientation. So there are a lot of things in origin of life where you have to have things oriented right and then connected and put in the right sequence.
Okay,
and,
so what if we had a test tube filled with all left-handed amino acids, Sal? What's the next step?
It has to be sequenced right. And I'll give you a very simple probability thing. You were asking what the short proteins and long proteins. I want people to get away from, Top Dog Shadik said, what made that tornado? Okay, I give up, all right? This conversation's going nowhere. You're not even, all right? I'm not trying to be rude. I just don't have time for this, okay? This is like the guy saying, it's not that improbable for coins to become all heads, all right? So yes, what made the tornado? That's not relevant. We're talking about probabilities. So back to your question, Tony, I'll spend time on you. You're asking about what the shortest protein is. What I try to tell people is don't argue about the probability of any given functional protein, because you might make one by accident and you can find some chemical activity. But the thing is, if a tornado passed through a junkyard, it could easily make a paperweight. Paperweights are so easy to make. All right. It's very easy to make paperweights. So these evolutionists will say, oh, look at these experiments we ran. We found some catalytic function. I wouldn't argue with that you can even get 13 amino acids together. It'll do something chemically. We've had experiments. They're just random polypeptides. So I don't want to get in the trap of, what's the probability of getting function? It's the probability of getting specific activity or a specific feature. And that's why I like showing the pictures, because you could see kind of mechanically how improbable it is. Like I showed the potassium ion channel. And
it just seems like they're always going to get something. Oh, well, look, we got this. They never get proteins. Okay, well, these amino acids clump together. Look, they did prove something. It's always like, okay, they got this to work, but it still didn't get to that main goal. And then they'll always accuse us of, of course, shifting the goalposts.
But I'll show you a very basic. Could I share my screen at some point here? Is that all right?
Go ahead, Sal.
If someone had another point, I'm going to just talk a little bit about protein probabilities. But while I'm bringing this up, because I want to address Tony's point about, I want to show you how to understand protein probabilities in left-handed amino acids.
Well, this is all solved pretty much according to Snake. No, you're saying no to that, Sal?
I'm saying no to that. Oh, I'll tell you what. Okay, so Snake is referencing a lot of literature that says we have done these experiments and it looks like it suggests this or that has happened. The argument I want creationists to make is the Humpty Dumpty argument that both James Tour and Jonathan Wells use. James Tour uses it a little bit, but Jonathan Wells is the one who gave it the name Humpty Dumpty. But James Tour implicitly uses this one. If you take a cell and you just poke a hole in it, let its guts fall out,
right?
Put it in a test tube, what's going to happen?
You can't put Humpty Dumpty.
You have more chemicals there than all the origin of life experiments put together in better quality, in the right concentration, and with the right sequencing. What's going to happen? Why does it not evolve back to a cell? So all these experiments that Snake cites, I say, well, the researchers will say it suggests this is how life arose, and the editors will sanction it. And I'll say, how can they justify that on any theoretical and empirical grounds because of that Humpty Dumpty experiment? They cannot justify it. What they're doing is not telling the truth. The truth is, at the very best, they don't know, and at worst, they're just totally wrong. But they get away with saying this is just how life originated, and we have to challenge them on that and say, no, it doesn't. They have not told the truth. You may cite those papers. You may cite that there's 1,600 or piles or thousands of these papers, and they're all not telling the truth. And that's the reason, that's what you can get after them. They're not telling the truth, and a lot of people know it. And that's why we have people like Change Tan and Rob Stadler, who are Harvard-trained PhDs. One of them's a synthetic organic chemist and a molecular biologist and a professor of molecular biology. Rob Stadler is an MIT Harvard PhD, and millions of people have his heart implants. These are excellent scientists. I can tell you of other biochemists, and they'll say, including James Tour, not to mention Nobel Prize winner Richard Smalley, they'll tell you that these papers are not telling the truth. And that's a simple way to refute it. So anything that Snake says, it probably was in good faith. The papers were probably written in good faith. The editors approved it in good faith, but they're all wrong. They're not telling you the truth. And that's why.
Yeah, I agree.
And the interesting part about that too, the point you're making there, Sal, is that the synthetic chemists who are looking at these arguments that are being made, I mean, they're calling them out with derision of like, are you kidding me? Are you actually trying to present this as being valid? I mean, in some of James Tour gets pretty aggressive, but there's other folks, to your point you're making, that are making very similar arguments of like, what the heck is this? Like, I mean, plenty that aren't, they're atheists. And they're like, what kind of moronic position are you taking to claim that this is, the problem is solved?
I can quote you, Penner. He writes, we are now 60 years into the modern era of prebiotic chemistry. That era has produced tens of thousands of papers attempting to define processes by which molecules that look like biology might arise from molecules that do not look like biology. For the most part, these papers report success in the sense that those papers define the term, and yet the problem remains unsolved. And he goes even further to say that it suggests that the origins problem cannot be solved.
Yeah, I agree.
So he's honest about that.
Does anybody actually bring up all the designed equipment that they have to use just to sequence some of this stuff? I know that's
Change Tan did.
Okay.
She describes the Blue Heron Sigma Aldrich process that involves something called, oh boy, I can't, phospho something, I can't pronounce the word, to make even a DNA sequence. So when Craig Ventnor was trying to create his so-called synthetic life, which wasn't true, that was all hype. Another thing that wasn't true, they took a computer. They had the files in a computer program. And they said, let's just, let's take the sequence we have in our computer file and try to make convert it to DNA. They couldn't take those 400,000 or those 500,000 base, nucleotides, and just spit them out. They had to do it in segments of 65, and it had to be done really, really slowly. So they would take a nucleotide, and then they would put all these what do they call it? These protective chemicals, so they can get the right other nucleotide. They'd throw that in. They remove the protecting chemicals, let the proper nucleotide connect. Then they put all the protection back, change the temperature, change all the reactants. And this is a very tedious, cruel process. Very slow.
Who's more dishonest, Sal? Would you say Venter or Jack Shostak?
I don't like to call people. I prefer to say they're self-deluded. I think they really believe it in their heart. If they, to call someone a liar is when they really believe in their heart. They know that they're not telling the truth, but they'll not tell the truth anyway. So I'm going to give them a little charity, and it doesn't matter. But I'll tell you what Jack Shostak said is a worse falsehood, in my opinion, when they're talking about when he talked about how the early cell came about with just the lipids, and it'll spontaneously it'll spontaneously engulf.
You're talking about what's the term they use? Compartmentalize.
Compartmentalize, their favorite term? These lipid bilayers and these, and James Tour called him out and said, "I said, God bless him," and I'm glad James Tour is like really calling his people out because people respect them. Any cellular
when you've been cited 65,000 times and been declared by the American Chemistry Association one of the top 50 chemists in the world, I think you get some credibility.
He's not qualified. He's not qualified, John.
And the funny thing is, I don't think James Tour. Go on.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, John, can I ask a question to the panel, please?
So you want to do what?
Can I ask a question of the panel, please?
Oh, yeah, go for it, man.
Yeah, guys, I just any of you can answer this, but I was reading some Pew Research data just the other day, and what it was a meta-analytic study across the USA between normal members of the public and scientists. And the question was, do you believe in evolution? The results came back with 98% of the scientists asked said yes, they do believe in evolution, but only about in the low 60% of the general public said they were believing in evolution. So I'm just my question is, and I've no reason to doubt Pew Research because they're pretty specific, they're pretty accurate. So my question is, why is there 98% of US scientists saying they believe in evolution?
Well, because they have to. Just like you couldn't write a paper on capitalism in North Korea. I mean, it's just they've built it up into like a religion at this point, like Ken Hovind says.
I think that's a fair component. I think another portion of it too is, and this goes along with a lot of other surveys that are done, of it's a very top level question. They view it as, oh yeah, I think adaptation occurs. Well, people equate that equally with evolution, quote unquote, versus do they actually think that an entirely new life form came from evolution? I imagine if they got the more specific they got with those questions, I bet that number would continue to drop pretty significantly. And then once you get all the way down to the abiogenesis or portion of it, I bet that number does a complete 180, would be my guess.
Yeah,
but they want to separate.
You're right, John. Yeah. John, I think you're right because the question was deliberately vague. The question was, do you believe in evolution? And that was all.
Well, and that's why we get in the debates. There's so much. Oh, we have to define what we mean by X, and which I find very interesting, especially when you're engaging with people in the either on a debate on a regular basis or are have biochemists, evolutionary biologists, whatever they might be. It's like we all know what the real question is. Nobody is arguing whether or not adaptation occurs. We're all arguing over macroevolution, whether or not that's valid. Why do you guys try to break this down into and blur the lines on it? Oh, wait, it's because the odds are stacked against you, and you want to try and blur the lines in terms of whether or not you can keep people convinced that what you're arguing is correct. And they also don't want people to look below the surface, open the hood, if you will, and start looking at the engine that is the Darwin mobile, and realize that the engine and all the bands and the fan and the crack has a cracked radiator and is collapsing from the inside. But hey, man, they put the wax on it and they made sure to wash it, make it look all fancy on the from the outside. And I think that's why they so aggressively defend it, is because they know that their entire position is melting around them. But if they admit it, they might get ostracized by their peers. And I think a lot of them don't have the proverbial C.O. Jones to make that move and stand up against it, something they know to be false.
Well, we had a discussion earlier, John, that these people start to double down if they begin to realize what they've lived for the last 50 years could be wrong. That's really tough at a personal level. I think that's just human nature to say, oh my goodness, what I've been preaching and teaching for 50 years is just false. And so these people will double down. Now, so to Tony's point about dishonesty and why I try to give people some charity on this, unless they're politicians. Sorry. This is Robert Shapiro. This is Robert Shapiro. He actually has said very commendable things about the ID movement, but he's a committed atheist. And this is what he said toward the end of his life. And he was the origin.
And just as a quick preface for everybody in the audience, this is the man who he was one of the first, very active proponents of the RNA world hypothesis.
Okay, this. I didn't know that. Thanks. This is what he said in his book, Origins: The Skeptic's Guide. I think this is kind of at the beginning of the book. He said, "Some future day may yet arrive when all reasonable chemical experiments run to discover a probable origin of life have failed unequivocally. Further, new geological evidence may yet indicate a sudden appearance of life on Earth. Finally, we may have explored the universe and found no trace of life or processes leading to life elsewhere. Some scientists might choose to turn to religion for an answer. Others, however, myself included, would attempt to sort out the surviving, less probable scientific explanations in the hope of selecting one that was still more likely than the remainder."
Wow. Yeah. Well, that embodies the desperation, and the irony, Sal, is as we all know, you and I know Tony's looked into a bunch of these too. There's more than a few very, very similar quotes from physicists, whether it be on the cosmological arguments, chemists, engineers. All these different people who they recognize the obvious, but are desperate to find anything they can remotely cling to as having any semblance of plausibility that can enable them to avoid the obvious. And that's why, for a quick sidebar tangent, it's part of the reason I named this channel Logical, Plausible, Probable. Because you can argue and cling to something that, okay, there's probability this could happen. Now, whether or not it's logical or plausible, well, if you don't want to apply those two components to the probability, then you can cling to that. Same thing with, I can come up with a way this is plausible. Now, whether is it probable or logical, doesn't matter. I can come up with some crazy convoluted logic argument that makes, supports my argument, my position, but it's neither plausible or probable, right? And the irony for me in that, that's why I talk about the desperation, is in any other field of science or just basic philosophy or basic, just human condition, if you were consciously avoiding having your conclusions be logical, plausible, and probable, you would be considered a nut. Like, you are out to your lunch, idiot. I am not going to listen to your argument and your position because there's a strong probability that this is a bad idea. Like, hey, I can sell you a bridge to nowhere, and it's going to be awesome. And we're going to have a toll on there, and everybody who invests $5,000 is going to be getting $20,000 a year from this bridge that goes out into the middle of nowhere. Really? Yeah, we have a probability that says there's going to be over 200,000 people are going to drive on this every single day. And you buy into the Ponzi scheme, right? I mean, what? You're the person that is now supposed to be telling everybody else that they're wrong? How does this make any sense? Enough of my tangent there.
It doesn't.
I think when I call it, go on. How many times do you see atheists resort to the "I don't know" reply? And that is so often when you bring a hard rock case which they cannot refute, and instead of saying, okay, your case makes sense, they say, oh, we don't know. So what I understand by this is that in the end, it is a spiritual problem. We cannot bring people to God by bringing only rational arguments. If God is not touching their hearts, then they will not come to God. They will remain skeptics. And so it's also a will problem. If someone does not want God, you can bring the best arguments you want. If the guy doesn't want God, he will deny everything that you say.
It's an awesome point, Antangelo. Great point.
Yes, and I was about to say the reason I know that, I called on the Atheist Experience show, and I asked Tracy Harris, she was the host. This was December of 2018, I believe. And I asked, I told her about the account of a little girl that got healed in the name of Jesus after astronaut Charles Duke prayed over her. So a little bit of a backstory. Astronaut Charles Duke was the youngest man to walk on the moon. But when he was walking on the moon, he wasn't a Christian. He came back. His life was a mess. His wife was wanting to commit suicide. And he became an alcoholic. He hit rock bottom after going all the way to the moon. And he and his wife humbled themselves before the Lord, and they became Christians. One day he was leading a prayer meeting, and a father brought his little blind girl to him, and they prayed for her healing. She got healed within a few minutes. So I have no reason to doubt that account. But let's just say hypothetically that was true. So I posed this question to Tracy Harris in front of 40,000 atheists watching the Atheist Experience. And I said, Tracy, if, I posed it indirectly. I said, if that happened to me, if I were that little girl, or if I were that blind man in the account of John chapter 9, where Jesus heals the blind beggar, if I were that blind man and Jesus healed me, I'd serve him the rest of my life. If I were that little girl who got healed in the name of Jesus, I would serve Jesus Christ the rest of my life. I asked her, what would you do? She said she wouldn't. Okay. That's the short end of it. I couldn't believe it. I have it on tape. And all these atheists were just saying, yeah, Tracy's so brilliant how she just took Salvador down. Because she said, oh, I think I'd try to figure out a way how this happened naturally and cure everyone. I said, okay, you don't get the point. But I didn't say that to her, but what I did say, I said, thank you for telling me what your view. I walked away from that. I said, this was a great exchange because it told me their mindset. They could be a blind beggar somewhere with no hope, and they're wondering where their next meal's coming from. They can't see anything. Jesus comes to them, heals them, and at the time of the blind beggar, everyone knew the Messiah was coming, and this person says, I am he. I'm the Messiah, and you're not going to follow him. You're going to try to figure out a naturalistic explanation. So I said, okay, at least people are being brutally honest. What level of evidence would make them turn? And that is like no level would ever turn them.
No evidence would satisfy them. I remember, I don't know if you guys remember the debate of Matt Dillahunty with Braxton Hunter. And at the comments section, I did interact with Matt Dillahunty, and he said, bring me some evidence. And then I showed him the possibility of a minimal genome emerged by chance. I showed him the whole argument, and then the numbers, the calculations, everything. And at the end, he said, oh, you didn't show me anything. Bring me some evidence. So he simply ignored it. So you can bring to them whatever you want, and they will deny it.
Well, it's interesting when you talk about that, Angelo. What I really recognized, and I don't know if you know who all saw me and Smokey Saints tag team debate with Rib and Mike the Canadian Atheist, but it really boiled down to them, and I think this applies across the board, that they claim that this isn't the case, but it really is. That what it boils down to is unless God shows himself to them, they're not going to believe. I mean, that's what it boils down to. They want empirical, God must stand in front of me. And even then, many of them state they still wouldn't believe. Well, so to me, if you've reached the point where you're not going to, you're saying that you wouldn't even believe, or you might not believe, even if you stood in the presence of the Almighty, okay, then obviously you're going to dismiss any aspect of induction or deduction of evidence. Therefore, I don't actually think you're that rational. And, Smokey made a really good point to me earlier. We were talking about some other stuff, and he's like, man, I don't really wonder if why do we spend so much time trying to actually make logical arguments to these people directly versus looking at it of, hey, let's make our arguments to the outside. We can still be having a debate with them, but our objective is to really be reaching those that are listening. And right. I was like, I agree with you completely, because these folks, their mental state is they're not going to accept the evidence.
Well, this is like the Pharisees. This is like the Pharisees in the New Testament, right? Lazarus was raised from the dead, so the reaction is they want to kill Lazarus and Jesus. So it's like this is no different.
There was a debate of Matt with Licona, and there Licona asked him, well, if someone would chop up the head of someone, cut off the head, and then by a miracle it would be reattached again, and a miracle like that would happen in front of you, would you believe that God exists? And he said, oh no, I wouldn't. I mean, you can bring them whatever kind of evidence you want, they will not accept it. That's the truth.
That's right. Sal made a good point. I've got to say this, otherwise I'm going to forget it. But when I raised the topic of 98% of US scientists polled said they believed in evolution, Sal made a good point in that it would be human nature for them to say that, because if you're a scientist, you're talking about basically your whole career, and with your whole career comes tenure, comes income, comes retirement funding, all this kind of thing. And it is human nature to cling to that tenaciously, even if you know in your heart of hearts that what you're teaching is false or what you're researching is false.
What about the theistic evolutionists, somebody like Francis Collins and Ken Miller? They'll criticize creationists, but yet, I mean, they do believe in an intelligent agent that got the universe going. And that's pretty much it. They're more like deists, I would say.
I would agree. I would agree, Tony.
Yeah, because Ken Miller likes to really criticize, all the creationists. He really criticized Jonathan Sanford in a few videos, and I mean, it's like, okay, well, where is God for you, man? I guess just at the origin of the universe, and then that's it.
I actually had a long debate with Baylor on Facebook.
Yeah,
and I demonstrated to him that he had no point in regards of the flagellum. And in the end, he had to admit it, but he just remained silent. He didn't answer anymore.
Well, yeah, he says it's not he does the mousetrap analogy. He's a Catholic. I don't know how he's, I don't know where else he sees God. He only talks about God for the origin of the universe, and that's it.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. I have a graph here. I promised Tony I'd try to explain a little bit of probability.
Yeah.
Before I take it down, I'll explain what this is. So this is a helicase protein, and we can show videos of this. I figured out now that we're on StreamYard, I could show a helicase how it works. But each of the do you see the different colored parts? Each of those are separate proteins, but they're identical. In a living organism that makes this kind of helicase, it's what they call homohexameric, meaning hexa means 6. So there's 6 identical copies, and homo means they're identical. So that's just explaining what the terminology is. And we call when we have machine complexes like this, we call it a quaternary structure. That means it's composed of many parts. And so we can describe it with terms like homohexameric. So Tony asked, what happens if you just have these amino acids floating around and they're all left-handed in a test tube? Okay, first of all, if they're in a water solution, they're not going to spontaneously bond. They don't bond because water tends to break things apart. These polypeptide bonds between the amino acids, so it would prevent it. That's actually a big problem. It's called the water paradox. That's one of the. So you have Steve Redefined Living asked about the asphalt paradox, and Steve Benner said there's the asphalt paradox, which means everything tends, if it's an organic chemical, it tends to just turn to quote unquote asphalt, which is just junk. And also the water paradox. You need water to live, but water will also prevent the origin of life.
Right.
But then in addition to that, you need to get the sequences right. So let's say you're going to try to make a helicase like this. It's very desirable. Since these are identical, what are the odds that you can get the same sequence spontaneously? So if you have 1,000, each of these helicases is about 1,000, roughly 1,200 amino acids long. So if you had, the analogy is, let's say you shuffled cards and then you dealt them out and you got a certain sequence. What's the odds that you're going to do that again and reshuffle and get the identical sequence? And you have to do that 6 times. And that's only 52 cards. It's only 52 cards. Try doing that with 1,200 amino acids. And you're going to try to do that in a prebiotic environment.
Yeah.
It's just not, okay, this is a very simple way to do protein probabilities. The reason I like this is we don't have to quote any papers. Anyone with just a little bit of biochemistry or even gambling math, you could just explain it. What's the likelihood you could just repeat that if you didn't have DNA that's why you need DNA, so you have the recipe to rebuild it. And that's what James Tour said. What are you going to do in an origin of life scenario if you're not doing any bookkeeping and you're not keeping track of your recipes? You're going to have to do all this by chance.
And you have 10,000 rotations per minute with helicase. And if you have just helicase, what do you have? You have nothing. You need to have over 30 proteins to have DNA replication. If one of these proteins is missing, including helicase, you have no DNA replication and you have no life.
Exactly that. And maybe we could share this. Do I have I'm going to stop sharing for a little bit, and then I'm going to put on the helicase video. It's only a minute, and it's only 2 minutes. So I'm going to reshare my screen, and this time I want to put on the audio. Hang on. So I'm going to reshare my screen, and I'm going to request audio this time, because this will show the helicase.
Is it working?
But make sure you want to checkbox the share audio, and you probably want to do it from share tab versus just share screen for the audio to come through.
Can I just try it and see if it works?
Yep, I'm just added it.
Their component strands using energy from ATP hydrolysis. Component strands using.
Can you hear it?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to restart it.
Yes.
This is what the helicase does.
Separate nucleic acid duplexes into their component strands using energy from ATP hydrolysis. The crystal structure of this DNA helicase from bacteriophage T7 reveals a hexagonal arrangement of 6 identical subunits. Surprisingly, the ring is not 6-fold symmetric, but is slightly squished. A model for the mechanism of how the enzyme might work explains this structural asymmetry. Of the 6 potential ATP binding sites, 2 opposing ones bind ATP tightly, 2 are more likely to bind ADP and phosphate, and 2 are empty. These 3 states may interconvert in a coordinate fashion as ATP is hydrolyzed, creating a ripple effect that continuously runs around the ring. Because of these conformational changes, the loops that extend into the center hole of the ring that are proposed to bind DNA oscillate up and down as seen in this cross-section. The oscillating loops might pull a DNA strand through the central hole, thus unwinding the double helix in the process. A frontal view shows the full dynamics of this fascinating protein machine.
Incredible. All came about by chance, though. All just happened, you know that.
Yeah. Working parts, right? Working parts.
Well, and those things that you're, it's animations like that that really show. Earlier tonight, Neff was playing a clip of, I forget the guy's name, who was talking about, okay, these proteins, it is not a metaphor. They are machines. They are literal machines. It's not a metaphor, right? And I think, it's amazing to me how often in chats, in live streams, in debates, in books, and things from people who are supposedly knowledgeable, if not educated in the field, or professionals in a field, that continue to cling to the argument of nothing but chemical reactions. And I'm like, if you want to go down that rabbit hole, then literally everything that exists at some level has chemical reactions. So are you arguing that two pieces of steel that were welded together, there was chemical reactions that occurred, heat transfer, energy, there's all these different things. Are you saying that that was nothing but chemical reactions in terms of what was required for the outcome to occur? Oh, wait, it was natural heat. It was physics, right? Wasn't it physics and chemistry? How often do we hear that? Oh, it's just physics and chemistry. Like, okay, cool. Everything is governed by that at some level. Doesn't mean that you don't have to manipulate those components to achieve an outcome. And that's one of the fundamentals of design. Is there manipulation of what is normal in regards to physics and chemistry?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? You can hear me, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got you.
Oh, okay. Well,
I think Delicate is a fantastic example. First of all, because it had to emerge prebiotically, you cannot say it had to be by evolution. Secondly, you have a round number of about 1,000 amino acids, and you can illustrate easily the odds to have it by chance. You have 1,000 amino acids, and each of the positions you have to choose amongst 40 different amino acids. Why 40? Because 20 is the different amino acids, but you have right and left-handed amino acids. So you have actually not only 20, but 40 different amino acids, and at each position of that strand of 1,000 amino acids. So the odds is 1 to the 40 to the 1,000. So that is an unimaginably huge number just for one protein that by its own has no function at all
So in line with what you're saying there, Antangelo, one of the things that people forget about from the plausibility perspective is, and I know you know this, Antangelo, you've talked about it before, if the peptide bond doesn't form correctly into biofunctional, then you have to go back to zero. This isn't we can just keep adding and we missed one and keep going. If that bond does not occur, you have to start from scratch again.
And it's amazing that the ribosome, before that it joins the two amino acids, it makes an error check if the amino acid is left-handed. And if it's right-handed, it's sorted out. So you have many checkpoints of error detection, including in the ribosome. And before that it's joined, it's error checked, and the ones that are right-handed or not usable, they are discarded. So how do you explain that? There is no mechanism to join the polypeptides on the early Earth.
The deep sea vent.
I have another video I'd like to share. This is an enzyme that I actually work on professionally.
Yeah, go ahead, Sal.
It's only 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think they're actually
turned on the
trying
audio.
they're trying
This also
to
deals.
disguise.
I'm sorry.
I think they're actually trying to disguise the mechanisms in biology where they'll talk about an uneven gradient, and why don't they just come out and say it's a battery, it's a positive ion battery that's running a spinning electric motor that's powering the manufacturing of ATP molecules. You know, it's more, it is a mechanism, but they're trying to disguise it.
Yep.
As being something else. You know, I don't know. Go ahead. Sorry, Sal.
That was an awesome direct call out there. I love that. Did you say you're going to play? Do you need to share your screen again, Sal?
Yes.
Okay, go for it.
This is an enzyme I actually study professionally, the topoisomerase 2 enzyme.
Which one?
Let's consider what happens as DNA unwinds during replication. As DNA unwinds, it acts like this rope when we pull apart its two strands. As you pull the strands apart, twisting tension builds up in the rest of the coiled portion. It is actually adding one twist to the remaining rope for each twist pulled out of it. At some point, you can't separate the strands anymore. The remaining rope is too tightly twisted. If you relax your tension on the rope, it will twist around itself in a supercoil. It is releasing tension. If you want to keep pulling the rope apart, you have to release the tension periodically, and one way to do this is to cut the rope and splice it back together. This problem has been best characterized in small circular DNAs. There are two methods of dealing with this problem in DNA. One cuts only one strand of the DNA double helix, and the other cuts both strands. Let's look at the first. Topoisomerase 1 enzymes cut a single strand of the double helix, pass the other strand through the cut, and reseal the break. Release the wound molecule, which now has one fewer twist. Topoisomerase 2 enzymes do the same thing, but with both strands of the double helix. Topoisomerase 2 cuts both strands of a double-stranded DNA and passes another double strand through the break and then reseals the break. So if a molecule of DNA is supercoiled, topoisomerase 2 can remove the supercoiling, 2 twists at a time, to yield a relaxed circle.
Okay.
Wow, that's crazy.
Now, the reason this is very early in the origin of life, we would need this capability. So just think if you had something that goes there and just cuts DNA and doesn't put it together, it's going to shred the genome.
Yeah.
It's not going to, well, not to mention, it may have the problem that it's not even going to be alive without this one. And I'm going to show some of my work here on the topoisomerase.
But just the idea that it's relieving the tension in the coil, that is just mind-boggling.
Hey,
I gotta run, guys. Sal, I appreciate it, man. I'll be in touch with you.
Thanks, Tony.
Thanks as always, Tony, man. Have a great night.
Good night.
Later, Tony.
Hey, Sal, real quick before you dive into this more, how many amino acids is that enzyme?
About 1,400.
1,400. Okay.
And I'll show you just a segment of it here, because this was in a presentation we made at the Experimental Biology Conference in Orlando 2019, and I was the one who made this diagram here. So you could see some of the spelling of the actual topoisomerase in a human on the first row. So you have 1,400 of these. But the reason I brought that up, again, just like the helicase, this is a homodimeric quaternary structure. That means, what it means, homo means identical, and dimeric means two. Di means two. So the left molecule here is like 1,400. And the right molecule is 1,400, and they have to be identical. So this is a very easy. The reason I like this argument, it's a very easy way to show the improbabilities, because an evolutionist will say, well, it doesn't have to be 100% identical. I said, okay, how about 10%? What are the chances you could even get 10% identical And it has to be symmetric because it's like a pair of scissors. It has to be symmetric. So however way you cut it, you're dealing with great improbabilities unless you can store the recipe somehow, which means you need to have genes to begin with. So this whole thing was when they say, let's just say we started out all these things like the Urey-Miller experiment, I just laugh. I say, you guys are not telling the truth. You're not telling them this is a dead end. Your experiment's a dead end because it's not going to be able to assemble anything with quaternary structures like this, homomeric quaternary structures where you need two pieces that are identical because you have to do the recipe twice and you have to do it at the same time in the same geographical location. The odds of that are really, really, really remote. And that's why the reason I'm putting forward that argument, you can put this argument out and everyone will understand it. You don't have to quote a paper. Everyone will understand. What's the likelihood you can have like a six deck shoe of cards and you're going to shuffle it and it's going to deal out exactly the same thing perfectly.
So who told it that it has to unravel the DNA?
Yeah.
I mean,
that's a good question.
How did it know? How did it know that it has to unravel to take the tension off the DNA?
That's right.
And another important thing is that it is irreducibly complex. If the cell doesn't have that enzyme, then there is no life because you cannot unwind the DNA. And you need to do it in order to replicate the cell.
Yes, for that kind of replication. There's something called circular replication. I don't know how topoisomerase deals with that, but still, for this to evolve is just amazing. And like with, I think, both Jungle Jargon and Otiangelo, which you're pointing out, how does it know to unwind? I mean, why would you evolve something that's going to go there and just start randomly cutting stuff? And it's really bad if it cuts.
Oh, because it did. It was selected.
You cannot select.
I know. I just said that with derision, but the irony is that that's literally what we hear.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So now I'm going to give you the other layer of people ask, it's just random mutation that makes the differences. So you see all the rows here. Let me see if I could so you could see this maybe a little better. I'll just zoom in. Oh man.
Doesn't work sometimes.
Do this open in another. Okay, can you? Hopefully you could see this one better.
Yeah.
And so you could see these are all the first 7 rows are topoisomerase, what they call the alpha paralog in humans, chimps, mice, chickens, frogs, fruit flies, and yeast. And they have different spellings at this part of the topoisomerase. And evolutionists will say, oh, random mutation can just make all of these differences. But what we found out in preparing our publication and our work on this, and when we presented at the Experimental Biology Conference, he said these spellings are actually functionally significant. These are not random changes that the human would tolerate. Because that's when you see these markers here, those are areas where if this looks like a punch card, that's sort of for those in old computers.
That's because it is.
That they can be flipped as bits. These are information storage things, positions. And so it's almost like a different language for the human topoisomerase versus the yeast. Right. And if you try to put a yeast topoisomerase into a human, it'll kill the human because it's species specific. That's proof that this can't be just random mutation. Now, amazingly, you can put the human in the yeast, but you can't do the reverse. And that means that I think that this progression from simple to more complex was by God's design to help us to understand biology. So we have these, what we call model organisms like yeast, so we could understand human biology. And we don't have to do experiments on human beings to understand we're fearfully and wonderfully made. So I just had to share that. I will point out something. There's been some criticism by Top Dog Shadik, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. And he was talking about, well, why don't you guys do science? Well, this is science. The reason we are working on the topoisomerase enzyme was not specifically the primary goal for our publication, since we can't criticize evolutionary theory. I said, well, we'll study the enzyme so we could help cancer treatments. The topoisomerase enzyme in humans is a target of chemotherapies. Because if you disrupt the topoisomerase, you could see it's really critical to life. Well, when we want to build chemotherapies, we disrupt the topoisomerase function, and that's how we end up killing so many cells. I mean, it's kind of brutal, and we're trying to find ways to fine-tune it so it's not killing people. We want to be able to target specific cell types. We don't know that we're there yet, but that was the basis of that research. And the lead author with me is a young Earth creationist. Now, this is going to really hurt for these people that are pro-evolution. Why is it a young Earth creationist? They'll happily recruit him to do cancer research. That's because he's qualified to do it because he's a biochemist. They're not going to hire an evolutionary biologist to do this job because they're irrelevant.
That's how you feel, Sal. Tell us how you feel. Now, it's interesting to me when you really look to the point you made. Hey, for those of you who are aware of this looks like a punch card, right? It's interesting. Actually, I made this argument one time of, in the technology comparisons, because in the modern era everything is electronic, and huge portions of the population don't even know what a punch card is, or that we used to do them in computer technology. That was like what happened. Or they don't know about like, hey, we used to use magnetic tape, right? And they don't even recognize and realize this existed. And that's what cracks me up when they like make the arguments about like, no, there is no information processing. And it's like, okay, so it looks like a tape. It acts like a tape. It functions like a tape. It's processed like a tape. And the outcome is the result of the information processing. Like, this is not rocket science, folks. But because they're so unfamiliar with that logic and that physical reality of how technologies used to operate, it's like they turned their blinders on and refuse to even contemplate what we're talking about here, both from a information perspective as well as the functional outcome requirements that you're displaying there, Sal, and talking about the differentiations between species. And hey, this one doesn't work over here. Like, this isn't crazy. This isn't rocket science, people. It doesn't work, period. Yeah, it has a similar outcome, but it doesn't work. So what do you have to have changed? And what I find interesting about that is a lot of times the variations that supposedly are being shown as evidence for heritage or for lineage. It's like, really? Are you actually looking at where the modifications are? These things have to happen in simultaneous layer, but in completely different spots. Like, how do they both happen? If they don't happen simultaneously, then there's an ultimate collapse. So it's not just easy mutations. They both have to happen in a specific spot at the same time, or you fail. Is that correct, Sal?
I think that Sal made a very interesting point when you said that if you change some amino acids in the sequence, then the protein becomes non-functional. It may even fold normally, but it can lose its function. And I have studied this, and it's very interesting. For example, one of the major origin of life problems is where the glucose came from on the prebiotic Earth. And they say it's not through photosynthesis, but they say it happened without in an atmosphere without oxygen. So they propose the 3-carboxylic cycle and say that the carbon fixation was done through that cycle. So I studied this, and the first protein in that cycle, it's 9 different proteins used, is the malate dehydrogenase. And that protein uses iron sulfur cores to be functional. So I studied, well, how is that imported? And then you find out that you need special import channels for sulfur and iron on the membrane of the cell. And then I was going to study the import channel for iron import. And that protein that has a specific sequence which has high affinity with iron, which is first transformed and chelated to be able to be imported inside to the cell. and that specific sequence, it's only about 3 or 4 amino acids, must be the right one. And they made knockout experiments, and they did find out if that is not the correct amino acids, then it's the affinity is the function is lost, and the cell cannot recognize the iron and import it into the cell. What does that mean? If you don't have an import channel of iron, you cannot have life, because the proteins, many proteins, they use iron sulfur cores to be functional. So what does that mean? That the irreducible complexity is actually enormous. And if you have just the change of 2, 3, or 4 amino acids of one specific protein, you have no life. So that's incredible.
Yeah, anybody can check this out for themselves. You don't have to believe what somebody else says, you know.
Well, and the point you're making there, Antangelo, that just we're talking about one protein, right? Like this one protein. Without it, you have no iron sulfur import channel, and it's like people don't want to address these things and really contemplate if the arguments they're making are even remotely valid.
Yeah, and there is more on that. The proteins, they say that in 2016, Nature came out with a minimal cell, which is smaller than the mycoplasma. It is about 500,000 nucleotides and uses 438 proteins. But what they do not consider is that many of these proteins, like the ribosomes, they need to be assembled in order to be functional. And in order to be assembled, you need assembly proteins, you need chaperones, you need so many different things. And in special of the ribosome, in order to manufacture it, to synthesize it, it's an enormously complex process. And all this had to emerge prior that life began in order to a cell to be functional and become alive.
I completely agree with you. It's to me, when you really think about not just the improbability, but the implausibility of all these different things that we're discussing tonight happening without the intelligent agent being the reasonable conclusion. Not just that, oh, hey, it's more likely. It's like, how do you even view that not being the intuitive, like instantaneous answer to the question? I mean, who knows the level of the billions and billions of dollars that have been spent, and time and human capital hours that have been spent trying to figure out how all this could have happened without the intelligent agent. I mean, it's just, to me, it reaches new levels of, are you guys actually using your brains? Like, you're very high IQ individuals, and I don't doubt that perhaps some of them I think are idiots, but some actually do have high IQs. And it's like there's no telling what we haven't discovered that would actually be beneficial to society and to civilization and our understanding of nature if we were approaching this question from an entirely different dynamic of it must have been designed, therefore there must be architecture, therefore there must be logic that we can be looking for to figure out how it all works. When we're literally doing the opposite, we're trying to figure out how something randomly could operate in this fashion. I mean, if that's not any more of a polar opposite, I don't know what is.
The hindrance to science.
I think it is entirely about making money. There is in Japan an institute just focused on abiogenesis research, and they got the budget from the Japanese government of $100 million just to do that research in a time span of 10 years. And I wrote on their page, it's a page on Facebook, and I challenged them and made them several questions. And I actually even wrote some of the leading scientists, and they didn't even answer me. And what this tells me is that I think they know that this is a senseless venture, but because it's funded and they become huge amounts of money to do this research, and it provides places jobs for people, so they just do it, and they aim to continue it. But I agree with John in sense of meaning of abiogenesis research. It's totally meaningless. It's a failure, and it brings nowhere. And they would have known it since it began in the 50s, I guess.
Yeah, they don't answer. If you write to them, talk to them, they won't answer you.
No, they didn't answer. I wrote several of them. I checked the names of them. I went to their website. I wrote them. I asked questions, but they don't answer. They have no interest in dialogue.
The reason they won't answer is because if they do, they have it on paper. Their response to you is in writing, and they don't want anybody to see, them admitting anything or not admitting anything. They don't want anybody to see their response or the reaction to the question.
I wrote Gerd Müller, which is a very well-known evolutionary biologist, and he actually answered me. But he was very, very open and said, well, we don't want God to get into the picture. And that's it. And he was very clear about that.
Yeah. Sometimes they would, but they're not addressing what the problems are. I don't think.
Yeah. No, they're not. But I think also that this whole intelligent design movement, it is about 20 years or so, 25 years since he came out in 96 with the black box. It's a very short time period, I think. And I think it will take more time until it sinks in a bigger number of biologists where the evidence actually leads to. I think this is a very exciting time now.
Yeah, it does take time, but we have those that resist, and and then of course the media wants to go along with it. They don't want to believe that there's a God either. In fact, they would prefer people don't believe in God.
Well, as you talked about in current terms of the the interesting time that we live in, I think there's with the access to information that we currently have, in spite of the fact that a huge portion of society is not curious enough to actually go and look for themselves, whether it be on a science topic, politics, history, whatever it may be, there are people who are actually going out and looking for themselves. Now, they're a small segment, but the reality is we know from history, it only takes, 5 or 10% of people to aggressively counter a position, and usually they end up swaying the other 90%, and that's just a historic fact. And I think it's one of those things in the context of people who, I can't change other people's minds, I won't be able to convince people, what's the point? It's, well, you don't actually have to convince everybody all at once. You only got to convince 5 or 10%. And then if you do, then you're almost, and they're aggressive, you're almost guaranteed to win if the truth is on your side.
So how close are we? How close are we to the 10% or the 15%?
That's a good question. I don't know. I think there's probably, Sal can speak to this more than I can, but I think there is a growing movement in academia right now. They're kind of keeping their cards close to the vest and not coming out publicly. But I would say it's a growing movement. Would you agree or disagree with that, Sal?
It's a tough call. There's an old what do they call it? A sociological study. They did a poll. They said they began asking scientists that were old and those that were young if they believed in God, and there seemed a lot of the younger scientists believed in God, a higher proportion than the older scientists. So there are various ways we can interpret this. It could be that there is a legitimate trend, even though the culture at large in general is becoming godless. Maybe that one demographic of scientists is becoming godly. Or another way to interpret it is maybe that when people get older, they become atheists. So the sociological study was not able to distinguish that, but that's still a little data point. And I will say that because I hang around at the National Institutes of Health, I have friends there. The sympathies are growing, and the evolutionary biologists may have contributed to that a little bit when they started calling the NIH people. The NIH has 30,000 staff. They have a $40 billion a year budget. And so when these evolutionary biologists started calling the director a creationist, and he's not, they started calling them crooks and ignoramuses. That did not endear these researchers to the evolutionary biology community, because those are nasty things to say about people that are trying to solve problems in human health. But quietly, they're the ones that are seeing all this design, and they're the ones that saying, I know I had a professor that said, I was asking him about some repetitive elements in 2016, and I said, does anyone know what it does? He said, no, but it's there for a reason. It's there for a reason. I said, I thought to myself, I like that attitude. Evolutionary biologists would be pretty upset at just anyone saying that. The DNA is there for a reason, because they want to say that it's junk. So that didn't exactly answer your question, but I'm getting sentiments because I asked some of my creationist friends who are medical researchers. They're not evolutionary biologists. They're real scientists. I know that was a mean thing to say. They're real scientists trying to solve real problems in medicine and biotechnology. And one of them, who's very, very sharp, he said, yeah, my boss believes in intelligent design, but we don't talk about it. And so I said, what do you think? How prevalent is this view? He said, oh, yeah, it's pretty prevalent at the NIH, but no one will come out and say it, because they don't want to rock the boat, and it's not their job. Their job is to solve problems medically. And even outside of their own personal safety, for the interest of the programs that they're working on, they don't want to tarnish the research because they're trying to solve things like cancer and all these heritable diseases. So if they come out and say it, it's not just them imperiling their career. They might say something that's just politically incorrect. They're going to imperil the research that is helping cure people. So they have to be kind of mum. So it's, I'm not trying to attribute that they're cowardly. In fact, that's kind of a really tough position where they can't come out and say we're design advocates, because they know that some nasty guy like Dan Grauer is going to say, oh, look at that creationist, get him fired, destroy the lab. And that's what Dan Grauer did in 2013 when ENCODE came out and said 80% of the genome is functional. He caused that little evolutionary biologist caused a firestorm. He created so much backlash that it started to imperil a program that was important for discovering cures to cancer and other heritable diseases. I thought that was just totally disgusting. All they did is they were suggesting that maybe DNA had function. So that was just the political climate. But to answer your question, there are a lot of people that suspect that, like, wow, this is really kind of amazing. It's kind of hard to think. And I'll tell you, I was at a class, basic biochemistry class at the NIH. The professor was going through some metabolic diagram and said, wow, that is so well designed. And then he said, wait, I'm not supposed to say that. The whole class laughed. It's like everyone knew what's politically correct to say and not to say, but everyone knew what this, what the deal was. And then I was at a cell biology class, basic cell biology class, and we all had to give student presentations. And I gave one on the magnetic navigation of birds and the electric sensing of sharks. So sharks can sense things, electric fields that we can't build sensors as sensitive as what the shark has. The shark can sense when its prey moves its muscles, it can sense the electric fields it generates in its nerves. The shark can sense that. That's how it goes after its prey. And
so quick interjection. The level that it's being able to read the electric field being given off by its prey, it's correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think those sensors in the shark are optimized to the ultimate. Like they can't be any more sensitive. Is that right? I'm talking about from a physics perspective.
Exactly. Biophysicist has established that. And I talked to some electrical engineers who do radar. I mean, that's their full-time job, is to study how to sense electric fields. They said, yeah, that's that's at the limit. When I told them what the shark could do, one electrical engineer was kind of in disbelief. He said, no, it can't sense nanovolts per meter. That's just too tiny. But the sharks can do it. And the birds can sense magnetic fields with compasses that are better than anything we can make. These compasses can even sense tilt in the magnetic field, and it helps the birds like the Arctic tern navigate from south to north pole. So I gave this presentation at the NIH as part of my class. Everyone had to, so that was the topic I picked. And one of my fellow students in front of the professor, in front of the peer said, boy, when I hear that, it makes it hard for me to believe this evolved. It makes it hard for me to believe this evolved. Right in front of the professor and her peers. And I said, yeah, she was brave enough to say that. How many more people think that? And I had classmates that would tell me, no, we don't believe in evolution. They're studying biochemistry. They're either, this is for pre-med biochemistry, and then people that were just studying it professionally. So the sentiment is there. And it certainly doesn't help the evolutionary case.
So maybe it's up to us on the outside to call them out.
Yeah. And it doesn't help the evolutionary case when they keep using words like machine. And it gets on Skeeter's sound under his skin when we say that. He said we shouldn't use that word because it's so misleading. It make people think that it's designed. Like, yeah, I guess that's your problem.
Well, the funny thing about that, I was watching an interview with from the chemistry department at Oxford, and they were showing how with some new spectrography equipment, they were being able to capture real-time imagery of one of the motor proteins, and like literally watching it make the walking motion one of the transport proteins, literally making the walking motion up the tubule, and like step. And they were talking about like showing. I was watching the video. It's like, being B-roll as the professor. The researchers had to just pulled this off or talking about it, and they were talking about how they were amazed. What they were. We knew this what was happening, but now that we're actually being able to visually watch it, it's even more amazing. They were just all stunned at this whole aspect being accomplished, and that's just one of many. And then the irony is the transport. That's one of the more simple. That's one of the more simple machines that we're talking about, and not even getting into things like helicase and these other pieces. And that's before you even get into contemplating the ribosome and everything that's happening with it.
How do you explain that the microtubules, they actually direct the kinesins and dyneins to the right place? If they have a protein that has to be transported to a specific location in the cell, then there is a direction on the microtubules, and the kinesins, they can follow that track, and they can deliver the cargo at the right place in the cell. So how do you explain that by natural means? Right. I mean, the cell is fully permeated by information, and it has to be pre-programmed information, and of course that comes only from a mind.
Didn't somebody get the Nobel Prize for putting I don't want to say a piece of paper, but they put something on the ATP synthase spinning motor, and they filmed it. They got video of it, and they got a Nobel Prize for that. I think a while back. That was a while ago, I guess.
You can make very simple questions. You can ask, what emerged first, the proton gradient or ATP synthase? If you don't have the proton gradients, ATP synthase has no function.
Right. That's what I call a battery.
Hey, Sal, you're on mute, Sal.
The battery and electric motor.
Yeah.
Sorry, the reason I said that, the guy won the Nobel Prize. That's kind of a sad story. He was a Christian growing up. He found the ATP synthase, and he became an atheist. To have elucidated
that Indian guy, which is directed from Nature magazine.
I don't know. There was a guy who he won a co-Nobel Prize on the
Yeah,
ATP.
in 98, he won. It's an Indian guy, which is direct from Nature magazine, and he won the Nobel Prize for making the investigation of ATP synthase. I don't know if it's that guy that you're talking. And he's an atheist.
No, it was another one. There may have been, sometimes they share Nobel Prizes. It was one that was shared the Nobel Prize. And it was really kind of sad because he figured all this out and he saw a machine that God made, and then he became an atheist shortly before he died. Really sad.
That's incomprehensible. Now, Saul, I'm meeting you the first time. What is your background? Do you have a degree in biochemistry? What is your background?
I have 5 science degrees. My first was in computer science. My next was electrical engineering with a minor in music, and then my third bachelor's was in mathematics with a minor in physics, and then I got an MS in applied physics from Johns Hopkins University, and then most recently I got through what would be kind of the equivalent of an MS in biology through both my professional work with Dr. John Sanford, and then also the classes I took at the NIH. So that'd be an MS in equivalent in biology, not any particular specialty. Part of my work with John Sanford over the last 6 years was to study developments at the ENCODE consortium, to do a little bit of, we did write a paper on the beta-lactamase enzyme, the nyelinase enzyme. We refuted Ken Miller, who made a real fool of himself, plus Dennis Venema. And even though we wrote the paper, we've been rejected by editors 8 times. And the editor said, well, you're correct, but we're not going to publish it. So we called out a theory that has been used by evolutionists to say random polypeptides can make brand new novel proteins, like a nylon degrading bacteria. That was proposed by Ono, and John Sanford and I refuted it. I can put the link to one of our papers on the Chem Archive, and this is really embarrassing to the whole industry. So we're going to call them out on this. And I also work with Joe DeWeese on the topoisomerase enzyme. He's a professor. I do bioinformatic support. He's a biochemist. He's a professor of biochemistry at Lipscomb, an associate professor, and he's also an adjunct professor at Vanderbilt School of Medicine as an adjunct professor in biochemistry. We're currently working on structural biology, where we use bioinformatics to help predict 3D structure, and that's really exciting work. So I was a engineer and scientist in the aerospace industry for 20 years, and then I got involved in the ID movement, and I ended up doing biology. So
cool, yeah. Wonderful.
Oh man, look who we have. I hang on a second, guys. So I think that what may have happened is that Dan is now addicted to this kind of interaction because he left, had to go take care of a previous engagement, and now has returned. So I think Dan has a
little bit of addiction there.
I think you've become addicted. He's telling me I should go to bed since I've been up since 4 o'clock in the morning, but it's 11 p.m. his time, and he's back. He's back at the live stream, Dan. You're addicted. I'm telling you, you're addicted.
Okay.
It's too much fun.
I don't want to be fighting with Dan. We're on very cooperative terms, and there's actually something that I would like to learn from evolutionary biologists. This is really interesting, and it might be the one little area we could agree on. We want to creationists like Nathaniel Jeanson, Rob Carter, myself, and John Sanford are interested in statistical phylogeny. So I actually went and studied statistical phylogeny a little bit in grad school because we want to figure out the phylogeny of all these created kinds. So we're kind of in an odd position where we have to really embrace a lot of evolutionary literature and their methods. So, yes. Ooh, phylogenetics. So, I actually would want to talk with people that can do statistical phylogeny. I actually had a chance, some conversations with Joe Felsenstein, who wrote the Bible on phylogenetic methods. And so this is going to be really interesting, because I try to tell creationists, it's like, well, phylogenetic methods aren't all bad because we kind of need them. How are we going to? So let's not fight the phylogenetic methods all, shall we? There's going to be use for that. God made phylogenetic methods, even if it was made by evolutionary biologists. God made them to help creationists in the end. So,
what I like so much is that the quest about abiogenesis is coming a little bit to the scene. Until maybe 5 or 10 years ago, it was just about evolution. Okay, the debate about evolution is continuing, and it's an important one. But when there is a third mechanism in play, the whole thing muddies a little bit, and it becomes more difficult to distinguish what is design, what is natural mechanism. And when you check abiogenesis, it is a very clear thing. You have on the one side absolutely random, unguided mechanisms. You don't have even physical necessity. You have just chance. And on the other side, you have design. And then what can you do? You can compare what can design do that chance can't do. And that brings a very clear contrast of the two mechanisms, and it becomes very clear that what we see in the cell is obviously designed. But evolutionists and naturalists, they are blinded by their theories and by their education and by what they have been taught and so on. So open their mind and their eyes is very difficult. But what we need to do is to illustrate with analogies which are of easy comprehension that they can follow, and then we can show them that what the analogy demonstrates is occurring in cells. And I like to do that. When I use the factory argument, then we have something that we do, humans do, and is obviously the product of intelligence. And then we can demonstrate that the same thing happens in the cell. And we can demonstrate that genetics is about blueprints, it's about instructional complex information. That's the same thing that we produce. Then we can show that machinery and factories is something that only minds do. It's occurring in the cell too. So we can show the analogies and the parallels. And it will take time for people to understand that, but I think we need to break it down to a way that it is very simple to understand, with all removing all that baggage that muddies the water, which makes it not clear. And when we break it down to that, then maybe people can start to think. And like I asked today, what is the selection process from 500 amino acids to 20? There is no selection process. And you can go on and on and on. And I saw John doing that in the first debate that I followed. I think it was with Tom Jump or someone else. And he made these questions to the guy. And for me, I followed everything that John said, and it's very logical. But someone that is really ingrained in evolution can't understand it, that there are things that only intelligence can do and the chance can't. Okay, they will resort to, oh, we don't know yet, but sometime it has to sink in that chance is a very limited and very poor mechanism to do things.
I never saw any working part make itself. Never, ever. And
Angelo, one of the points that you were making there, talking about in the comparisons, to me, when you really contemplate, and this isn't an analogy, this is a literal comparison, when you really think about what is happening in protein synthesis, it is not a figurative but a literal comparison to 3D printing. And until until the development of 3D printing technology, we were, in terms of comparison, we were limited to, trying to make the much more purely linear comparison. And now we are being able, when you really think about that, we've got the 3D printing process that can be leveraged as a comparison. I mean, all the way down to the different elements that are being used, the timing controls, all these different variables that have to be controlled just like a 3D printer from a programming perspective. And to me, when you think about those components and you're having to incorporate temporal controls into achieving the outcome, to anybody who's ever operated, whether it be in manufacturing machinery, like what you're doing, design, what Sal's done, what I've done in software. I mean, when you think about that and what Jungle's done in mechanics, it's like, come on, folks. There is no scenario where you would conclude that any of this other stuff could occur without the intelligent agent. That's what it boils down to. And you'd be laughed out of the room if you said otherwise. And yet we still live in this arena that says no. Oh my goodness, the one and only Jason has arrived. What's going on, man? You out walking the dogs?
No, I just got back from the vet. My dog had an injury on his paw, and paw injuries take forever to heal, so it's been a real pain in the neck. But from that, not as big a pain in the neck as having to talk to those two idiots on MDD. Oh man, I cannot believe he used sickle cell anemia as a it's like you get both parents inherit the gene from both parents. You're dead. You'll die by the age of 12 in agony. I mean, sort of thing. If you get half of it, well, it's still a broken gene. It's a bit like he says, and like I say in my write-up, it's a bit like Batman and Robin are after the Joker, and the Joker blows up the bridge and he gets away. Well, that's a temporary fix, like for a while he can get away, but sooner or later, you know what I mean? Like it's basically the cell blowing up something. It's blowing up a protein. It's just getting rid of it to stop it from interact. It's not evolution. It's sort of an example of evolution, but like I say in the thing, it's a pretty crappy example of evolution. And there is no mutation that they can point to that we can't point to and say, I don't think there is, or there might be, but I'm pretty sure there's no mutations that we can't point to and say, well, it's just epigenetic regulation.
So are you about to say something?
Yeah, I have a video. It's 5 minutes. It's pertains to eukaryotic evolution.
Oh, play! I want to see that. Let's play it.
Yeah, I want to see it too.
Let's see. Let me add your screen. Whenever you're ready, man.
The nuclear pore complexes are the only channels through which small polar molecules, ions, and macromolecules can travel between the nucleus and the cytoplasm. By controlling this traffic, the nuclear pore complex plays a fundamental role in the physiology of all eukaryotic cells. Most proteins and RNAs are too large to move through the complex by passive diffusion and must move by an active process in which appropriate proteins and RNAs are recognized and selectively transported in a specific direction. Let's consider proteins imported from the cytoplasm to the nucleus. Only a subset of proteins can enter the nucleus, and they are allowed in by virtue of having specific amino acid sequences called nuclear localization signals. Nuclear localization signals typically consist of 1 or 2 short segments of basic amino acids. Nuclear localization signals are recognized by nuclear transport receptors called importins, which carry the cargo proteins into the nucleus. With its cargo attached, importin binds to specific nuclear pore proteins in the cytoplasmic filaments. By sequential binding to more interior nuclear pore proteins, the complex is translocated through the nuclear pore. At the nuclear side of the pore, The complex is disrupted by the binding of a protein called RAN to important. RAN carries a molecule of GTP. This binding changes the conformation of important, which then releases its cargo protein into the nucleus. The important RAN complex is then re-exported through the nuclear pore. A protein in the cytoplasm called RAN-GAP, or GTPase activating protein, stimulates RAN to hydrolyze its GTP to GDP, an action that triggers RAN to release important back into the cytoplasm. RAN plays a key role in protein import and export. Note that while RAN is bound to GDP, it cannot disrupt the binding of important to a cargo protein. In an action that prevents the depletion of RAN from the nucleus, the RAN GDP formed in the cytoplasm is transported back to the nucleus by its own import receptor, a protein called NTF2.
Wow.
In the nucleus, another protein called RAN-GEF, or guanine nucleotide exchange factor, stimulates RAN-GDP to release its GDP and pick up GTP. In this form, RAN-GTP can disrupt the binding of important and its cargo, triggering the release of the cargo in the nucleus. By the actions of RAN-GEF, found only in the nucleus, and RAN-GAP, found only in the cytoplasm, a steep gradient of RAN-GTP and RAN-GDP is maintained across the nuclear membrane, with RAN-GTP inside the nucleus and RAN-GDP in the cytoplasm. Similar to imported proteins, proteins are targeted for export from the nucleus by specific amino acid sequences called nuclear export signals. Nuclear export signals are recognized by receptors within the nucleus called exportins, which direct protein transport through the nuclear pore complex to the cytoplasm. RAN-GTP promotes the formation of stable complexes between exportins and their cargo proteins. Note that this same form of RAN does the opposite for importins and their cargoes. The effect of RAN-GTP binding on exportins dictates the movement of proteins containing nuclear export signals from the nucleus to the cytoplasm. Following transport to the cytosolic side of the nuclear envelope, GTP hydrolysis and release of RAN-GDP leads to dissociation of the cargo protein, which is released into the cytoplasm. Exportins are then recycled through the nuclear pore complex for reuse.
Amazing.
All right. So why did
now
this
think that I read here, each nuclear pore complex works so fast it can authenticate somewhere between 520 and 1,000 pieces of cargo per second.
That's amazing. When you really think about the engineering, I was talking about in chat of how not only
100,000 RPM.
Not only are these processes, we're witnessing, watching the video, they're dramatically dumbed down in terms of the actual complexity, as well as the speed factor you guys are talking about now. It's like when you really think about what is happening, like you don't really have too many margins for error, right? And then you also think about it from if it wasn't happening at that speed, the dynamic aspects that are required for, oh, holy crap, we need XYZ proteins now stat in order to not die, right? We take all that stuff as humans, we take it for granted, all these different intricate functions that are being executed, literally billions and if not trillions of times a day. And we just take them for granted. And it's
consider also this. These are the pores. They are made up of 30 or more very complex proteins, and they all have to be disassembled and reassembled every time a cell divides.
Wow. Yeah.
So of course you have to ask, how was this programmed, and how do you transition if you propose that there was a common ancestor and then it developed to eukaryotic cells? How did this evolve from a simpler cell to eukaryotic cells? I mean, it doesn't seem that it is possible.
Do they even
No,
know
it doesn't.
where the information is coming from? For all of this activity and signaling, do they know
Mechanisms.
where
They don't
it's
have any
all?
mechanisms.
Do they know where all the information is coming from to do all this activity?
That's the crux of the question.
Oh, hey guys, we looks like Praise has joined the party. How you doing, Praise?
Hey, salutations, guys. Good to see you, Sal. And
Hey, man.
it was a good
Haven't seen you in a
debate.
while.
Yeah, what's up, Jason? Man, good to see you.
What's up,
Good to see you too. Haven't seen you in ages. Oh, just been busy. So dog's had a sore paw for a long time, so it's been extra work for me. He's got to be in one of those Elizabethan collars, and so he doesn't chew on stuff. And he's been on Elizabethan collar now for like 5 weeks. And he's locked in a confined space, and I have to get up and down and sleep 2 hours and get up, and it's just been so that's why I haven't been on the internet that much, mate. I've just been not apart from the fact that it breaks my heart to see my dog, like that too. And he loses, even though I'm feeding him probably a third more, he's still losing weight. So because when they stress out like that and they're sad, they lose weight. A lot, really. It's amazing. I put a dog in a kennels once, and I got it back, and my dog was really skinny, and I was really angry at the kennel that they starved my dog. And then I spoke to my vet and told my vet, and my vet said no. He said they probably fed it just what you told them to feed it, but because it's stressing out, it lost all that weight. And I've found out since then he was 100% correct. So anyway, just sorry, getting off the subject. Yeah,
no, that's all good, man. Hey, man, we've been talking for 4.5 hours. I think we can talk about the dog for a second too. That's all good.
So I thought you did a fantastic. Go ahead.
I will leave the chat, guys, and it's late here in Brazil. I want to thank you.
Hey, Tangelo. I speak
thank you for coming, brother.
From Facebook
how are you doing?
For 3 years.
Como é que vai o senhor, Antangelo?
Obrigado.
Obrigado. Tô bem, obrigado, sim.
Okay, guys, it was it was fun, a pleasure to be with you guys, and I hope that this can keep on, and I hope that they can contribute.
Muito legal. Volte sempre.
God bless
volte
you.
sempre.
Antangelo, I'll shoot you an email. Let's plan on doing a live stream here soon.
Okay, great. I'll wait for that. Thank you very much. Bye-bye, guys.
God bless you.
See you, mate. God bless.
Precisamos de pessoas que se entendem. Ok.
É isso aí. Amém. Boa noite.
Amém.
Até logo. Valeu.
All right. Somebody was just joined, and I was gonna get them in here. Where'd they go? Oh, Gavin, Gavin, I just I saw you dropped off. If you want to come back in, we got a slot for you.
So yeah, John, I thought you did a fantastic job defending your position, but that little runt from Team Skeptic was trying to get under your skin, and he was just expletives, it was just over and over with the.
Hey, just quickly, James Praise. I was swearing back at the guy, and James didn't. Well, as far as I could see, he didn't block or hide my comments. They might have been hidden. I don't know, but this normally he deletes them straight away and blocks me. But this time, because this guy was acting like such a dick, that he didn't block me. So I thought
my greatest entertainment from that entire debate was Team Skeptic and JL Warren projecting their own assholishness onto me when I called them out. It's like, I literally just called you out for being a jerk, and now you're claiming I'm the one who's being the jerk. Like, if this is not the embodiment and the epitome of atheist fantasyland projection complex that I talk about, I don't know what is. This happened 5 seconds ago, and you've already forgotten it. You're already going into full-scale amnesia. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know how to help you at this point.
Only if Smokey was there, that would have been fun.
Oh, Smokey was talking trash in the live chat. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I guarantee he was.
Yeah, it was an interesting one for sure. That It didn't surprise me, to be honest. I was actually surprised that it took him that long to flip out. I knew it was coming, but actually I had a draft of my opening statement where I predicted that was gonna happen, and then I decided, okay, I'll take the high road. I won't be a jerk. It's guaranteed to happen by default. But I do like being, marginally prophetic. So I was kind of pissed at myself for having taken the high road. I'm not going to be a jerk from the beginning and trigger him too early, and I just let him trigger himself later on.
Yeah, that speaks volumes, I think. To me.
That might be phrase of the year so far, John. Suddenly you've gone into full-scale amnesia.
I don't know. Those two. I mean, I couldn't tell you the number of. I mean, I don't really care in terms of if you're having a dialogue with me, it doesn't matter. But if I wait until you have told me to F off like 20 times, if I let you go that many times before I call you out, I'm pretty sure I'm not the one that's overreacting.
Right.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, I couldn't believe the swearing, like, just F off, and you're just trying to say, can I just explain what I mean? Because you obviously don't understand it. We've explained it and you haven't grasped the concept of it, sort of thing, you're saying. And then he was like, you'll go, F off, why don't you just F off? And then you're like, well, like he doesn't understand it, then, like, you think you just go, okay. He was just trying to rattle you. Like, they're all trying to do an RJ now because they all get backed into corners so easily because they know standing for truth and you guys are so good at what you do that they can't win. But the only way that when they get backed into a corner now is to act like morons and try to set you off and get you upset. And if you don't get upset, well, it'll make them even angrier.
Well, the best part about that stuff is in the comment sections on these debates afterwards. All the atheists are, in their little comment, usual trollish comments. It was obvious that Maddox was flipping out. And just going into full scale meltdown. And it's like, really? I'm literally making fun of my opponent for freaking out. I'm saying they're freaking out and calling them out. And I'm the one that's going into meltdown mode.
Yeah, they'll say the opposite of what's really happening all the time.
It's hilarious. Entertaining.
It was funny.
Dan was doing that tonight. He was saying, "Oh yeah, I'm winning all the things. I'm winning everything." Yeah. Didn't win anything.
I love the way they claim they win all the time. It's amazing.
That is the classic scholar fiction rescue device, though. If you are losing, just turn it into a dumpster fire. Yeah. Because all anyone will remember is the dumpster fire. They won't remember your argument or the other side's argument. They'll just remember the dumpster fire.
That's the idea.
I refuse to ever debate scholar fiction again. I debated him one time. I won't even put the debate on my channel. He and I debated whether or not we should legalize marijuana. And in my opening statement, I said I was in favor of ongoing medical research. I was against recreational usage because of the dramatic impact on cognitive function, executive function, a variety of other components. And then I closed my opening statement with saying that, however, we should look at ways to modify the criminal code so that we don't have people's entire lives be destroyed by, stupid possession charges when they're young.
Well, that sounds sensible.
He proceeded for the rest of the debate at any point where he didn't like what was coming out of my mouth. You just support the criminal system. You just want to ruin people's lives. And I'm like, you support the corrupt criminal justice system. And I'm like,
yeah,
I cannot tell you the number of times in that debate. I'm like, did you not listen to my opening statement? I literally said the exact opposite. I mean, to your point, you're talking about turning into a, fire, barn burner of that tactic is becoming so common these days.
Yeah, just throw every bunch of straw and stuff in the air and dust and everything, and maybe somebody will think you're winning.
Yeah.
Sal, do you have any other videos you want to play for us?
Jungle. But
I wanted to explain this one, and I may have to take a quick commercial break before I complete my explanation.
Do you want to take a quick break real quick, and then when you come back, we'll let you be uninterrupted?
Yeah, that'll work better. So
okay.
Let me just bring this one down.
Yeah, when you come back, just let us know. We'll get you back in, because I want to hear more about that.
Yeah, so do I. Yeah, I want to hear how all that. I definitely want to hear the explanation.
Well,
on that one.
in the debate tonight, I don't know if you guys picked up on this, but the Team Skeptic was trying to use the gag protein as like evidence in his favor, and when those words came out of his mouth, I was cracking up inside. I'm like, yeah, so that protein, it's literally a security access code to get through, like that portal system that we were looking at in these videos. If these retrotranspose on other elements don't have that gag protein, they can't get through those portals. It's literally like an access code. And Team Skeptic was trying to use that as evidence for evolution. I'm like,
what?
It's a security access code, you idiot. You're telling me that a security system, yeah, that evolved. Oh, yeah, okay, sure. So which one was first, the portal or the access code or the transport protein that binds with the access code to get through the portal? Which one is it?
Yeah, that gets into decoding as well. It has to read a code and then decode it to allow it to enter and exit. So there's your evidence of a code. You know, when they say it's not a code.
Yep. Well, and you take that to me when that applies to so many aspects. And Sal actually talks about this quite a bit in some of his his lectures on the literal tagging that's done for proteins. That and Antangelo was alluding to this in terms of the direction for the final destination that's being executed through the microtubules and other facets of. Like these things are sent with the end destination already predetermined. It's like, so you're arguing that this is nothing but chance chemical reactions when you have reactions that preclude the final outcome? How do you suggest that the final step is predetermined before the final step occurs? Like there's literal physical separation. So obviously that's a problem from if you're arguing pure chemical reactions, right? And they just don't even want to contemplate these pieces of predetermined that's why I always talk about, they try to spin the whole aspect of what is information. I'm like, yeah, it's prescriptive formal information that has a designated outcome. We do this in literally every aspect of life, and we sure as heck do it in every aspect of modern society. Do you not comprehend this? Because it's pretty basic. Enough my little that's my tangent. We lose everybody?
No. I was just up giving my dog some medication. And I don't know. Everybody. Huh?
Is Preston there?
Oh, Praise. Yeah, he's.
How's your study going, brother?
Praise is
good.
tired.
Yeah, I'm ready to rumble tomorrow with Godless Engineer.
I can hear his voice.
Hey, Praise, did you watch his debate with Guzman?
Yeah.
Okay. All I gotta say is Guzman is a beast. Yeah. 15 years old, and he went toe to toe with Godless Engineer, and I'm just gonna say it directly. He was way more in command of his own mental faculties than Godless Engineer, and he had him flipping out by the end. It was awesome. I have some that kid is going places in the world of apologetics and everything he's working on. I mean, I was cracking up.
And it was pretty civil too.
Oh yeah, and Jason was the moderator. Yeah,
it was pretty civil. Like I hardly had to do anything. I noticed Godless Engineer, because he's a young kid. treated him with a lot more respect, which I was impressed with. And that's why I said, God bless you at the end and to him, because he didn't act like a complete, you know. And
Well,
when he was asked
he
not
started
to swear,
until Guzman, he was starting to flip out, and then Guzman called him out. I mean, when you're getting called out for acting childish by a 15-year-old, yeah, it probably it makes you, you know, maybe you alter your stance a little bit.
Yeah, but he did at least, you know what I mean? Like, which is something that these guys that you debated today wouldn't have done. You know what I mean? So good on him for doing that at least. He did a good job. I mean, Godless Engineer, both of them did a good job. But I'm looking forward to debunking Godless Engineer in a discussion with Guzman on his channel. And I wanna go do a full write up and timestamps and links and everything, and just go through and just tear apart the rubbish that he said. He gave us heaps of ammunition, heaps of ammunition with things like erosion, where he's admitting to all of these massive hurricanes in the past and all that sort of stuff. And we got photos of 12 feet of earth just being removed from the coastline in one hurricane, you know what I mean, for like 200 miles. So if that's the case, then, and he's saying hurricanes were probably bigger in the past, then how come there's any land left? I mean, the erosion and the uplift wouldn't account for it. There wouldn't be any fossils left, would there? I mean, if uplift was accounting for all of this, so their rescue devices are absolutely pathetic. So I can't wait to get into a discussion. I'm not going to get through everything now, of course, but when I get into it with Guzman and we go through that video and we're just going to tear him to pieces, Guzman and I, and we'll chuck that up. But we'll just hit him, double hit him, because he gave me a lot of ammunition, which is really good. So.
All right, that's awesome. So, Praise, you guys are going to be debating resurrection of Christ, right? Tomorrow
night? It's going to be, is the biblical Jesus historical?
Okay.
That, though. Yeah,
did Jesus exist? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's.
It is. It's laughable.
That's almost that's like an easy one for you. Yeah, even though I've watched some of his videos where he goes on his tangents about that whole deal, but that's one of the weaker positions to take. Of all the options, that's a pretty weak one. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely, and I'm going to show a citation of that. Yeah, I think you guys will be prized on some of the scholarship out there, even from frickin' liberal scholars and atheists that are in the field, saying how apparent he was in history.
That has to be John Gleason's position, guys, because he's a
Jesus got to let Sal have his. I'm dying to hear about these proteins.
Sal, you're back. Hey, go ahead and share your screen, man. I'm ready to add it.
So this is related to the eukaryotes and then also protein design, because it's really good. This is why I like structural biology. You can actually begin to see why proteins are improbable. It has a lot to do with shape. So I'm going to, and then this will also talk about why eukaryotes are improbable. So we have this nuclear localization signal. And I want to, let me just back this up a little bit. This is really kind of cool. In a eukaryote, what distinguishes a eukaryote from a prokaryote? The nucleus. The nucleus, we have the DNA inside a nucleus, and proteins and all this stuff needs to go in and out of the nucleus. So the reason this is kind of powerful is, I'm just going to keep running this video here a little bit. All this has to be in place. Otherwise, if you have a nucleus and nothing can get in and out, and if it's not in a controlled way, you've just killed the cell. Dead on arrival. So these are some of the things that need to happen. So first off, you need to have these RNA transcripts or any other protein have what they call a nuclear localization signal. It's like a security code. So here's another. So there are lots of systems where you have security codes. So this one has the security code here is proline, lysine, 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 arginine, lysine, valine. So if you think of all the things that need to have these nuclear localization signals, it has to be, this security code has to be put on all the proteins that are going to go in. How do you simultaneously reformat all the proteins that have to go somewhere? It's like, again, as Otangelo pointed out, all this packaging mailing system, it has to be anticipated. The destination has to be known. So this is why you can't just have random events start to create these nuclear localization signals. It has to be simultaneously, not on just one protein, but multiple. And then that also means that the thing it connects to, I'll just let it run a little bit, also has to have machinery that will recognize that security code. So that nuclear localization signal has to be in the right position where it can present itself. It has to be shaped right. So here's this important, and it's, watch, see that? This has to be shaped just right. It has to have that signal, and then this one has to have the recognition right there. This is how protein and probabilities, this is how you'll argue it. It has to have the recognition signal here, and then the security code. These have to be simultaneous. And even just a few polypeptides or nucleotides, if it's like an RNA transcript, even then it's going to be improbable. This is how you start to build the improbabilities. So not only do you have to have the important protein fold correctly, it has to present the recognition, the little recognition sensor here, and then all the things that have the security code need to be formatted.
So quick interjection, Sal. So basically what you're describing is dual authentication, like we have on email login, getting into Facebook, whatever it may be. You have to put in your password, get a access code texted to your phone, kind of thing. Except in this context, we've got in this context, it's a different outcome or a different format that's doing that, but you're still having to have these dual authentication factors. Is that right?
Okay, so this one's just a single authentication, but then I'll show you the dual authentication. The dual authentication, so this is the first authentication. These two have to recognize each other and bind. So there's an improbability associated with this. And what I try to tell people is you have to think about it. You don't want this to be too easy to arrive at, because if you have transcripts that get that nuclear localization security code easily, it's like a short password of, like, say, 1 or 2 characters. You want it to be long enough because you don't want anything to just be able to go in and out of the nucleus. So now I'm going to move this. I'll show you the second level of authentication. So this important, it's getting here. This nuclear pore complex is going to recognize the important. It doesn't care what this is, but it will care what's here. So there's some sort of interaction. I guess these antenna-like structures are important for recognizing this guy. And so they'll say, oh, that's an important. We'll let him through. So basically, this is like a little wrapper, so to speak, to enable it to transport through this complex. So on the bottom portion here is the nucleus. On the top is the cytoplasm. So this is just showing how it gets there. So, but this is beginning to show improbability. So what I didn't mention is there's an improbability associated with building this gatekeeper. This is a transmembrane protein. So like, let's say this is the second layer of authentication. This is a very complicated protein to build. This is not trivial to build something like that can act as a gatekeeper. So this is a transmembrane protein. And then now you can see the rest of these connecting. So how does this relate to the evolution of eukaryotes? I often say, well, you could see all the pieces that have to be in place. Otherwise, this isn't going to work and the cell's going to die. And so evolutionary biologists will say, well, look at all of our, what they'll usually do is say cytochrome C, that unifies all life. Therefore, this evolved. You see that nice nested hierarchy? And so what I will say is like, okay, so that's well and fine for cytochrome C, but cytochrome C, the cytochrome C phylogeny doesn't explain how any of this is going to evolve because the thing's going to be dead. So how do you explain how this is not going to be dead in the process of evolving? And I show this, that debate's done in 5 minutes. I mean, because a lot of these proteins just don't exist in prokaryotes. They have to kind of like pop out of nowhere. in these systems.
Okay, so a quick interjection. So you're saying that the proteins and the different factors that we've been watching here, none of those exist in current prokaryotes. Is that correct?
There's a lot.
So basically, in order,
there's a lot. There's a lot.
The majority, let's just say a large number of them, of the variables.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess I'm assuming the point you're making is that looking at the supposedly simpler form of life, i.e., prokaryotes we're currently observing, in order for them to become a eukaryotic cell, they would have to have massive simultaneous or spontaneous evolution of new novel functions, not slow over time transitions, in order to result in what we're observing in eukaryotes. Is that correct?
That's correct. They would need novel proteins. These don't have any, what do they say? It doesn't have any homolog in the prokaryote. It just poofs. That's a taxonomically restricted gene. I don't like using the word orphans. Taxonomically restricted means for, like, say, all of the big groups, like the whole eukaryotic family. How did it just poof out of there? So I don't even argue about created kinds. I say, well, either all the eukaryotes, the major families, were just poofed into existence, or they came from a common ancestor, but you still have to have this problem solved. And I will say this, I mentioned Change Tan. She did that great book on Origin of Life, The Stairway to Life. She used to be an atheist. She became a Christian. She became a creationist. It was when she was studying the differences between prokaryotes and eukaryotes, because she was a physical organic chemist, Harvard trained in cellular biology. She had to teach molecular biology, so she had to identify the differences between eukaryotes and prokaryotes. That's when she became a creationist. She could see problems like this. So not only, so now if you're transitioning where you have this nucleus where you have a lot of DNA here that needs to be shipped in and out. I mean, not DNA, the RNAs, the transcripts. Those things need to have nuclear localization signals so that they go in and out. All the proteins have to be reformatted with, here it is, you're going to see it. How is it that you have all these proteins? If they're new, they need to have this localization signal. And if they already pre-exist, how do you simultaneously start to insert this localization signal in giving this password, basically, to the first level authentication, like you said, simultaneously to all these? And we know that if we kill just a few critical proteins, the thing's dead. So I'm going to stop sharing. But that's why if I were to debate someone on universal common ancestry, I wouldn't say, I'm not going to debate universal common ancestry. I'd say you would need miracles to make it work. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, there is a universal tree of life. You need miracles to make it work. And if evolution needs miracles to make it work, how's that different from special creation? What you guys are not willing to do is you'll say that there's no miracles needed. And that's not correct. That's false. You just say because there's this nested hierarchy, there's no miracles needed. That's a non sequitur. And what I just showed with this translocon processing, that's an example of multiple miracles that need to happen. And I posed this question to biologists. That's just the start. They don't want to debate me on eukaryotic evolution. I've shown them some diagrams. The debate's over in 30 seconds. So thanks, guys, for letting me share that. I have to tell you, I searched for a whole day to find that video, because I knew if someone had animated it, everyone would see the problem. And if we want to debate universal common ancestry, I'd start right there, because we chopped the tree right at the bottom. The trunk's gone, so the rest of the tree is going to fall.
And Sal, quick question for you. Don't the prokaryotes also have not only the security protocols that we're talking about that have to be inserted in terms of the transition? Don't prokaryotes have a slightly different genetic code syntax, expression syntax?
Yes, they have the shine. That's another thing. And thanks for reminding me. Dr. Change Tan and I might be working on a molecular biology series of videos. She's a professor of molecular biology. She knows this stuff. She would debate any evolutionist on the planet. This is her specialty. She's a Harvard-trained molecular biologist. Okay, she's not like run-of-the-mill. Her problem is, I don't know if you've seen the video where I interviewed her. She's not very articulate with English, and because she's from China, and she was laughing. I said, "Could you teach biology in China?" She said, "No, because I only know the biology terms in English." She could go back and teach it. So I have an interview. I could share that, but we might be able to. This is. She actually teaches her molecular biology course at a secular university and highlights all these problems. And I'm just like, she's teaching creationism kind of in a stealth way, just by teaching basic textbook molecular biology. And so we might be able to highlight this. So when you asked about that, the different syntax, she'll go over into that, because the bacteria have something known as Shine Dalgarno, and then the eukaryotes have the Kazakh consensus sequence. So yes, there's different languages in that sense for just the initiation. And then there's these things like origin and replication complexes, all sorts of stuff. It's just brutal. I mean, I don't think I have to share a little story. I studied her writing is really tough. I mean, if you read a paper she writes, I had to crawl 4 hours. It's like every paragraph I had to go and Google, like, okay, I'd go like 3 words and I'd have to Google what that term was. It was just so hard to read. And just like, okay, after about 3 days, I got through one of her papers. But then I understood it, and I went to the NIH and I took a graduate level class on chromatin modifications. I talked to a pre-med biology student. He was a Christian, but he believed in common descent. All we did was we talked for an hour because he was asking, why do you believe in creationism? And it's just very polite conversation. All we did was talk about eukaryotic evolution. Just the science. I said, what do your professors teach you about how this happened? Do they explain how you get this part or this part, like a histone deacetyltransferase and the spliceosomal introns? It just went through kind of an inventory. So that went on for about an hour, and you know, he thanked me. I found out several weeks later his future mother-in-law ran into me at the grocery store. She said, "I don't know what you said to that boy, but after that night, he's no longer an evolutionist." And it was because so it was because it changed Tan's paper. I can put it in the chat. She wrote it with Jeff Tompkins, and it's actually 2 papers: eukaryote information processing and archaea. I'll put it in the chat. And the brutal papers.
That would be a challenge. Those papers would be a challenge for us to understand, Sal.
Well, I'm hoping I can make YouTube videos to explain this. See, like I showed you the translocon processing with just the video. You don't have to understand all the names, and you don't need 4 years of biology. You can kind of get the gist of the problem. And that's what I'm hoping to do with this molecular biology series, that we can say, okay, there are a lot of people that don't have 4 years of biology. Let's just try to explain it. See, John was able to explain the concept with, like, you know, the dual authentication, the passwords. That's exactly what it is. And
yeah,
but
I think putting it in,
people don't want to accept in my opinion, the obvious, right? Of, hey, in the context of prokaryote eukaryote, you have to do a complete syntax frame shift. Like, there is no way around this. And the point you were making on the video you were showing, hey, if this doesn't all happen at once, then you have cellular death. Okay, cool. Same thing with the syntax modification or shift. If it doesn't all work 100% shift, every component of the syntax shift doesn't work, you have cellular death. because now the everything goes into can't work. And it really, I find it so interesting how quickly and rapidly the evolutionary advocates were like, oh well, it just must have happened. Like, really? That's your argument? It must have happened. Okay. Are you actually, so you're saying that given enough time, the dual authentication to log into your Facebook account is going to happen? I don't think so. Now, it might if you have, a brute force operator script that's going to keep retrying passcodes, maybe, but you're going to have one on each one, on your phone and on your computer, that are running the exact same code simultaneously. Come on now. Let's think about this, folks. Do you actually think that's a reasonable conclusion? Well, obviously the answer is no. And okay, then this is what you're arguing in biology. Why? Why are you making the rational argument, not me, in terms of the intelligent agent versus undirected process?
And what I'll say is, you know what the answer? He said, look at all these papers that show the phylogenetic reconstruction, like the cytochrome C. I'm just like, yeah, you guys don't get it. That's a total non sequitur. But that passes the academia test and peer review. All you have to do is just put these sequences of proteins that, a bacteria and say a human share, and then pump it through some computer program that'll build a phylogenetic tree. And that's proof enough that all this could evolve. And I said, that's a total non sequitur. So what this ends up being is these are big red herrings. And in debate, I will not even touch that. I'll say that's a non sequitur. We need to look at the mechanical problems of evolving one thing to another. And all those bogus papers that just use phylogenetic reconstructions are just bogus. They're not real mechanistic explanations of why it's feasible, but that passes as science.
Hey, Sal, did you get a chance to read that paper on why we can't evolve software? Did you see that one?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry, I didn't get around to it.
That's okay. It's a long one. It really speaks to what you're just talking about. Of like, wait a minute, when we actually try and go and like apply this logic into real simulations, it fails horribly. Like the same logic we're using supposedly for heredity and lineage and phylogenies. Wait a minute, we actually tried to do this like in the opposite direction, and it fails. It doesn't work. Why are we continuing to go down this rabbit hole if it's collapsing in and on itself? This was published this year, and
yeah.
Oh no, I was done. So I was just a little sidebar rant there.
Sal,
I wanted to thank Nicholas Whitmire for deleting a comment by one of the people in the chat. It's just really annoying. Just because Dr. Tan published this in Answers in Genesis, he just wrote that off, and he said, I don't have any understanding of real living or something. It's really offensive. You guys aren't worth any time. You're just wasting my time. You're wasting everyone's time. You're just trawling. I try not to get mad. I try to cut people slack, but you're just spewing garbage in the chat. Just please go away. This is not helpful. I'll tell you why Change Tan published in Answers in Genesis. The peer-reviewed system will not let people tell the truth. So sometimes she has to go to places that
certainly won't.
Say has nothing to do with her science. She's a Harvard-trained postdoc. She has a degree. She teaches physical organic chemistry and molecular biology. She's forgotten more biology than you've ever learned. Bud, just get lost. You're just wasting my time, just getting me angry. You guys are disgusting. You wonder why I'm so passionate about creationism? The reason I became a creationist in defending it is because garbage coming out of guys like you. That's why I do this day in and day out. And you pose as like you're defending science. You can't even think. You don't even learn.
Tell him, Sal. You tell him. Yeah, I agree with you, man. It really is interesting. When you present.
Yeah, I agree too.
When you present it, I just showed you a video of the process that is showcases a blaringly obvious concept that requires dual authentication. Tell me how you think that is a logical, plausible, and probable conclusion to have come into existence without an intelligent agent. Go. Yeah, that's the way I think about this kind of stuff. And to your point, Sal, of just the inability to think, and I mean, it's like, what is going on? And this applies all the way into academia too. Of, in theory, anyway, most of these PhDs should have a higher than average IQ. Although some of them, I seriously, I'm not confident about that. But when you really start to consider the evidence they are presented with on a regular basis, and then the adamant refusal to even consider the macro level implications of their discoveries, are you actively running away from the obvious? Because you can't be this dumb. I know you're not this dumb, but you can't see the forest for the trees. Like, come on now, let's get real. There's something does not compute here. I know somebody else was trying to ask a question. Go ahead.
So, I was just going to say, Sal, I know your feeling. I've been on the sharp end of the atheist stick for a while now, and it's not pleasant. But Otangelo hit it right on the head. This is often not a battle in the flesh. It's a battle in the transcendent.
Hey, Sal, you're on mute. I think were you responding?
Oh, no, I didn't have anything to say. I'd like to think I'm a patient guy, but this dude, I was showing all this evidence, and he just writes off the work of someone like Changed Hand. I mean, what she has to suffer through because she's a creationist at a secular university, how hard she had to work, how much science. Sorry, but I do have an anecdote why I get angry sometimes. It goes back to 2005. A professor of biology at my school, my undergrad school, Carolyn Crocker. She was a Christian and she believed in evolutionary theory, but then she started asking questions about how this or that evolved because she had to teach classes in cellular biology. So what happened to her? She began to ask questions and everyone said, well, we don't know. And she said, well, she had all these problems in evolutionary biology in her own field. She said, it doesn't look like this evolved. She thought the problem was solved in other fields, and she'd ask other scientists. They said, no, it's not solved in our field either. So she accepted intelligent design, and that got her fired. Whole career destroyed. She got blacklisted. Yep. She never got hired anywhere else to do biology. That was the end of her career. And it was people like the people you see in the dumpster fire of these chats. They just think they know so much better, and they're just going to go after people that even suspect design. Doesn't matter all their accomplishments. They have no conscience about ruining people's careers. After George Mason, I was still working full time, but then I went to school at Johns Hopkins University to study applied physics, not even biology. These jokers, like the ones we see on the chat, they tried to since they knew my real name, I was kind of naive. I was posting under my real name. They tried to go to the professors at Johns Hopkins. They started talking to professors at Johns Hopkins to get me expelled. Oh, before that, I was going to go to Baylor to study under Robert Marks and William Densky at the Evolutionary Informatics Lab. Those jerkers there at Baylor, supposedly a Christian college, found out about that Robert Marks liked ID. They shut down that lab. They want my scholarship. So then I went to Johns Hopkins, and these jokers tried to get me expelled. So I see them ruining people's careers. We wonder why creationist material these professors publish in creationist journals. It's because the industry is corrupt. And then John Sanford and I tried to publish in peer review. The editors wrote us and said, your conclusions are correct. Ono is wrong, but we're not going to publish your paper. So I get really ticked off when someone says, "Oh, this is answers in Genesis. You don't know anything about what you're talking about." I'm like, "Bud, you don't understand. You don't understand." So that's why I get really ticked off. At some point, I just have too much.
That's understandable, Sal. Sal, that's understandable. One of the channel owners doesn't go by his own name, his real name now. One of the channel owners on YouTube. Praise will know who I'm talking about, but he never mentions his name, and we never mention his name either, because in his early days when he was a channel owner, he did use his real name. And a pack of atheists tried to get him fired from his profession that he was working in. And I won't say what profession because that'll give it away. But that's how the enemy uses useful idiots to do what he does. So I hear you, brother.
Thanks. And I'll tell you one last thing. The thing that's really kind of scary, where I tried to tell creationists this. I said it's not really just the scientific establishment. It's going after Christians and creationists. It's the gay and trans lobby. An elder in my church who's a creationist, he was nearly an assassination attempt happened because he works for the Family Research Council, and it was a famous case. Let me see. If anyone Googles the Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, I did see her about that.
Yeah. He nearly killed the elder in my church.
Yeah.
Chick-fil-A assassin, Family Research Council. Just Google it.
Hey, can we get Top Dog in here? Sal, I'd really like you to.
Yeah, I'm gonna bail out and maybe.
No, I'll leave, but leave, but get this Top Dog guy to come in. Yeah, Top Dog, come on in, Top Dog. I'll leave, let him in, because I wanted Sal to talk to him. He's in the chat. He was blasting me earlier. Maddox, can we get Top Dog in?
Church. Hang on. I'm on live. What's going on?
Hey, Jay.
No, I don't want to talk to him, Tony. I'm sorry.
You didn't want to talk to him?
I really don't want to waste my time. I don't have time for trolls, and they get under my nerves. I'm sorry.
All right, he was in the chat. He wanted to talk to you.
I don't want to talk to him.
Okay.
You're not worth my time, bud. Really. Go learn some biology. Then come back. Have a conversation.
Yeah, go and read Matt's books and learn something, and then come back and have a conversation. But he'll just read it the whole way. Every single citation in Matt's book, Matt's read the citation from beginning to end, and they always accuse him of just putting in there and cherry picking lines out of it. You know what I mean? Like they're just scumbags.
So,
they're bottom feeding, scum sucking. You know.
I think I'm gonna go get some dinner. And maybe you'll have room to have her show. So,
yeah, it'd be really good to see your professor come on. It'd be really good to see your professor friend debate somebody, but she needs to debate somebody with brains, not some idiot like Emo or someone like that. It would just be a waste of her time, your time, everybody's time.
Right.
She needs to debate somebody with a PhD minimum, something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Otherwise, yeah. Anyway, I'll let you go. Sorry.
We need some real scientists in here.
Yeah. So John Maddox, thank you so much. And guys, I'll be watching, but I'm gonna go grab some dinner.
Well, thanks so much, Sal. Really appreciate you sharing all that stuff with us and having a conversation. And it was very interesting watching and listening to you talk about that stuff. It really is a lot of that stuff I know portions of conceptually, but being able to actually observe the physical manifestation of it was very intriguing. I think it was for everybody. So thanks so much. Man, Praise, you falling asleep yet? Or are you still out and about?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just chilling out right now, just listening in.
Well, I think oh my goodness, look who's back. Creation Myth. Creation Myth has returned.
Creation Myth.
That's Dan, the doc.
Evolution is a creation myth.
Right? He can't. He just can't help himself. Hang on one sec. Nicholas, who was it that you're referring to? All right, so we've got. I'm gonna try and make this go for another maybe 15 minutes. I'm gonna have to call it a night. So posting the link. Anybody else wants to come in?
How about Shadow?
Jesse, you're welcome to come on in.
Yeah, I might call a night actually because I got to get up early. So I appreciate you allowing me in here, John. It was a lot of fun.
Oh, as always, man. Appreciate you.
All right, man.
You have a great night, buddy.
See y'all.
I got something to do too.
You taking off too, Jungle?
Well, when you finish, I got time. I gotta go to my work, pick up my toolboxes and stuff.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I think tonight's been very interesting. We just hit 5 hours and 17 minutes.
Yeah,
of live stream. What's up?
Where did that guy come from? That what was his name? The Brazilian guy.
Ontangelo. So he's debated a couple times over on MDD, and then he actually has a channel like a Intelligent Design Academy, I think is his channel. And
I'll have to check it out.
He had seen one of my debates, emailed me, and then we've been like talking back and forth. And he tried to come on the live stream I had the other day, but something was going on with his, like he couldn't get everything to connect, and like his mic and his camera kept refusing to connect with StreamYard. So we got it fixed, and he was able to come on today, which was awesome. But yeah, he's a very interesting guy, and he does some pretty high level stuff in mechanical engineering. Professionally, he's a mechanical engineer, and this is something that he's kind of become a little side hobby passion for him.
Yeah, that's right. He sounds like he's pretty much up on the on stuff.
Oh yeah, he's very
pretty sharp. Yeah.
Yeah, he can go toe to toe with a lot of folks on this stuff, and it's not hey, I'm just gonna spew a few talking points. Like no, let's go down the rabbit hole into things both from an engineering perspective, a chemistry standpoint, mathematics, probabilities, all those kind of things. It's not a well, no, we're not going to stop. We won't draw the line at talking points, and keep progressing. Yeah. What's up, Jesse? Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've never seen a working part make itself, and there's how many working parts in biology? Just crazy.
So I watched a really interesting video. It's from this channel called The King of Random, and they were heating up metal and magnets and seeing if the magnets actually retained their magnetism. So they had two magnets. They had one that was a ceramic magnet, and then they had one powerful magnet that's got like a couple alloys in it or whatever, but it's like pretty powerful. So what they did is they heated up an iron or a steel bar or whatever to like glowing red hot, and they brought it over to the magnets, and it wasn't attracted to the magnets, or the magnets weren't attracted to the metal. But as it cooled down to about 500 degrees, it started to actually regain its. Because the metal itself is not magnetic. It's the two magnets, but it was able to be attracted. The magnet started to become attracted to it. Well, then they did the opposite. Well, the ceramic one shattered. They heated it up to about 2,000 degrees and it shattered. But when they put the other one in, the more powerful one, they actually got it to glowing red hot, brought it out, and it was not attracted to the metal. But even as it cooled down, it never actually gained its magnetism back. So here's a theory for you. So they say the Big Bang happened and that we were a burning ball of molten lava, right? Well, that's higher heat than what they place on these magnets. And we know that magnets degrade over time, but they didn't get remagnetized even after they cooled down. And they even tried to remagnetize them and they couldn't. They actually cooled down some of the magnets in the presence of other magnets, and it actually destroyed the other magnets. Like they lost their magnetic properties.
Yeah.
So if we were a burning ball of lava or whatever, well, where does our magnetic system come from? It would have destroyed it, and there's no way to actually get it back.
Yeah, well, the magnetic system of the Earth is from like a spinning iron core or something.
That's what they try to say, but it's if they go and look at Mercury, their theory of an internal dynamo system in the Earth can apply to Mercury. Mercury has a magnetic system, but it has an iron core. It's solid. 40% of its core is solid, and it has
Because
a magnetic field.
when they have a magnet like that, there's a whole bunch of individual little tiny magnets inside of it, and if you heat it up, they'll just point randomly, and they won't. That's why it loses the magnetism. They just point every which way instead of just all the same way.
Yeah, well, and they say that this internal because they admit, evolutionists admit that we're losing our magnetic field in the Earth. But what they'll say is that 10,000, 15,000, or whatever it was, maybe 25,000 years ago, there was a shift in the internal dynamo, and it recharged this magnetism. Well, that can't be true if Mercury also falls under this internal dynamo magnetic system. Their entire theory, they don't even understand fully how the magnetic system of our own Earth works. And Mercury's actually got a really powerful magnetic system, same with all the other planets but Venus.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting when I was watching that, and it was just a guy in his backyard heating up magnets.
Yeah.
It's not like he was trying to disprove anything or whatever. It was just.
You know what has a strong magnet is the gas giants. They got a really strong magnetism.
Yeah, it's funny because I was watching Frank Turk, and he was saying that one of the reasons why he think God made Jupiter and Saturn with such strong magnetic fields is actually to attract all the asteroids, like the really big ones that could be like Earth-ending asteroids. They all hit Jupiter.
Right.
Because of how close we are, and I found that kind of interesting because if you look at the cratering of Mercury, it's actually quite a bit of cratering on Mercury, but there's very little cratering on Venus, and Venus has no magnetic field. So that kind of leads me to believe that the metal that's inside of asteroids is attracted to the magnetic fields. Well, Mercury is pretty far removed, or at least probably out of the blanket of the magnetic field of Jupiter. But Earth and Mars are not. Mars doesn't have that many impacts either, neither does Earth. Kind of an interesting little theory that I'm working on.
Yeah, they take up, like they took the hit of Comet Shoemaker-Levy back a few years ago.
Ah, okay.
Well, and as Jason loves to say, if there's anything that doesn't make logical sense in terms of the existence of our solar system, an asteroid must have hit it.
Yeah. Right. Everything is resolved by an asteroid. That's right.
Yeah, just like Uranus, like Uranus is rotating sideways. Its north and south poles are actually
Asteroid.
Yeah, that's what they say. But it's ecliptic, whatever, that it goes around the sun is within like 0.05 degrees, so precise compared to the Earth. It's almost like God was like, try to figure that one out,
Asteroid.
Yeah, like Jason says, an asteroid. Jason, wow.
Man, it was so funny when he was talking about that a couple weeks ago on one of the streams, and he went and pulled up the literature to quote R.J. Downard, the technical literature, and started quoting it. And it was like, we went through all these different instances, and it was like, we postulate that an asteroid must have hit, impacted, XYZ time date, and then went to the next one, and we postulate that a asteroid must have hit, insert whatever the planet was, and it was pretty funny because he'd been talking about it and went and looked it up, and it was sure enough asteroid. So now it's turned into a bit of a joke. Whatever the answer is, must have been an asteroid.
That's what my friend in Florida says now, because me and him, we talk about creation stuff all the time, and he'll just interrupt and be like, yep, it was an asteroid. And I'm like, shut up. All right, I've heard you say this 12 times already. But he's got a good point. They always invoke something. Yeah. So here, I got another theory to throw out at you guys really fast. So you guys have heard me say this before, that I don't think that there's gravity out in space. So we know that our moon is actually moving away from us. Well, that's not gravity. Gravity is a fixed force. At least that's the term that I looked up, right? It's not a degradable force. It's just a force. It's a law, right?
They say it's because of the tides, right?
I'm not sure why they say, but I have my own theory that I'm building is that, okay, we know that the Earth's magnetism is degrading, so therefore the moon does have a magnetic field, but it's very weak. That's why the moon is moving away from us. Because it's a magnetic force, and I guarantee if they go to the other planets that have moons, which is funny, Venus doesn't have a moon and it doesn't have a magnetic field. I'll bet you anything if they go and they look at pictures and measure the moons of these other planets like Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, all of them, I'll bet you anything their moons are moving away too. It's not gravity, because gravity would actually pull them in. That's what the theory says, but it's not gravity, it's magnetism. That's my personal theory.
Well, well, it's like dinosaurs, every dinosaur is drowned, It's like every planet was hit by an asteroid, but every dinosaur, every fossil drowned,
Only the fossils that aren't alive today, or that have been extinct, or they can't explain. Those are the only ones on the list that died.
Especially when they find a well-preserved dinosaur. Oh, it drowned. It had silt in its lungs,
Right?
Asteroid.
Yeah, but then
no, it was an icy asteroid. And when it came in, all of that water that was in as ice on the asteroid, it heated up into steam, but there was an ice age going on. Therefore, it condensed very rapidly and drowned the dinosaurs.
But only in a certain area, though, because those other dinosaurs, they died.
I'm being facetious. I don't actually mean that. I was making that up. The irony, though, is that you thought that I might actually have been being serious, given that my hypothetical right there has every bit as much validity as some of the other ones we hear that are actually being presented as valid.
Have you guys seen that recent one that they said the dinosaurs gassed themselves? Like they literally farted so much that they killed themselves?
Yeah.
I have not seen that one. Are you serious? Please tell me you're kidding.
No, I'm actually being serious. I can try to find it. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah,
because they can't figure out how they died. The asteroid's not working out anymore.
They were joking about that a while back.
The stupidity of that just drives me absolutely up the wall. How modern humans, in spite of the fact that we have the computational tools to be able to do these kinds of models, don't seem to be able to comprehend the volume of the atmosphere, number one. And number two, the sheer level of output that's required to even modify the parts per million of the atmosphere a tenth of a degree of a percent. I mean, it's like CO2, for example. Oh my goodness gracious. It's gone from 0.03% to 0.04%. Yeah. So our output has quintupled, and yet it's gone up 0.03 to 0.04. Let's think about this, folks. Let's think about what's being argued. And now you're going to claim that I don't think the dinosaurs had any methane fart factories running around. So you're telling me that the dinosaurs that were hanging out, running around, they were able to fart enough methane to gas themselves to death?
That's literally if you type it in and you look at the top 5 results, they literally say that scientists estimate dinosaurs pass enough gas to warm up the planet and kill them off. I wasn't actually joking about this theory.
Is this actually a series? Somebody actually wrote a paper on this?
There's articles on it, yeah. The scientists are postulating this stuff now.
It was in the papers, and they were, talking about it.
Yep. Right? That's why I was believing you on your theory. I'm like, well, sounds like what evolutionists would say.
But no, there wasn't a global flood, though. Even though they all drowned, it wasn't a global flood.
No. Oh, and their necks are broken too, these giant dinosaurs with huge bones. Oh, they must have just fell off a cliff and then into a lake and then drowned. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I always like that one. It's and the thing is that they're very good about covering this stuff up. So when you go to because I love going to the nature and science museums, they're really fun. I like seeing this stuff. But it's funny, they never show what the dinosaurs look like, the bones look like when they're in the ground. How they died, how they actually looked, with their tails bent, and they're actually in a choking death pose, and they've got they've got fractures in their bones, and they can actually see that they were pummeled by stuff.
Yeah, I would love to see what all the evidence that they have in all the museums around the world.
Very little.
Okay.
All they do is reconstruct the bones.
I have to call these morons out by name. Okay. This is actually being taken seriously by the Smithsonian? Okay. The paper itself, written by researchers David Wilkinson, Uyan Nisbet, and Grayman Ruxton, is an exercise in short but, quote, serious speculation. Okay. All right. Fast forward. Since emissions from cows and other livestock contribute greenhouse gases to our warming atmosphere, Wilkinson and collaborators wondered if sauropods might have had a similar effect on the Mesozoic world. To find out, they paired estimates of sauropod population size derived from the fossil record of the roughly 150 million year old Morrison Formation. Blah, blah, blah. Fast forward. Assuming that 10 sauropods lived per square kilometer and half the world's land area was inhabited by dinosaurs, Wilkinson and colleagues found that the giant long-necked dinosaurs would have produced 520 million metric tons of methane annually. In their estimation, this is comparable to the amount of methane we're currently pumping into the atmosphere each day. Okay. This may have created and sustained a relatively warm world of the dinosaurs. Wait, what the? Really? If there's one per kilometer.
Global warming?
Okay. And these people, I'm sure, have PhDs. It's a...
Well, it fits in with a narrative, right? A narrative of global climate change.
Yep.
I guess. I just put this in the live chat to RL. I'm like, can you imagine the poor soul that had to go and like measure farting cows? Like, I'm a scientist. I had to go measure farting cows.
This that kind of stuff just blows my mind. It irritates the crap out of me, really, to be honest. I'm just I'm supposed to take you seriously. B, you tell people that you shouldn't take my worldview seriously when you present, calculated and analyzed arguments in support of your position. Then you're told you don't have a position. And on the flip side, the fart factory, death of the dinosaurs, is a literal position and theorem that's being put forth to have reasonable expectation of analysis. Get out of here.
But science can be disproved, though, right?
Not this science. You're not allowed to disprove it.
At least not yet. Not for the time being, right?
No. Well, it's funny, and I know I brought this up before, but I couldn't get over it when my geography teacher was like, we have proof of evolution because elephants are being born without tusks because of poaching. And I was like, what? How would they know that they're being poached for their tusks when they die and then their tusks are cut off? And she goes, oh, well, I didn't quite mean it like that, but they're being born without tusks. And I'm like, but aren't they still elephants? Oh, man, she was up there stuttering. She had no idea how to answer me. And I was like, you really want me to believe that? Like, they still look like elephants. Hate to break it to you. And when they have little babies, they're still elephants.
Yeah, well, the idea is that the ones with the big tusks don't survive, and the ones with the little tusks are the ones that survive.
No, they're not being born with tusks at all. Like, they're being born without it. And I was like, that's actually degrading. They're losing information, but they're actually saying it's because of poaching, not because of survival. And I'm like, how would they know? Like, that's a dumb theory.
Yeah.
I see two of you, John.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. I'm not sure why that's happening. Let's see.
It's your evil twin to the left. Kick him out.
There we go.
Yeah. Well, and then they made me take a test on these lizards, about, this is evolution, and she gave me a C on the test because I wouldn't answer in an evolutionary in an evolutionary way. And another one that I actually kind of forgot about was in my 100,000 year of war class. And I actually kind of forgot to mention the evolution. I was actually going to mention it in a contradictory statement, saying that this can't be because of evolution. And me and George Bond and Neff actually talked about it. It's called the Red Queen effect. And I actually, honestly, just even forgot to even mention evolution. He minus me 2 points. When the question was worth 5, minus me 2 points because I didn't even mention evolution. And I didn't mention it in the positive either.
I had a Bible teacher that gave me a bad grade because I didn't do well in other classes.
Yeah, that's.
And I would do well in science class, and there were some classes I wouldn't do well, and he said I should have done better, so he gave me a bad grade in Bible.
Well, I think it just killed me because, I listen to these debates on SFT's channel and Modern Day Debate, and I've seen some others outside of this, and whenever we claim that a monkey is your ancestor, like, no. They split off, we're like cousins. And it's like, but you all go back to one thing. Well, that's not what evolutionists say. It is what they say. And it's what they're currently teaching in colleges right now.
Well, the point that I actually called, I forget who I called out on this a while back.
Yeah, somebody made a point about that. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say I forget who I was talking to, but I made the point that, okay, folks, where is the evidence of the ancestor before humans and chimps split? Who was that? Where is that evidence? You say you claim that this happened and is proven beyond all doubt. Where the heck is a single example of the predecessor? You claim that we all came from Luca, which we have no evidence for, but you don't even have evidence for the ancestor before the human monkey split. Really? That seems like that would be a pretty significant component of evidence, given the fact that you guys can do all these hereditary, phylogenies to go all the way back for billions of years, but you can't figure out who came before, direct example of who was the before monkey human split.
Yeah.
That seems like a rather significant element to be missing out on.
Then there's another thing is that they, how they like to say that we're apes, and then except they don't like to say that apes were monkeys. So here they're trying to call us apes, and they don't like us to say that apes are monkeys.
Right.
That's actually a good point. And, there's a lot of political motivation behind it, too, because I noticed in my 100,000 of year war class, for the first couple of weeks, we talked about, like, literally where violence comes from. And they go by monkeys, by chimpanzees, gorillas, and then bonobos. And I noticed that they were actually pointing a lot of, like, male, violent, patriarchal things in the past, that they're more related to apes. No, not apes. Gorillas. No, gorillas.
Wow.
And chimpanzees are kind of like in the middle, and bonobos have a bunch of orgies.
Bonobos are the more peaceful ones, supposedly.
More peaceful, but it's funny because in the class it said that they're like 60 to 80% peaceful. That's what they had on the screen, but she said they're 80% peaceful. And I was like, that means that 20% of the time they do fight.
Right.
But where they're actually located in Africa, it shocked me that the other kids in my class didn't recognize this. They were separated from any other groups of monkeys just by their habitat, just where they were at. They were separated by a mountain, actually.
Right.
Well, no wonder they have such a high percentage of being loving and all that kind of stuff. I guarantee if you were to say remove that mountain and make it so it's easier for the gorillas and these bonobos to come together, they would be fighting more often and their percentage would drop. And all I saw over and over again is how because they're trying to find this violent gene and, trying to figure out where violence comes from. So they talked about like the first like fist and like face palm and like and how we figured it out as monkeys between a fist and a flat palm going forward, like a flat hand. It was absolutely ridiculous. And they did tests trying to find this warrior, this violent gene. They actually called it a warrior gene. And every test failed. Like they tested, I think it was like 60 men with the supposed violent gene. And about 50 to 70% of them were violent or had more violent tendencies. And then they tested a group that didn't have the gene. And they came with the same percentage.
Yeah, that would be probably more epigenetic than anything anyway.
Yeah, well, they're not even going to talk about epigenetics because that totally ruins their narrative, But it's just like they're literally trying to figure out where violence comes from and then arguing about whether it was interpersonal violence, meaning within a tribe, which they're starting to classify that differently because there has to be a transition of violence, right? Because they think that we're more,
Well,
They
I
want
mean,
us to be more bonobos or something. At least that's
all
what
they
I'm
have to
getting out of the
do is
class.
all they have to do is go to anthropologists and find out how violent tribal life is, with from killing their kids to killing baby girls and, you know, a whole range of things,
Well, that's
and
modern though. So I
and
was,
warring
yeah,
against, yeah, but that's the whole history of tribal life.
not according to them, because I wasn't an anthropologist class. According to them, tribal warfare 12,000 years ago wasn't as violent. It was interpersonal, and it was rare for two. This is what they say. This is their narrative.
No, they're
I
out of their
know.
mind.
They are out of their mind because the thing is like one of them was the battle at Nataruk. I'm sure. I think you guys may have heard of this. It's called the Battle of Nataruk, and they found like 12 bodies or whatever, and some anthropologists are arguing that this was not violence, like not two tribes warring against each other, but they're actually finding arrowheads embedded in their spines and their necks, like in the neck bone or whatever.
Yeah.
They're finding, so from studying injuries from the MMA, they're finding fractures that are very similar to like a direct blow to the head.
Yeah.
And yet others are arguing that they're not consistent, and it's really funny. And these people that they supposedly found lived 12,000 years ago. So, and they're trying to say that it was not, or it was a rare instance, right? Because in their evolutionary mindset, they think that we're going to go back to before violence was
Yeah.
instituted, because they think that we're moving forward and we're getting better. That's why there's all this world peace and one world this and whatever. And
But as if these
not actually
uncontacted tribes, these tribes in the jungle, have never warred each other before, and just all of a sudden today they're warring each other. I don't know. Makes no sense.
It really doesn't, because from our written history, all we have is war. All we have is genocide. All we have is fighting.
Right.
Hey
But
guys.
Hey Tony. So.
Hey Tony.
Yeah, I'm an atheist now. I believe in abiogenesis.
Whatever.
Yeah. Sal's back. All right.
I have come to the conclusion after analyzing all of this completely ludicrous evidence put forth by Sal Cordova tonight that somehow he thinks can be used as logical arguments in favor of intelligent design.
It's chemistry.
I have just decided that I'm going to have to discount all of his arguments, because if I don't, then I will have to use my brain in terms of contemplation of my very existence. So therefore, I have decided arbitrarily that nothing that Sal presented tonight has any merit whatsoever.
That's what they're gonna say, though.
Yeah,
and they get mad at it too, and I find it interesting because
A quick interjection before you continue, Jesse. For anybody who may be randomly tuning in at this point, I am not actually bashing Sal Cordova, and I think you should rewind about 45 minutes and watch the breakdown of how, in order for their differences between prokaryotes and eukaryotes to occur, we have to have, among many other things, literally 2 authentication factor security to exist. Just rewind about 45 minutes. And if your mind's not blown about what's required and what just poofed into existence simultaneously for evolution to be true, you should go check that out. Okay, I'm done. Back to you, Jesse.
Oh, yeah. No, I was just going to say that it's funny that I've had very few conversations, very few, as in like maybe 2, with those who believe in an evolutionary mindset. And they actually are normally the ones that have done more research than the others. Most of them have only done research in like one little tiny subject, very, very, very narrow focused. And this one guy I talked to for about 2 hours on my campus, we covered everything from cosmology to biology to history to everything. And by the end of it, because we were both very, very neutral with each other, we weren't getting mad or anything like that. By the end of it, it was like, it was a good deal. Like, it actually worked out. I learned some stuff from him that I didn't know that I had to go and research, and he told me at the end that he was willing to go and research some of the stuff that I presented to him. But most of the rest of them, they just get mad. Like when I asked my teacher about their supposed Y chromosome bottleneck, and there was 1 male to every, I think it was like 18 females or something like that. And and this
Getting down. Talk about an unfair ratio. What's up, bro?
Well, and they were comparing it to gorillas. That's where they come with the patriarchal man and stuff like that, because gorillas have harems. And so this is their reasoning as to why the Y chromosome wasn't passed on, is because the other men didn't get to reproduce. Because these other wealthy men, which is only like 5% of them or something like that, and they said it took like 1,000 years to fix it. And I said, are you being serious? I was like, that'd be fixed in 20 years. I was like, are you saying that all the females didn't have male sons?
Maybe in the case of
she got mad at me.
Genghis Khan.
Yeah, she got mad
No,
at me.
all the females would have had to have. Oh, you're talking about Y chromosome or mtDNA, because all the females would have had to have males, or all males, or sons, and no daughters, or because there's only one line of mitochondria.
No, this
so
was
all the daughters had to die out.
Yeah, so this is Y chromosome. So this is their Y chromosome.
Oh, Y. Okay, yeah. Sorry, it's the opposite. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so it's the opposite, And so I was like, literally, you guys say this took 1,000 years. So like, this would have taken a generation, maybe 2. And she was like, oh, no, but we know that because we had this dramatic drop, and they showed this graph with like the Y chromosome diversity and how it dropped, like literally just skydived all the way to the bottom. And I was like, that would have been fixed in like a generation or 2. I was like, are you saying that they didn't have any male babies? It's like, then how did they even survive? You have to have male and females. Oh, she got so mad at me, and the whole class jumped on me. And I'm like, I'm just trying to understand, like, because your guys' theory right now sounds really dumb.
Did Ian want to come in? Ian or Top Dog?
Nah, I don't think he wants to come in. He said earlier that he didn't want to come in.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, there he is.
I've offered. They have not accepted.
Okay, just checking.
But yeah, I found it so interesting that these things that I learn in my classes, and I'm just like, and I see the students around me just like shaking their heads like, oh yeah, that totally makes sense. But they're not being told any information outside of that to even make a minor challenge. Like we should be challenged. Our views should be challenged.
Right.
Yeah, they don't want it challenged.
There's an interesting thing with a Y chromosome. There's an interesting thing where the C and the D Y chromosomes never even went to Africa. They're not represented in Africa. They went the opposite way from Mesopotamia. And in fact, C is probably Nimrod, because he was the king of Shinar, and his CY chromosome went east instead of west, like the rest of the Cushites, because he's a Cushite, descendant of Cush.
Well, and I watched all of his series. Did you watch Dr. Jensen's series?
Yeah, I did, but Dr. Jensen was talking more about bottlenecks and stuff like that, which is interesting, but it's hard to follow sometimes.
Not so much bottlenecks. He was basically tracking people through the Y chromosome, and I found it really interesting.
Yeah, populations and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, like when they had a common ancestor, would have been about like, why do all Europeans have a Central Asian common ancestor about 1000 AD? Or it was a little bit like maybe a little bit more. Well, that would make sense. That would be about the time of Genghis Khan.
The RY chromosome, yeah.
Yeah, which I don't remember those, but I thought it was really interesting. I was like, this literally lines up with history, and I just thought that was really cool. And
yeah, because Europeans are J-pathogenic.
Oh yeah,
Europeans
L-M-N haplogroups.
They got R and the Q are both closely associated. The Q R Y chromosome, yeah.
And that's amazing that stuff.
Of course, the Q is Eastern, and the R is European.
Oh yeah, I don't have all that memorized. I just thought it was really interesting that he did just surface level history, and he actually portrayed the history accurately, which I thought was very cool, because a lot of history nowadays is very politically motivated, and they're hiding a lot.
Yeah.
And it's because they have agendas for this stuff, and I was very impressed with him that he actually kept to like the truthful history of what actually happened. Like Genghis Khan yes, he did create a genocide to an extent, but he actually absorbed a lot of people into his armies. And what are they going to do? They're going to reproduce, and so they're going to spread their genetics throughout the entire region.
But he said something disturbing, though. He said that today only like 5,000 people have tested their Y chromosome. Is that true? Something like that. You remember that?
Yeah, because of those 2 studies.
Yeah, it sounds like a low number of people that have tested their Y chromosome.
Well, and that's why he chose the part on the tree that only has 2 branches coming off of Noah. He says, like,
they don't need many. Many.
Well, they don't. Yeah, they don't need a lot.
I mean, the more the better, but they don't really need that many. Like for Jensen to work out what he needs to work out, he doesn't need like hundreds of thousands or millions of Y chromosomes tested to work it out. He just needs it from certain, I think it's son, father, grandfather, blah blah, so on with the opposite with the female, and he needs that back. However many generations. He doesn't need like studies with hundreds of thousands or millions. You know what I mean? And he needs it from different sort of, ethnic groups sort of stuff, as far as I can work out. It doesn't need to be massive amounts,
True, and that's how he's able to get to, his conclusion where Noah is. But where I was going with this is that he's only got 2 lines coming off of Noah where he particularly chooses in the Y chromosome, and he goes, and I know people are going to be like, okay, well, what about Japheth? Because, or whoever it is that might be missing. And he says, right now, we've only tested, like he said, like some 5,000 or something like that. He goes, there could be males running around out there that have got Japheth's line. We just haven't tested them yet.
Yeah, well, they have a tree from the Hamite tree, which is A, B, and E in Africa. But the only thing is that they had E1 or E2 maybe, but they didn't have the E3s, and the E3s are Cush, Mitzrayim, and Put, which are huge populations. So I was wondering why they didn't even have anything from E3 in the information that I was looking at.
Yeah,
they just need the current mutation rates, not the current observable mutation rates, and a good idea of how fast that they're ticking. That's all he really needs. Stuff like that. He doesn't need all the great detailed data.
Right.
It's
but
like
I'm not talking...
with the evolutionists, they just imagine the mutation rate. So that's why he doesn't need so many millions of people to be tested or something like that, because he just needs to get
but
the
I'm not
rate
talking,
of.
I'm not talking about Jason Lyle. I'm talking about the secular testing. It's like they were
Jensen?
hiding. No, not Dr. Jensen. It's like they were hiding. It's like they were hiding the major populations from the trees that they were showing, which is E3, which would be Cush, Mitzrayim. It would be Egypt, Ethiopia, Egypt, and like Libya and stuff. The Berbers, like major populations.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well, and the thing is that they do that all the time, though, like they hide all the stuff about, like, put biology aside, just look at cosmology. But most people don't even go and look at it because they learn very rudimentary, explanations about the cosmos.
Anybody want to talk about the multiverse real quick? I'm getting a lot of mail on that lately.
Multiverse, what a joke. Okay, yeah, that's the multiverse funniest joke I ever heard.
Any evidence for that? Any like in the microwave background, do you see any impressions or anything?
Well, yeah, but they could be out there somewhere. So there you go.
The multiverse.
Oh, just like the Oort cloud, right?
Could
they
be.
know it's out there, but they've never detected it, never seen it, never taken a picture of it.
Well, so what?
They have got lots of thousands of Neptunian objects, as they call them, and they've mapped them. But they'd need a lot more than what they've seen. And there is, it's a hypothesis or a theory. It's a theory because they've got some evidence, very weak evidence for it to call it a theory. So it's very weak. It's not as strong as they'd have you believe, and people will tell you that it's out there, and I don't believe that there's any evidence for it. But I mean, it's been predicted by Russ Humphreys and stuff and other people. But it'd just be interesting to know, like, for sure, what's out there that they reckon you could fly around out there at light speed for 1 million years and not hit anything. So, and then again, you might hit something in the first second, but that's how spread out it is. It's not like what they make it out to be in movies where they're dodging around. Yeah.
Stars and all that
asteroids.
Kind of stuff. Oh yeah.
Asteroids,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the thing is that they have no evidence for almost like probably a lot of their stuff. It really is just storytelling. And I'll tell you one thing, they do a very good job at that storytelling because it's the masses are believing it. Like I watch some of my YouTube channels that I really like, and some of them, talk about history, and they always say, and 80 million years ago or 100 million years ago, and I'm going, oh, you've got to be kidding me. Like, it's so pervasive that it's just like automatic. Like I was watching one where they were actually crushing metals. I can't actually remember the name of the channel, but I literally think it's called Hydraulic Press.
Yeah.
And they were seeing what the tonnage was to crush a block of pure titanium. And then they had iron, and then they had aluminum, tin, iron, and then copper. And they were talking about like how old, like I forget which one it was. Like it was,
They're trying to be scientific.
yeah, it'd be billions of years old and stuff like
An
that.
asteroid did it.
Yeah, exactly. And I was just like, no.
I love that. That's like everything. Every problem in the entire solar system, an asteroid did it. It's like, Mercury, or I think it is. I can't remember which one. But it's got its ions on the outside. After billions of years, it should have sunk down to the middle or whatever when it formed, when it was molten. Well, their explanation for that is, and of course, an asteroid hit it and broke away the softer outer layer and just left the inner layer exposed. I mean, an asteroid is Mars's problem. Asteroids, 5 asteroids, one after the other, impacting, in multiple stages in the same spot is what spun Jupiter in, a retrograde motion, or made it spin faster than all the rest. And it's an asteroid it's asteroids that did everything. Every single problem that you're going to find in the solar system, it's super asteroid to the rescue. It's like super asteroid saves the day for evolution, for the solar accretion model once again. Like they're just they're off their heads.
Sal, is RNA sequencing making any progress under prebiotic conditions? You're on mute, Sal.
Sorry, I was thinking about they're talking about the solar system. I was focused on that. Sorry,
man. I was getting into the RNA world with you. I like picking.
You guys go for it. That's we can talk about the solar system anytime. So yeah, go for it. Ask questions. Go right ahead.
Well, see, this is more of my background. Actually, I'm not really a biology guy. So much of my study was actually in physics. So that's why it really caught my ear when you started talking about it. It's like, yeah, I remember suffering through all this.
What about string theory?
About the what theory?
Not string theory.
Yeah.
Not sure if I've heard of that one.
Stupid theory. Well, it's sort of like physics says, because we're made up of atoms and the walls and everything else is made up of atoms, if we lean against the wall, well, we should be able to mold with the wall or walk through it, because our atoms should be able to mix. But there's a force stopping it, and string theory is one of the theories that helps with that sort of thing, and other sort of stuff that I've heard, different things over the years. I mean, the stuff that I'm talking about is really old and outdated, because it was a kid when I'd hear this, or it was a long time ago anyway. But yeah, string theory is just quantum mechanics and stuff like that is just out there.
It's a mathematical construct, is what it is.
It's a law, mate. It's they can observe it having effects on things like the laws of physics. They can observe them, exerting their force on things, sort of thing. I mean, so to speak, sort of. And so they believe in them, and they're completely invisible. They have no smell. They have no taste. You can't feel them. They have no weight. So what set them in motion? That's their rescue device. And there is no scientist alive today, or ever has, come up with a theory of gravity, quantum mechanics, gravity. It's like they need gravity to do the thing, and they use all these rescue devices, but the rescue devices they're using are supernatural. Like, who set the laws of quantum mechanics in motion? Who set the laws of physics in motion? It all comes back to that. And it's like the formation of the first cell, and it's like all this other stuff. They're just,
But they're looking for gravity of particles. I mean, you have to have huge mass to get gravity.
Well, there are no particles in quantum mechanics. There is no mass to it at all. There's nothing. It's a completely invisible force.
Right.
It's like it's awesome that they believe in that, because they believe in a completely invisible force that has power over things. You know,
Yeah.
it's
not
incredible.
God.
Like they actually sort of believe in God, you know what I mean? But in a different, twisted, bad way.
You know, it's funny, Jason, you missed it earlier. I was actually giving one of my new theories about how there's no gravity out in space. They can't actually invoke that, because gravity says that objects should be pulled towards other objects with greater mass. Well, how come our moon is receding? If our moon is receding, it actually should be the opposite way. The moon should actually have been far away in the past and coming closer. Well, my theory is
Because of the way.
Well, hold on.
Yeah,
Hear my theory
hang
really
on.
fast. My theory is actually magnets. Our Earth has a magnetic field, and it's degrading, and we can test this. It has been degrading. So that matches up with why the moon is actually slowly moving away, because it does have a magnetic field, but it's a very weak magnetic field. And I'll give you one other that actually kind of proves that gravity is not out there. Jupiter is gigantic, and so is Saturn. And the rings around Saturn are very close to Saturn. How come Saturn, its gravitational pull, because of its mass, is not pulled in those rings? And the moons are on the outside of that, and they're much smaller than the planet. Because they
can measure. Yeah. They can measure,
they're actually degrading. The rings are degrading, I think, what they're saying.
Yeah, but if heat, there's a point that I saw Jesse say earlier somewhere, and if heat demagnetizes things, then our core is what? How many? I think things have to reach 800 degrees to be demagnetized. So our core is like, it's pretty hot. I think it's a lot hotter than 800 degrees. I don't know, because I don't know much about that. But
I think
I'd imagine it'd be a lot more than 800 degrees. So
yeah,
and
so they
it's
magnetism on internally too. So
yeah.
Somehow there's got to be some kind of a dynamo or something, or maybe the magnetic field. Well, it flips though too. That's the thing.
Oh, only in evolutionary timelines. It hasn't.
It flipped. It flipped multiple times during the flood.
Since
we
the
can
flood,
see it in the rock.
during the flood and after the flood, it was flipping. Yeah.
Yeah, like that sort of stuff. We can see it. We can see it. It's not. They're not making that up, but they're just interpreting it the wrong way. Of course.
Yeah. Well, and that's why I have this new theory with magnets, because we know magnets lose their magnetism over time. And I mean, God said in the Bible that He hung the world upon nothing. There really is nothing out there, but there's probably a mechanic of magnetism that we haven't recognized. Because I guarantee. Well, I guarantee if they
I think it's
planets
plausible.
like Saturn, Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, I bet you anything, if they take the pictures from 30, 40 years ago, whenever they started taking pictures and they could see the moons, I guarantee.
Hey, I saw.
Hold on.
I saw your video of magnets repelling blood. That was very interesting. That was mind blowing, actually.
Yeah, but I guarantee if they go and take a picture of these planets and then compare it to now, they'll see the moons receding, because it's magnets. The moons have got a very minor magnetic field, and they're moving away. Gravity can't do that. Gravity is supposed to be a fixed force that doesn't move. But yeah, that'd be interesting about the blood. You guys should watch that. Just type in monster magnet and blood.
And pig's blood.
Yeah, he literally takes this monster magnet that.
It's disgusting, but.
Well,
it's awesome.
He does warn you. It's pig's blood.
Yeah, I know.
But anyways, he puts it. I forget. I think he said it was 15 kilograms. I'm not sure what the weight is. Like 20, 25 pounds. And it's got the force of 6,400 pounds. So this is literally it's called a super magnet. And he put a little cup of blood.
Neodymium.
Yeah, neodymium. And he put a cup of blood on top of a styrofoam on top of water. So that way there's an easy surface to test this. And he held this giant magnet next to this cup of blood, and it got repelled.
Dinosaur blood? It was dinosaur blood. Dinosaur blood, right?
No, but he went back to why, because he thought it should be attracted to the blood, because he does a lot of stuff with super magnets.
Yeah, it should be. So,
but it's not.
So that shows that those particles of iron inside of us are magnetically charged, which is pretty awesome.
But they're diametrically charged. So they're not parametric. So it's actually the oxygenated blood, which is 96% of our blood, is oxygenated is diametric. So it'll get repelled by magnets. And the other 4%, which is in our veins, that's not oxygenated, is paramagnetic.
Ah.
Yeah.
Kind of interesting, right? I'm not really sure what the implications are of that, but there's some really good information.
And a
That's
strong
really complex.
strong magnet will pull the blood right out of you or something.
No, that's what he was saying.
No, it'll push you away. It'll throw you.
Yeah.
Well, depends.
Maybe.
Depends
Or
which
push
it is.
and pull you at the same time.
Yeah.
It might actually rip you apart. Because you just said that different types of blood have different, are drawn or repelled to it, repelled from it or drawn to it. So if that's happening through your body at different times, it might sort of rip you to pieces. It might not be a good idea.
Well, in Jungle, he actually held this magnet on both sides, and it was repelled on both sides of this giant magnet.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I've seen those experiments before. Yeah.
yeah. So it's interesting that like if we like roll back the time of our magnetic field, if it was to actually like tear the iron out of our blood, say 20 million or 20,000 years ago or something like that, whatever Jason Lyle said, it would probably be that 4% of our blood because the magnetic field in our Earth is massive. I mean, it's like, it's huge, But 96% of our blood, it wouldn't pull out because it's diametric. It would actually just push us off the Earth, if you think about it, which would obviously not help life on Earth at all.
I don't think Richard Dawkins would agree, but
maybe maybe we could float in the air.
An asteroid came in and turned down the magnetic field dial.
Right? Or it made our blood diametric and yeah.
I wanted to just weigh in on the moon recession, just as FYI. And I'm embarrassed to say I should know some of this, but classical mechanics was not my favorite class in school. We did study orbital mechanics. There's something called tidal acceleration. And so that affects the, kind of to understand the mechanics of this is if you like have, like those slingshots of old where someone's just swinging it around their head.
Right. Sling.
It creates a centripetal acceleration. That's what holds the moon. You can get it to go closer or farther based on how fast it's orbiting, and there's a relation. So anything that will affect the speed of orbit will also affect how far away or close it is. I don't think the magnetic field is strong enough to be affecting the position of the moon, and the reason is that like the magnetic field toward the North Pole, when we have a compass, we're not pulled to the North Pole naturally like we are by the gravitational field. I don't think the magnetic field in the Earth is strong enough to hold or affect the moon. I just wanted to weigh that in case anyone was listening.
That's quite a ways away, right? The moon.
Yeah.
Well,
So I think it was an interesting theory, but I'm just throwing that out there. Shadow Dancer wants to.
Well, and just as a quick interjection.
Gravity is very weak.
I have to make a quick interjection because I did debate some anti-flat earthers earlier, and just want to make clarification to any of their fans that may have followed us over. We are not talking about flat Earth. Okay, just so you guys know. Go ahead, Sal.
Flat earthers don't care. That's all they can talk about is flat Earth. They can't talk about Jesus Christ. They can't just talk about the Bible. I mean, normal Christians can go months and just never mention the shape of the Earth at all. Years even. But a flat earther can't go 5 minutes or 30 seconds sometimes without mentioning that the Earth's flat. So there's something wrong with people that have to, constantly push it. Like it's not. You're not all there. As
And
far as I'm concerned.
in line with what
Just
you're saying,
get over it. You know what I mean? Who cares? Flat or I couldn't care if it was flat. I couldn't care if it was round. I couldn't care what it was. I couldn't care less. I mean, just believe in God. Stop worrying about people believing that, whether they think if they get people to believe the Earth is flat, it's going to convert more people over to God. Like you can't, because they've been lied to all their life, and once they see the Earth is flat, then it's going to open everybody's eyes, and, and that's all. That's why they do
well,
it.
I've come to the realization that I'm pretty sure, from a psychology perspective, the globalists and the flat earthers are very interdependent, and they rely upon each other to counterbalance each other's psychosis and insecurities. And they hate each other, but also love each other. And I think that was embodied by the obvious love-hate relationship between Nathan and Team Skeptic that they were discussing today. I mean, they were hugging it out apparently, but then still hating each other. So what are you going to do?
Yeah. But Sal, I'll look that up because I'm curious to kind of test my theory, to see how does it hold up against other theories. Has there been any other that have been submitted? Like I want to learn about the sun. What kind of magnetic field does it have? Because I think it does have a magnetic field. But yeah, these are just theories that I've been just kind of building.
You get a rock that's been demagnetized, completely demagnetized. Do whatever.
Yeah, so
test that needs the powerful light, and zoom right in on this little pebble, and you'll see little bits of dust being attracted to it from the bottom up, and being attracted in. Even a pebble has a gravitational field, and but whenever I say that to somebody, they say, "Oh, that could be electricity, or that could be, a lot of different things." But if you're in a room that's completely sealed and there's no movement, you just stir the dust up and then you just let it go, and then as you just keep the camera on it with a high beam, you can see that it's sucking in the dust, little bits of dust, like microscopic bits. If you got to, it's like I don't know.
Well, I did see this film once. They showed at a junkyard the way the crane picked up like cars. It had an electromagnet, and so we can make man-made magnetic fields that are stronger strong enough to lift a car so that it overcomes the gravitational force. So I mean, there can be magnetic fields that are very strong. I'm just saying that I don't think the one that's generated by the Earth's core is that strong an effect, because I see it with these magnetic compasses. It doesn't look like the needle really just gravitates, quote unquote, toward the North Pole, because when you shake it, it takes a while for the needle to stabilize. So, but anyway, look up tidal acceleration, and I looked at the Wikipedia article while you were talking. I could hardly understand it, and I'm embarrassed because I was supposed to know that like 11 years ago, but that was 11 years ago when I was taking classes in orbital mechanics. So I'd have to go back and really suffer through that. That was the hardest class I ever took in my whole life. Classical mechanics. I thought it was going to be easy. I was mistaken. I would take general relativity and quantum mechanics anytime over classical. Classical mechanics is just brutal.
Oh, I believe it. So what I'd like to find is that I understand the tidal mechanics, and I haven't actually looked this up, so this is just my theory. But if the other moons of the other planets are receding, then tidal mechanics actually can't be the answer to it. But I'd have to actually find the information of like Jupiter, especially like Uranus and Neptune, because they say that Uranus and Neptune actually have pretty strong magnetic fields. And I think besides Saturn, I could totally be wrong about this, I think Uranus and Neptune had the most amount of moons. So if they're receding, they have no tidal, at least if I'm correct about this, they wouldn't have any kind of tidal fluctuation because there's no water. These are gas giants. And if Mercury's moons are receding, it has no liquid whatsoever. So I'll have to look it up, and I'll let you know what I find, because I need to do some comparing research and find out. But if they are, then magnetism might actually be the force that's actually keeping us at a distance from the sun, because it would be very hard for it to be gravity since it's so far away.
No, it's a result of the dinosaur fart factory. It's a side effect.
It's like a big buoy system, right? We're just like sitting in a fart like sea.
I have no problem saying God did it. I just have zero problem. I just, when they say the light travel thing, I say, look, it could be Russ Humphries, it could be Jason Lyle, it could be a mixture of the two. I don't know. I don't care. I just don't care. I say God did it. I say you can invoke quantum mechanics, which have, like are completely invisible and you can't see them or weigh them or anything, to pop a magic dot into existence that expands 20 billions of times faster than the speed of light to the size of our solar system every 20,000th of a second and reached the size of 100,000 light years in 3 minutes. And, this singularity that popped into existence was trillions of times smaller than an atom and had all the mass of the universe in it. Can you imagine packing a house brick down to trillions of times smaller than an atom, just a house brick, let alone all the mass of the earth, and then add everything else in the universe into it? I mean, and you say you don't believe in, supernatural things and magic, and you get lost.
Right.
Get lost.
Well,
I mean, if you want to say that you believe in that stuff, then I'm going to say God did it. How did the light get here from that supernova back 100 and whatever years ago? God did it. I don't know how, but I know he did it. And, it's like, get stuffed. That's what I say now. So.
Well, and that's why I think that, maybe there's a mechanic that we just haven't discovered yet, out there. But at the same time, it literally could be what Isaiah says. God hung the world upon nothing. Sorry, people, but there's nothing out there. And
hey, guys.
Yeah, and we don't know the speed of light in deep space. We don't know what the speed of light in deep space is. There's all sorts of different factors. I mean, we don't know the one-way speed of light. We don't know the speed of light in deep space where there's no gravity and no particles to slow it down. We know the speed of light at the moment is actually slowing down. We know it's actually slowing down.
Can we get Top Dog in? Hey, Top Dog, you want to come in and talk about
the extra particles?
Thanks, Jay. I'm trying to get Top Dog in here because he's in the chat pretty bad.
Well, but he said already that he wasn't going to come in. Did he say he was going to come in?
No, he said he didn't want to come in.
He's not coming in, Top Dog, because I'd like to talk to you if you're not coming in. All right. That's 3 times I tried.
Yeah, he's been talking trash all night and refusing to step up.
All right, Top Dog, I'm calling you out, man. You want to discuss abiogenesis? I'm right here, brother. If you're not coming in, I'm out.
Keyboard warriors.
Yeah, keyboard atheist warriors. There you go.
They can't talk face to face.
They got to dodge and yeah.
All
right.
Was Brenda trying to come in?
I saw that too. I was like, who's this Brenda person?
Well, if Brenda shows up, we need to get Smokey Saint back in. You should have heard them going after each other earlier.
Yeah, it's too late to deal with that stuff right now.
Yeah, no thanks.
Oh, yes, 6 hours, 6 hours and 20 minutes.
I don't know how many times I'd say no to Brenda.
Did you see T Jump and Godless Girl yesterday? That had to be my favorite debate.
I watched the first half of that, and then I skipped towards the end. And man, I gotta say, Godless Girl was giving what for to T Jump. I was cracking up.
It was funny.
Yeah,
she was calling him out left and right. What do you mean that's a validation? You just said I, and then I, therefore I, is your argument. That's your argument. That's your position. I, therefore I. What? Oh man, I was cracking up.
Yeah, but they've measured the speed of light to be slowing down. That's actually there's a paper on it, and a guy, a scientist, was talking about it. He said it's basically, long story short, it's really interesting, but long story short, there seems to be more particles around now that are slowing light down. It was traveling faster in the past, according to him, and that's the other thing. We just don't know the speed of light in deep space, where there's no, whatever. There's lots of unknowns. There's lots. I mean, We don't know the one-way speed of light. We don't know the light and speed. I mean, Russ Humphreys might be all good, but what annoys me is that everything has to have a naturalistic explanation to it, like to explain how God did it, and it just annoys me that just sometimes we just have to turn around and just say God did it. Like they've got the inflation problem and all sorts of problems. They've got problems coming out of their ears. They got so many solar accretion problems. They got Jupiter. The gas giants shouldn't be there. There's so many problems for them. It's not funny to take an hour to list every single little problem and go through it, just for the solar system and one small part of biology would take an hour to list it. It's to list every single problem that evolution would take a show that would go for 47 hours straight, and you'd have to talk as fast as an auctioneer. Right. To list all the problems. They're just, and they don't see any of them. They don't see any of it. They just go, they're completely blind. It's like the multiverse. It doesn't matter if you have unlimited multiverses. It's all going to have to live by the laws of physics, and there's not going to be different laws of physics in each one, so it's not going to help you, I'm afraid.
Even if you go by the laws of relativity, every time that a light goes by a large gravitational well, it's going to slow it down. And then it's going to speed up, and then it's going to go by another black hole. It's going to slow down and speed up. Actually, there is no absolute measure of time or distance in the universe, so that's how you measure speed of light is with time and distance. Yeah. So that changes the speed of light depending on where you are.
That's why I think that so my own little personal abstract, since we're discussing crazy stuff tonight, one of my personal theories about this whole question is I actually wrote up an abstract about this, short one. So abstract, speed of light is relative to the observer. It is both infinite and finite simultaneously. Mm-hmm. Time is only relative to the observer, not to light itself, and only matter is subject to time. Therefore, C, constant, is simultaneously infinite and finite. My theory has arisen from a variety of questions derived in quantum mechanics, specifically quantum entanglement, superposition, and the measurement requirement in conjunction with known variations in speed of time in relation to gravity and speed overall. Additionally,
light, and he can travel across the universe in a split second. So,
additionally, the very formula, as you were just mentioning a second ago, the very formula of how speed is calculated, S equals d divided by t, depends on the object being measured, or the object measured being subject to time. Yet it is widely accepted that time is dilated to zero at c, which would seem to negate this calculation validity for light. So my top of the logic I've got is if is agreed at the speed of light, time becomes zero, and if it is agreed the limit to reach this speed only applies to matter, and if it is agreed that light is matterless, and if it is agreed that superposition exists until observation, and the outcome of the observation conforms to the relativity and the laws governing the observer, and if it's agreed that gravity affects space-time relative to the observer and all of our measurements are within a field of observation that is subject to time, then why would the true speed of light, or more importantly, c, not be infinite, instantaneous that is, until measured by an observer who is subject to time?
That's what I always said.
Yep. Yeah. And then while the ratio requirements between the constants, e.g., for example, c and Planck, must be constant, in this model the balance is maintained via relativity. Therefore, c is both infinite and finite simultaneously, and what we observe as finite is the result of a quasi-reverse time dilation effect, and because matter is bound by relativity constraints that do not apply to c until the superposition collapse.
Right. Try to get that published.
Yeah. But to me, when you really think about that, like, we apply the whole aspect that's unavoidable now in quantum mechanics of the wave function collapse. It's like, why in the heck would this not also apply to light traveling across the universe?
Right.
Well,
Exactly.
It's funny because you came up with that, right? And it's these guys, these evolutionists, think that we creationists get together and we collaborate, right? We don't need to, because you just came up with, and do you guys know what I'm talking about? Like, they think that we like collaborate with each other, and yet when we come out with science and time dilation, all that kind of stuff. It keeps leading back to a young Earth and to creation, to a supernatural creator, right?
Well, the mutation rates, everything does. Everything leads back. Erosion rates, mutation rates, the biology, geology, everything, cosmology, all leads back.
And the big factor that I was trying to figure out, it's one of the major problems in the light problem, is how do you maintain the ratios of all the constants, right? I mean, that's a big deal from a cosmology perspective. The key variable that I'm putting forth in my concept is, I'm not suggesting that the constants actually change. I'm saying that they don't apply to light until the collapse, which is caused by the measurement. So we actually aren't observing any light that's traveling from the stars until we observe it. Does that make sense? Like, it's coming, yes, but it's not actually in reality until we see it.
It's like
so
we
literally
exist
everything
in slow motion. Really, we kind of exist in slow motion.
No. We don't exist in slow motion. The point I'm making is that the light is in a superposition until we measure it. Like, we already know this from the dual split experiments, right?
Yeah.
I'm saying the same logic applies on the cosmic level. Of course, so basically what we're observing is what the time that it would have taken if the light had not, the light doesn't collapse until we see it. So what we're seeing, and this is where retrocausality applies in delayed choice experiments and such. Then they're doing with in the lab right now, is that yes, we're seeing what it would have taken if it was subject to the physical world the whole time, but it's not. We're seeing the retrocausality effect that we see in the lab. I'm saying that same logic applies to the cosmos. So actually what's happening is we're actually making observations in real time, not static observation. It's actually real. It just doesn't collapse until we see it. Does that make sense?
The photon is not affected by gravity, right?
Well, the photon can be affected by gravity, but I'm saying that it's a retrocausality.
It's a retrocausality. Yeah, it's by the
It's
observer.
what would have happened. It's what did happen. I mean, it starts to get pretty trippy when you think about it. But we know this. We observe this exact action that I'm referring to happen in the lab. And so my point is, if that does apply in the lab, why would the same logic not apply on the cosmic level? And what we're observing is what is the relativity what would happen from our relative perspective.
It's true, because which speed of light is the correct speed of light? Because if you're near a black hole, it's one speed. If you're where we are, it's another speed. If you're way out in outer space, far away from gravity, it's a third speed. And then if it's a photon, it's another speed. So which one is the correct one? Which is the correct speed of light? It can't be all three,
Right.
I posted in the chat the links to some of the relevant experiments. There was one that was involving satellites that showed retrocausality. That was one that was one of very far distances, and then also one regarding starlight from very far away. I should know how give an explanation about the speed. That is something kind of difficult, where it's kind of hard to connect it all, because then are we it's almost like there are these alternate histories that you choose between one of them when you observe it. So let's just say that this is a tough problem in reconciling quantum mechanics with kind of the more classical views of light speed.
Well, see, the point I'm making, Sal, is that I am not suggesting the post-collapse speed of light from our relative position. I agree, is 186,000 miles per second. That is the speed of light.
Yeah.
But the point I'm making is the barriers of time, which is the factor of calculating the speed based on the distance, does not apply to light in reality because it's not subject to it until, as you know, the whole aspect in quantum mechanics now of like, you know, we've operated in the whole perspective of Schrodinger's cat of, oh, it's here and there. Well, now they're realizing that it's neither place until the action occurs. It's not in either box. It's in whichever one you open, right? So the point I'm making is that the photon is not actually traveling that distance. It appears when it's observed, and then the retrocausality kicks in, and now we're observing the path that it would have taken. And the distance and the time from our relative perspective, yes, it would have taken billions of years to travel that distance.
From our relative perspective,
if light was actually subject to time, but it's not. But from our relative perception, it is.
Yeah.
Your theory is just as plausible as anybody else, as far as I'm concerned.
Exactly.
I mean, you know, like it just annoys me when people come along and then they say, "Oh, no, that couldn't possibly be it because 100% it's Ross Humphreys." No. All of you are going to get to heaven, and God's just going to go, "Here's how I did it," you know, and you're going to go, "Oh, we were all wrong." You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure of that.
See, right now, Top Dog is not is not being able to comprehend what I've just been talking about.
No, I've tried to explain it before to Peter and different people.
Top Dog,
they can't understand it.
I've got a link.
It's hard for them to understand.
Called this the horizon problem and inflation problem, and it's spelled out very, 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 very in great detail, like very, very detailed explanation, and it's what the evolutionists believe, by the way. But I've written it out in very, very simple format in great detail. So I can give you a link for that when this video goes up later. I can leave it in the comment section if I remember. If John reminds me, he can remind me later in a message, and you can have a look and read about and learn about your own scientists, what they say about their problem, but made into very simple for anybody to understand without all that ridiculous scientific jargon that they use, that they just use that stuff to confuse people. So people go, "Oh, well, listen to that. The big words, they really must know what they're talking about." You know what I mean? When every time we read a citation, we find out the citation backs creation. It's evolutionist citations. Every time they give them to us, they stop giving them to us. Evolutionists stop giving us citations because every time they give us a citation, we go, look, this backs these mutation rates or this or that. This backs creation. Thanks, man. We're going to add this into our book. You know what I mean? So they just don't give us citations anymore. So every single evolutionist, you can give me any citation, anyone from an evolutionist, and I'll just go in there and I'll say show them how it's either a hypothesis, a theory, or it backs us. So you know, it's wasting their time. They can go on. They can tell Big Mouth down there in the comments section, Mr. Big Mouth, tell him to come and post a few citations to back up what he's saying, and then we can just pick them to pieces and make him look like an idiot.
Well, you know, this point you were talking about on different theories that are being put forth. Last year, a year and a half ago now, I read this guy is a physicist, astrophysicist from the Imperial College of London now, but he's not a Christian. He's an atheist, all that stuff, and trying to figure out the inflation problem. He developed this whole theory called variable speed of light, and the math actually worked.
Of course,
with his theory that he put forth. And it solved the Planck time problem. It solved all sorts of different issues.
Even if you just take strict relativity, you have a variable speed of light. I can't get that into people's heads.
No, I agree. It was what reading his book and then going and reading his paper on it. It's kind of what sparked the thought of what I outlined a few minutes ago of my theory. I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, I understand how the question, and I understand what he was postulating that solved the problem. But I'm like, okay, we still have the, were all the constants faster, and now they have to have all slowed in synchronicity to maintain the ratios, all that kind of stuff, which is way more complicated than what I outlined. which is like, wait a minute.
Well, time
It
is
just doesn't apply.
changing.
It just doesn't apply to matter.
Time-
Like, this is not complicated, you know?
Time changes, distance changes, and if you change time and just distance, you change the speed. It's not
Right.
complicated.
No, it's
I wanted to say, I've actually, there are about 12 young Earth creationist cosmologies that deal with the distant starlight problem. So as a matter of principle, at least 11 of them have to be wrong, because only one of them can be right. So
That's a good one.
I think
I
what
remember that.
Logical is saying, I think what he's saying is makes a lot of sense though, because I thought about the same thing with the measurement stuff. Yeah.
So I actually was throwing in my hat into the mix, because as someone said here, everyone's ideas is as good as everyone else's right now.
Yeah.
I actually,
That's right.
One reason I got into biology as far as creationism is it's so easy now there's so much data. It's practically been handed to us on a silver platter. The hardest problems are the ones in physics with distant starlight and radiometric dating, and somewhere in between in terms of difficulties, the geological stuff. But right now we're just killing it on abiogenesis, and we're starting to really just have inroads into evolutionary theory at all levels. I mean, we own it as far as biology now. So that's one reason I just ended up in biology, because the progress in the physics, God just hasn't given it to us yet. So, there are a lot of discoveries that happen that creationists just have to wait on the Lord to provide it. Because there are questions there's one question I worked on for 35. It was an open question that Dr. Sanford and I started working on, and it was open for 35 years. And we were able to finally resolve it, but it wasn't because of our efforts. It was because there's finally inexpensive gene sequencing, and they started to have all these data banks that came into existence. So even if John and I were trying to work on this problem 35 years ago, we couldn't have found the solution because the data wasn't there.
Yeah.
We just had to wait. And I think it's the same for physics. But that said, let me just tell you about an experiment I was working on. I was trying to rebuild the Cahill laser interferometer. I think Cahill is an agnostic. He's a professor of physics in Australia. And he had some experience on variable speed of light, and he's really smart. I could tell that his understanding of general relativity is pretty exceptional. And I tried to rebuild his interferometer. I got inconclusive results, but I've been watching to see if other people are able to replicate his experiments. And there were other experiments throughout history that suggested variable speed of light, including the famous Michelson-Morley experiment that had air in their first interferometer. So I'm just saying this is an open issue. And when Dr. Sanford came to my house in 2016, I was showing him my interferometer, and we were talking, and Dr. Sanford said, "Yeah, my friend Ron Hatch, he built something that's in the GPS, and he's in the government GPS council." I said, "Wait a minute, Ron Hatch doesn't believe in Einsteinian relativity. How did he get on the GPS council for the US government? I mean, that's really influential." It turned out all the GPS satellites wouldn't work without his algorithmic correction. So this is really relevant, say, to applications in aviation and the Defense Department, because you want to have your GPS satellites right. And so when they say the GPS satellites prove general relativity, there was one guy there that said, well, he put the correction in GPS satellites that began to give him doubts about Einstein's relativity. And I said, "John, let me check this out. That just seems too good to be true." And I looked it up, and there was the president of my former company, MITRE. He and a fellow employee were also on the GPS council. I said, "This is really hitting close to home." So it turned out Ron Hatch was denied a PhD. He was obviously bright enough that he could have gotten a PhD, but because he was an anti-relativist, they wouldn't grant it to him. He was too heretical. But the thing is, he built a device that made the GPS satellites work. So what are they going to say? You know, the guy gets the job done. And so sadly, Mr. Hatch, I should call him Dr. Hatch, he passed away recently. And so he's a good friend of John Sanford's. I'm pretty sure Ron Hatch is a Christian. So, you know, that's good on him. So I just wanted to throw that out. There's just lots that's going on that we don't know. And so as much as I love physics, you know, God hasn't given us as easy a victory in that area as we're winning in biology. We're just crushing it in biology because he's providing the data.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Because that's my pet peeve my entire life is evolution. Or the lack of evidence for evolution and the false, making false claims and everything.
Well, and that's why I like history so much, because I'm working on it and I'm getting closer and closer, but I believe with just history alone, we can show that the Earth is young. Like I was watching patterns of evidence for the Exodus, and
I agree, yeah.
And the evidence for Moses writing the Old Testament. And there are some massive, like, centuries of gaps in between the Egyptian, like the different like kingdoms and like some of the spreads of time. And if they shift those gaps closed, because they have no information, so they just call it a dark age, you know, and also they have to push the Egyptian history back because of deep time. Can't push it back too far, but they can push it back enough to where it goes past the flood. And when you shift those time periods forward, one, they actually line back up with the Bible, because right now they're not aligned with the Bible. And it's funny, where they put the Exodus, there's no evidence for it. And I thought this was really interesting. So they call it the Ramses Exodus. And Ramses' son, this was actually made just several years after Ramses died. Ramses' son made it, talking about the state of Israel, that Israel was a state and a country. Well, how could Joseph be under Ramses and then Moses? And then Moses doesn't even see the state of Israel. You also have to go through the conquest of Joshua, right? But if they break these or put these gaps down, these centuries of gaps, a century gap here, 2 centuries here, and they have nothing going on, and they're a little confused by it because there's no destruction, there's no fall of the society to where there's just this like gap. And it's because, well, one, Egyptian dating is very, very confusing, how they dated stuff on like either a 10 sexadecimal system or a 60 decimal system or whatever, like the Phoenicians, I think it is. And if they collapse down those areas where they have nothing going on, it's actually a smooth transition from pharaoh to pharaoh to pharaoh. Collapse, yes, we do have collapses, but we know where those are. These other ones are just random dark areas. It's the same thing with Greece. It's the same thing with the Akkadians. It's the same thing with all of them. And if you collapse them down, none of them go past 2200 BC.
Right.
Very, very fascinating.
Which doesn't surprise me at all.
Right.
Because all the calendars are only 5,000 years old anyway.
Exactly. That's why I say the Earth is between either 5700, which is, there's a lot of calendars out there that say that we're in the year 5700, to 6500. I say you could probably push it to either one, but you'd have to be careful going too far on either direction, because then you'll have gaps in between the patriarchs, and which is all the lineage that goes to Jesus, and that's 4,000 years of history, and then we have all the history from Jesus to now. Last 2,000 years, most secular timelines are actually pretty accurate. I personally say nothing prior to 500 BC, or not nothing, but most prior to 500 BC is more than likely not accurate. Dr. Jensen thinks it's about 1,000. I think that's fine. He can definitely go with that, but after studying history, I think most of their timelines before 500 BC are off. And it's because they can. People aren't going to go and check up on it. They're not going to see that there's gaps in between these pharaohs or kings or whatever. And there's a lot of things that they push, and they shove them both ways, forward and backwards.
Right, but they, like you said, they can only move it so far because there is no other human history. So everything came from the Mediterranean, the Mesopotamian area, and there is no other history, human history.
Exactly. And like this place like Göbekli Tepe, people are like, oh look, that's 12,000 years old, and it's like, No, actually, it's not. They're giving it an arbitrary date because there's something called the last Dryas or the Younger Dryas period, and they're finding evidence for stuff in their corrupt dating that is showing that it's going back 10, 15,000 years. So they think that there is this advanced civilization, like Atlantis, basically, prior to the last Dryas. And the last Dryas happened about, they're not all in agreement on it, between 12,000 years ago to 25,000 years. And everything during that Dryas, and it's literally spelled Drya, was cataclysmic flooding, cataclysmic meteors, cataclysmic warming, and then quick cooling period. Well, in theirs, it lasted several thousand years. And they actually cannot go back any farther, even in the ice cores, because this catastrophic period that happened in their quote-unquote last Dryas or Younger Dryas, which is about 12,000 years ago, is so catastrophic to their dating methods that they cannot really, with accuracy, go any further than that. They have to make a lot of assumptions based on the volcanoes. There's all kinds of stuff. Well, guess what? That's the flood.
Yeah.
But their dating is just wrong. Well, they've got, oh my gosh, they've got so many issues. It's insane. Just like Jason was saying, I mean, we could literally spend hours about all the issues that they have.
Right.
Jesse, I have a couple of questions.
Yeah.
I can barely hear you. Is there a way you can boost your microphone?
That's really weird because I think it's at its maximum.
Oh, okay. The other thing is, do you have upcoming debates?
Sal, I'm being able to hear Jesse pretty well on my end.
Yeah, she sounded clear to me. I don't know. I'm just letting you know. Really clear to me.
It might
Okay,
be.
it could be my system.
Yeah, it
Let
might
me
be
try.
it might be my sound card too. It tends to drop my mic volume, but it's not like a visible mic volume. Like I don't know how to change it. I don't know what's going on, but yes, I do have a debate coming up with Christy Winters on July 3rd on Modern Day Debate. It'll be on the toxicity of modern feminism. I will be on the latter side that says that modern feminism is toxic, and she will be on the opposite side.
Well, that should be good.
It'll be very interesting.
Did you have one on July 8th?
I need to talk to James again because it's Erica that wants to debate me, and I don't think I expressed it in the email, but I won't debate her on genetics because I don't know enough about genetics.
I think she's a lesbian. I'm not sure. I saw a comment in the section. You can't go on what people say, but I think Erica might be a lesbian. I think Erica might be a lesbian. I'm not sure.
No, she announced her engagement in my debate with her.
It was rubbish that was in the comment section.
But Sal, if she agrees to not debate on genetics, then yes, I will debate her. But I don't want to give her a platform because I'm very ignorant when it comes to genetics. So.
Oh, thanks. I was just wondering what channel it was going to be on because I didn't see it announced anywhere. So
Yeah, I don't know why he hasn't announced it. But it'll be on Modern Day Debate.
Okay, great. Thanks.
James sometimes gets things posted a couple days or a week prior, and then sometimes it doesn't show up until like an hour before. You never know.
Right. Well, like I said, if Erica agrees to the debate premise, I'll debate her, but I'm not going to debate on biology or genetics. I know
Go out,
little
mate.
about it.
Come on, go out.
Yeah.
It was interesting. The earlier today after the debate, Erica was in full bore chat mode during the live stream.
Oh, yeah, she was going off. She was saying, oh, John's so rude. Oh, you're talking about him being rude and angry. Look at yourself. Look at John. John's got a very angry debating style. And I was going on, oh, there, poor little snowflake. You melting little snowflake, are you? Or something, stuff like that. So, yeah, she was really getting, it was funny to watch. They all turned into little RJs.
What just cracks me
Prima
up
donnas.
is I am a nice guy until you start being a prick. And then once that happens, I give no quarter. And it's like, I don't understand how this is you just expect me to bend over and let you run all over me? I don't think so. Like this is not your fantasy land. This is called the real world, and I don't know what y'all are doing in I'm not picking on Erica directly. I'm just talking in general. It's like,
No,
in the big. I'm sorry. I know in
they're teaching them to be offended by everything.
Well, that, but also the way part of where my mind operates from too is I'm like, maybe in academia people running, are just total jerks to each other all the time, but in the real world, especially like in the business community, yeah. So no, not happening. I'll negotiate a contract, but I'm also not going to just let you rape my company either or my employees. You're not going to take advantage of us. I'll go to a certain extent to earn your business, kind of thing. But that's where the line stops, and I'll turn down your business too. And the same kind of thing applies, and these kind of interactions. Like, yeah, I don't have to just take it. I can fight you. Hello, it's called the real world.
I just noticed, since I was looking to see if they announced Jesse's debate, there's a debate tomorrow, and Godless Girl and Smokey Sane are on the same side.
Yeah, they're taking on some vegans. It's going to be epic.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, is Rick coming in? Rick, you gonna come in, buddy?
Dwayne's in as well.
What about Rick?
What's up,
I want
Dwayne?
this.
We got Top Dog saying that creationists are comfortable in their comfort zone.
Yeah, I wish they would come in, man.
Oh, sorry, mate. Come here.
You get Top Dog and Rick, so that's two atheists.
Hello. Sorry, big fella.
Nice to meet you finally, Dwayne.
Yeah, Rick said there's a lot of progress.
I'm not receiving too good of a signal.
We can almost hear
Sal.
you, Dwayne.
Sal, Rick was saying there's a lot of progress being made with abiogenesis. What's your opinion on that?
That's garbage. They may claim it, but we give them the Humpty Dumpty problem.
Yeah, Lee Cronin admits it.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, Cronin.
Lee Cronin admits that abiogenesis is pseudoscience. I got a video of him admitting it, basically admitting it. Yeah. So, just to Dr. James Tour.
I mean, what do they consider progress?
I wish Rick would come in and ask you. Yeah. Rick, come on in. Rick, can you come in, please, and ask Sal if they're making any progress with abiogenesis?
I mean, what progress is it when one of the top abiogenesis researchers, Steve Benner, says we have the water paradox, we have the single biopolymer paradox, we have the asphalt paradox, that all natural processes would tend to just degrade prebiotic chemicals to nothing and not make life? I mean, how's that progress? I mean, that's I'll tell you what progress there is for that. That's progress that it shows the creator. Science has actually succeeded in showing that it's more reasonable to expect a creator than nature to build it. So yeah, in that sense, abiogenesis has progressed because it's helped make a lot of believers out of people because they're not able to create life even when you give it the best start. And the best example of that is just taking a cell and poking it. In that cell is more RNAs, lipids, carbohydrates, the nucleic acids than you'll get in all the abiogenesis experiments combined, and it's still not able to make life when it's halfway dead. And the longer that there's time, the more that these things degrade because there's half-lives associated. So I don't know how these people can just be blindly claiming, unless they're self-delusional, to say that it's progressing, because maybe it's not progressing because they're assuming that it happened naturally.
I always question their IQ because of all those reasons.
Yeah.
Well,
the
irony of all this is that in the debates, the atheists love to move the goalpost on what would convince them, right? Well, in terms of abiogenesis research, the more they learn, the further the goalpost moves away from a reasonable conclusion, or like solution. I mean, not conclusion. And it's like it's a point you're making, Sal. Like everything they keep discovering, it's like, oh wait, it's way harder than we thought. oh crap, now it's even harder than we thought. Oh, are you kidding me? Really? We have to count for this too? It just keeps snowballing. And yet, as we talk about all the time, the double down is happening more and more and more in all these things, which is, whether it be IQ problems or just willing suspension of rational thought in order to escape the obvious conclusion that God exists.
I got Snake telling me we just don't understand how abiogenesis works. So I wish he would come in and explain it to us how it does work.
Yep, suspension of rational thought. I can go with that too.
Come on in, Rick. We want to talk to you, man. I'll talk to you. Just me and you. One-on-one, man. Come on in, Rick. Rick, I want you, buddy. Not coming in.
Rick's been talking trash in chat for like.
Come on in, Rick.
You know what it is? They got soccer accounts and they don't want you to know who they are.
Oh, okay. Well, they can both come in. So that's two atheists. Two atheists versus me and Sal. Two on two. Let's go, brother.
Well,
make it fair.
I don't know if they actually back.
Are they going to join?
2 on 2. Let's go. Come on.
One of the things I find very interesting about and this applies on both sides of the equation, not to just bash one, but it really fascinates me how the biggest trash talkers are the least likely to step up and back up their BS. One of the things I used to say when I was operating in business much more heavily, I used to joke and say that the difference between confidence and arrogance is being able to back up your bullshit. And I think that applies heavily in this arena of which one of us is actually full of crap.
Or another possibility is like they could be paid shills too, for that matter.
Yep.
I'll go one-on-one with Rick right now.
I'll tell you something I find very interesting. I don't know if you guys have been over on Smokey's channel, but he's had some interesting conversations with like Speed of Sound of Gravity and Immutable Destiny. And Immutable, it's actually interesting. He does like a 180 in his conversations with Smokey versus like me.
Yeah, definitely.
And, like it's like I'm like listening to a completely different person. It's weird.
He claims he could be a deist, though, at the end of it, when I was talking to him the other day. He said, well, I could be a deist on some days. Okay.
Yeah.
On some days,
yeah, on some days.
And I tell you the thing that really gets me about Speed of Sound, and I mean, I don't know what's his deal. He hates me for some reason. I guess I'm like, he's, I guess I've become his target animal. But I do not understand how it is a remotely rational worldview to reach to be a strict materialist Buddhist.
Yeah, it's odd.
Like I'm not even sure how that makes any sense.
He doesn't make sense, man.
Like you're searching for nirvana, but you don't think there's anything beyond the material world.
He doesn't. He's like the Joe Biden of the atheist community.
They don't know what to think. They don't even know what they think themselves.
That's a good one.
Oh, okay. That Tony, that was your best line. That was a good one. Joe Biden of the atheist community. Yeah, bitch.
Yeah.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's so true.
I interrupted somebody with my laughter. Go ahead, whoever was talking.
I'm just waiting on Rick, man. One-on-one. I'll go on your channel right now. We could do it right now, man. Nope, not coming in.
Find Living's question.
What's that?
I was asking Sal if he saw the question that Refined Living had posted.
Yeah. Oh, I guess nobody's coming in.
Oh, they're
Well,
all
ladies
too
and
scared.
gentlemen,
Wrap it up.
we have just passed 7 hours. 7
Wow.
hours of live stream.
Yeah.
And on that
7
note,
hours and
I
40.
think it's time to call it an evening.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah, man. You have to go
Everybody,
to.
thanks so much for coming out, sharing your knowledge, insights, having some good times, and hopefully the atheists will calm down and return to some semblance of normal thought.
No, I'll just go find another. They'll go searching for something else to be offended by. They're professional offended people. Like that's what universities turn out today. People who are professionals at being offended at everything. So
True.
That's what they are. So that's all they do. But then they're not being offended by something. They're not happy. So how you know a lot of these atheists are happy is when they're whining on your live chat or in your comment section. It fulfills them. It's their whole life.
They're supposed to be teaching facts in school.
Oh man, Sal, Rick Nemo, Sal Cordova, you're simply wrong.
Who is he?
No idea.
Oh, okay.
No, he's I don't know. He's been a trash talker for like the last 6 hours.
Okay.
I think he got triggered during the Team Skeptic debate and has like followed over and is now really triggered over here on listening to us eviscerate their worldview.
Yeah.
You know, I was joking. Last thing I'm gonna say when we call it night. I was joking with Smokey earlier that he needs to do a show called Unpacking Atheism with Smokey Saint, and do breakdowns of the.
I think if Antifa turned up in Tasmania, I think that I'd better not say what would happen to them, because if I did, you might get your channel taken down. It'd be that bad. I mean, not with guns, with just through brutal, blunt force trauma from fists. They wouldn't want to, mate. They wouldn't want to. Anyway.
Oh man, I'd say the sidebar. One of the funniest videos I've seen during this whole madness here in the States. So little Antifa soy boys were knocked over an old man. Right, I say old man. He was probably in his late 50s, early 60s. He was with a whole bunch of other dudes in their probably mid 50s, late 60s or mid 60s. They chased him down, and one of them who had a cane, and they caught this little sucker and pinned him until the cops came and arrested him. I was like, this is too good. You attack an old man and they get pinned by a bunch of old men. How awesome is that? I think he may have underestimated that the level of feminization that's occurred in men over the last 30 years. That those guys in their 50s still were able to whoop his tail. It was pretty funny.
I think Matt would be one of those guys. Hey, I saw this guy, and it's the best footage I've ever seen. I've got it uploaded somewhere and saved because I knew YouTube would take it down. It's got these so-called, Syrian refugees, 7 foot tall black guys, / 7 foot tall, Africans, trying to rob this guy, and this guy, like, these guys are just big. He looks small, but he's probably not that small. It's just that these African guys are huge, and they just take his camera. You know what I mean? Like, and there's like 7 of them there, and he just goes along, and people say, "Oh, it's fake, it's this and that." And I say, "Well, it's not the movies. In the movies, you hear bang, smack, crack, all these sounds. It's all fake. In real life, it's not like that." And anyway, so that looks real to me. And he went around, he just took them all out one by one. This guy, it was awesome. It was just like, this guy must have been a cage fighter, like, sort of thing. It just picked on the wrong bloke. Could you imagine like those guys picking on Matt and just walking up and taking Matt's camera in France, Mrs. Camera in France? I think they'd all be lying on the ground like the same thing.
I used to have there was a couple of homeless guys that I helped, and along the way of interacting with these guys, there was this guy who got out of prison, and I talked to him. I used to talk to him, help him out every once in a while and stuff. Anyway, I was down on Broadway here in Nashville one time, and I saw him. This guy was probably 6'5", 6'6", lean. And he'd been in prison for like 5 years for whatever. Anyway, I'm walking down Broadway where all the bars are and all the crazy tourists, and there's this whole cluster going down. There's a fight, and I look and I realize it's this guy that I knew, right? And he was surrounded by 5 or 6 little guys that were probably, the tallest one was maybe 5'8", 5'9", okay? And they're all trying to attack this big 6'5" guy. I observed him knock out all 5 of them.
Yeah.
And the best one, though, was after he knocked out the other ones. Like, 2 of them had tackled him, like literally grabbed his legs, pulled him to the ground. He managed to knock one of them out while they're on the ground, gets up.
Huh.
The other guy swings, punches him, knocks him out. And then the last one starts, like, swings at him, runs, and then, like, tries to do a circle move. And as he's running away, he just wailed. And, of course, he's 6'5", gets these gigantic long arms, and socks him in the side of the ear as the dude's trying to run.
Yeah.
And that guy collapsed like that. And it was just, and he was out cold until the cops got there. And
my Uncle Philip, the Special Forces guy, he when he was 16, my Auntie Edna had a hot dog stand at the Sydney cricket ground, right? Cricket's like baseball for us, similar, sort of different, but similar. Anyway, and you get 100,000 people, 60,000 people turn up to watch the cricket. And she had a hot dog stand there, and she didn't do it for the money because she already had lots of money. She just did it because she enjoyed it. And the gangsters were starting to move in there and take over all the hot dog stands because it was a great place to launder money, right? This is a very long time ago. And I don't know how old he would have been. I mean, what year it would have been. 16 would have been a long time ago. But anyway, they told her they were going to pay her a fair price, like more than fair, to take it, but they said, you're going to take the money and that's it, we're taking it over. And they weren't going to rip her off. But she didn't want to do it because she loved it. So she told my Uncle Philip, he was 16, 5 or 6 hardened gangster standover men, big guys, turned up. My Uncle Philip, 16 years old, Auntie Edna said she could count within 5 seconds. If you counted from 1 to 5, they were all lying on the ground. And she said they weren't just lying on the ground, they were all lying on the ground, knocked out cold. And he got into Special Forces later on. I mean, if he had got into boxing, he could have made, by tens of millions. But
those guys are not a fight. It's a very interesting.
But he was
dynamic.
16. He'd never lifted weights in his life. He was just normally solid, fat, stocky, chubby, stocky, but just like super fit. My mum said there was an old big wool factory there, massive factory. And they had these wool bales that were like, 10 wool bales high, and how high wool bales are, right? And my Uncle Phil used to run across them. My Uncle Phil said he'd just grab her with his massive hand and he'd run and she'd just be flying through the air behind him and he'd just be leaping from bale to bale. That's how strong he was. And he was just like when he was 12, 13, like that. And when he was 16, he knocked out 5 or 6 hardened standover men for the mafia. Just knocked them out and they never went near her again. Then he got into the army and become Special Forces and they just went, uh-oh, we stay away from those people. After that.
Well, it's been enjoyable talking to everybody, but I gotta go now. So
sounds good. Same here. Thanks so much, everybody. Thanks, Sal, Jungle, Jason, everybody, Jesse, everybody who's been hanging out with us all night. As we obviously covered a lot of different topics throughout the evenings, but I always encourage you as we close out to go do research for yourself, look for answers to these questions, but as you make your considerations of what your position will be regarding our existence, make sure that your conclusions are logical, plausible, and probable. Have a great night, y'all.
See ya. Good night.